Welcome, everybody, to Day 2 of the Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League, the 105kg men's class at Day 1 yesterday, Day 2 for them today, but we're starting with the women, and you'll notice CJ Krause and myself, Jen Bates, we are in a very different location than we were yesterday because the weather quite simply just did not comply, was not going to be a good event. So this morning we're starting much later than we expected because the crew of volunteers, you and I changing clothes going out there,
Yeah,
Nancy Johnson doing the Lord's work out there as well, had to move the entirety of this equipment from the beach to the Southside Barbell Gym here in Virginia.
And again, thank you so much, Southside Barbell, for allowing us to be in the gym today, for be here to supplying the equipment here, all the volunteers helping out, including your staff, and yeah, just so excited to be here. Beautiful gym, by the way, so it's good we had this backup venue ready.
With high enough ceilings, too, for that sandbag toss. But speaking of events right now, CJ, because we have moved indoors, there is going to be a change in one of the events today, and you were part of that discussion because clearly a cement floor, very different from a rubber floor.
Yeah, so originally we had the 2 Husafell carry into a sled drag itself on this one. The biggest change is we are moving from a rubber floor to a cement floor, so these women are just too strong to be doing that same event on a cement floor, and plus the grip. We didn't want to mess with that a little bit, so the biggest thing, we have changed it to a Husafell carry into a 3 sandbag to shoulder, so it's the same sandbag they shoulder 3 times, go back and carry the second Husafell. So to be clear here, it's going to be the same 220-pound Husafell down. Once they get there, they have to do a sandbag to shoulder of 180 pounds 3 times, and then they're allowed to go back and get the heavier 240-pound Hustafell for that.
Absolutely. And the way they're going to score this one, I love the way Tyler explains it. He's like, look, if you're going to beat somebody, beat them. I don't care if you both get 2 reps on the shoulder and don't get the third. I don't care how much faster you did it. You should have gotten 3 to beat them. So the way they're scoring it is either you get a completion, like you finished it in a time for completion, or a distance, or distance plus reps. So let's say you made it 30 feet plus 2 reps, or 30 feet plus 1 rep. So that's how they're scoring it. Again, I really appreciate at a level like this, just beat the person if you want to beat them. Don't tie them.
100%.
You're just going to split points.
And this is a fair change across the board. None of these women have prepared the sandbag to shoulder. It's an event they're all very done before. They're aware of it. It exists, and I think it's a great change for an opportunity on that one. Because realistically, it's just a complete. These women are too strong, way too powerful to be dragging it on a cement floor. But with everything we've going on here, I'm excited to see that. I'm excited for the change personally, and I like that they did it in the middle.
Exactly. It's like let's just keep it simple. Let's change up this one thing, inform everybody, and it's going to work out great. The events for today, by the way, the women only have the 6 events today. We'll have the axle squat inside as well, but. Reminder that what's going on today is payday. Today's a big day, CJ. I don't think we talked about this enough yesterday. $12,000 worth of prize money is going out to these competitors today, the ones who podium and finish. And I'm really excited from the guts we saw from the men yesterday. Vince Wilkinson's chin appears to be okay. If you saw him take a face plant into that frame yesterday.
It's mostly attached.
So mostly there. I mean, lots of super glue, a few stitches. But the excitement we saw yesterday is a reminder that these people are giving it their all because there's a lot of money on the line.
100%. And that's the big thing. One big shout out to all of our sponsors who donated the money for this one. Pro Strongman Lead for supplying the ability to do this, for us to be our weight class athletes, to have this opportunity to earn money for the first times in this sport. So as myself as a 90-kilo, former 80-kilo athlete, I have the opportunity later in the year, and I'm excited for that opportunity. So
our fantastic sponsors, obviously Cerberus Super Series, Cerberus putting on this one for us, but Zone Smelling Salts, Pioneer Fit, and Serious Steel Fitness are title sponsors there. So thanks to them, a lot of folks using the Zone Smelling Salts yesterday.
Before
that squat especially for the guys and before the frame. But for the women today, this is where we're going to focus, the 82-kilo women. And I'm watching Nadia Stowers warm up right now. It's a max axle clean and press is the beginning. They get 3 attempts.
Yes.
And Nadia's looking to potentially break her own world record of 282 pounds that she set back in 2021.
It's held its ground for that long. That's
absolutely.
The crazy part.
Yeah.
But she has another opportunity to break the overall.
Yeah, Annabelle Chapman, we believe, had the 288. So if you guys are on the YouTube stream, if you are contradicting us on that one, please let us know. If you know something different, going off of Jacob Finnerty and Nadia's posts. So right now, Nadia has the record at 282 for her weight class, and then the open weight class, Annabelle Chapman has it at 288. So really excited to see, because Nadia was a late entry in this too.
Correct.
Summer Johnson unfortunately had an injury and had to pull out. So instead you get Nadia Stowers with a max axle clean and press, and what's going to be even better, she's up against Jessica Mitchell today. Jessica's press is impressive because Nadia has been coaching her.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think this is really fun, coach and student going against each other.
Yeah, so they're going to battling each other out, see who's going to come out on top. I mean, obviously, thank you, Nadia, for jumping in last minute. I mean, that's the big thing about these professional athletes. They are always ready. That's the biggest thing. And you need to always be ready. You never know what your number is going to be called last minute to jump into a show, and it's awesome to see this big challenge of coming forward. But again, these athletes will get to call out their weights. So they're not going in a specific order for this first event, so they get to choose their opener, choose their middle, and then choose their final attempt on that one. But if they miss an attempt,
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. So Jessica's warming up right now. We're going to get going here in just a few minutes. But again, I want to reiterate, we're at Southside Barbell Gym. We were at the beach. A little wet this morning. Again, moving those sandbags. The team did a great job getting everything set up. Also, shout out to Dante Petrella with his production company here. Them and Don from ADL's helping out, moving all this production equipment from the beach where it was very wet into the gym, getting this set up so you guys can have a free live stream today. The best way to support ADL Pro, to support Dante, to support anybody, Pro Strongman League. Please subscribe, follow, do whatever you can for their YouTube channels to bring you this free live stream, which is fantastic. And we should have an updated scoreboard for you throughout the day, too.
So we see the women warming up for the axle clean and press right now currently. So we should be starting that shortly. But the other events aren't the same as yesterday, as the men had to do.
Correct.
They are slightly different on this one.
Yeah.
They are doing a sandbag throw as well, but this one's going to be for time. We're not having that distance add-on that we had yesterday for towers. This is for a time. They're ranging from 20 pounds all the way to 40 pounds over that same bar we had yesterday, just in a slightly different area for that one. So that's going to be a slight change on that one. We are going to see that Pig Iron Metalworks frame come back into play on this. That's another tongue twister we have going on.
And that threw the guys for a little bit of a loop yesterday because that frame is a little different. Like we said, it's tighter, but also if you let it tip forward a little bit too much, guys are catching there. If you have longer legs, Sue Eager, I'm looking at her. She's our tallest competitor for the women today.
Yes.
You can catch your heel kind of on the back of it because it's not terribly long either.
Yeah, so you want to get those short strides going on these shows. And especially now they're going to be on a new surface.
Oh, yeah.
So they're not on rubber, so the more ability for that frame to slide. So it's going to be very important about pushing that frame into the ground because yesterday we were on rubber where it would stop for you. So these variables change. That's the thing of the sport of strongman. Always be ready for the variables and always be ready for those variables to change on that one. Axle squat is back today. So super excited to see the women on that one.
I know, 370 for the women, which, again, these are 180-pound women, so that's like twice their weight, a little over twice what their weight is.
A little over twice their body weight, yep.
Yeah, but 370 is no slouch, right? That's a heavy squat, especially if you're doing it for reps. I'll be interested to see that one as well. Yeah.
And, of course, we already talked about the Hustafel change on that one, so we're going to see that change, that variable is added in here. And we'll finish it off with the sandbag carry and load gauntlet that they literally tore apart. So they built it yesterday, tore it apart, and they're building it right now again to make sure it's ready to go for this. And then that is a spectacle in and of itself. So this show today is a lot of moving events for these women. A
lot of moving events. And I'm just noticing Jessica, she was warming up, taking her last warm-up there, split jerking. Guys, that's a big reason why we moved this show. It wasn't just, like, the rain might stop, but the wet environment, the safety of the athletes is always going to be the number one concern. And that's actually something you brought up. We know, we watch a lot of these ladies compete all the time. We know there's some split jerkers. Anybody who does, if there's any sort of moisture on that platform, doesn't matter if it's rubber or not, that's a danger. That's a danger zone immediately. It's already a dangerous style of lift, but we always want to keep everybody safe.
It's always about athlete safety 100%. We are putting our bodies on the line every time that we show up there. And these women are doing that today for a good paycheck, but also the entertainment of those at home and those here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dante, I don't know if we can get, I want everybody to see the gym if we have that higher shot available. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got going on here. It's a very different look at this venue. Yeah, there we go. So you can see, first of all, this is a beautiful facility, what they
100%.
built at Southside Barbell. So this is incredible, but you can get a good shot here of how this setup looks versus the beach yesterday. And the high ceilings are nice for the sandbag. Hope somebody doesn't take out a fan.
I'd be impressed if they could with that angle.
But it's impressive. We started about 9:30 this morning, 10, getting out on the beach and loading up all this equipment. And right now it's just about after 12:35. And there we are. Hi, guys.
Yeah.
Hi. Hey, there's Don and Dante right there running the crew. I like it. So Nancy just got the word from Nancy Johnson, the head judge for the women today. CJ, we're going to start in about 2 minutes.
About 2 minutes till we see the max axle clean and press, and potentially a world record being broken today.
Oh, I would love to see that, wouldn't you? That would just be. We had so much excitement yesterday. I really can't wait to see how the men are going to perform this afternoon, and they're probably grateful. Actually, Nancy was joking in the rules meeting. She goes, who's happy about a couple extra hours to eat and rest, right?
Couple extra time, a little bit warmer.
A little bit
than
warmer.
being outside. So I think the men are very happy with
Yeah.
the change on that. Obviously, you want the pictures on the beach, but you don't want pictures on the beach when you're getting drenched with rain.
Oh my
so.
goodness! I mean, I tell you what, everybody was soaked. We all ran up. You changed clothes because we
Yeah.
can't. We got to protect the suit that's just a little too tight. A little too. CJ's about to retire. This might be the last time you see this one.
It's the last time I'm wearing
this
the suit for
exact
sure.
suit on him. But yes, everybody changing clothes. Just so much great effort to put this together. So again, if you are a local competitor, please go out and volunteer as much as you can, because that's why these events happen. That's why we can pour money into prize money for these athletes, because of so many people who give their time and give their effort to make sure that these go off with a bang. So very excited for this one today. Again, a couple of other sponsors, obviously Pig Iron Metalworks, the Original Stick, Dante Productions, Born Primitive, which I am wearing my jorts right now.
I was wearing them earlier. They were
He was wearing them
very
earlier.
helpful for the move.
Extremely helpful. They're just so versatile. I mean, you can stretch, you can move. Yeah, we can. We'll talk about that in a minute. We're getting where we need to take a really quick break.
We could talk all day about jorts.
We can talk all day about jorts. Nobody wants to hear it. No, but we're going to take a really quick break. We'll be right back in just a minute. Six events for the ladies, and we're starting out with the max axle clean and press. So we're excited to see potentially a world record here. Again, they're not going to go in any specific order. You're jumping and you get 3 attempts. So normally a max event is going to take some time.
Correct.
But with just 3 events, as you see our Southside Barbell crew behind us putting up the banner, it'll be a little bit faster. It's almost like Wessel's rules in a way of 3 attempts.
Correct. You get to choose your attempts on this one. Now, when it comes to these 3 attempts, how would you choose your attempts?
Ooh, I'm going to get one that's probably on my heavier side first, but that I'm confident in. Like,
Yes.
it depends on how you're feeling, too. When you're warming up and you're going through it, are you thinking, is today going to be a good day? If you feel that pop, if it feels good, okay, I'm going to go on that maybe like 5 to 10 pounds below my max or something like that, right? Depending on how warm-ups go. Then let's hit something, maybe, let's go a little crazy for 2 and 3. These are professional women. They are strong. If they're feeling good, they got an extra 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
And for women, overhead pressing and the weights than jumps are going to be very different than how a guy approaches this.
Well, any kind of overhead press jumps are always a lot more tight.
Yes.
When it comes to any kind of pressing, I work with athletes, and I'm like, your jumps on squat, deadlift, things like that should be larger when it starts feeling good. But a 10-pound jump is a big jump on a press.
Yes.
Especially with these women. It can change so much of everything that's going on. So choosing attempts, I like choosing my attempts as my first attempt is my last warm-up set.
There you
Something
go.
I know I can hit for about 3 on my worst day.
Yep.
Just to get something set.
That sounds like a powerlifting meet, much. What's that? Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, well, let's talk about, there we go. We're going to give you a look at the roster, speaking of the women who are going today, so you get an idea of who is competing. We've talked about Nadia. We've talked about Jessica Mitchell. We also have Chelsea Held, Kaylin Prowl, Samantha Goggins, Kim Baum, and Ellie Ramirez. Ellie was at the qualifier in Baltimore, so I know she's excited to be here too. But that's an intimidating lineup if you're an overhead presser.
Yeah.
If you know anything with
we're gonna see
Jessica
some
and
great
Nadia
pressing,
alone.
And you can hear the crowd today. It's so nice to have that extra oomph.
Having somebody close by is always exciting. Kaylin Prow is going to be our first one. She had a rough cut. So
Yes.
we saw her yesterday. I saw her yesterday in the rules meeting. She was looking around. She goes, "This cut was not nice to me."
Yeah, it's a tough one. Every cut is different 100%. So, but she made it. She's here today, and she looks like she's got a good clean on that first attempt. And very solid. Again,
Very
I think she
easy.
played it safe.
Oh, absolutely. You got to. Well, I mean, she knows what she's capable of today, how she's feeling, right?
Yeah.
She's like, how am I feeling? Let's just get on the board, get points is the main goal, right?
I think Ellie Ramirez is coming up. So the first time is 160 pounds we have on that bar. Ellie Ramirez is coming up right now. So opening up at pretty much not really close to their body weight.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, and 160 is not a bad overhead. I mean, that's it's a safe way to open.
And not everyone is going to be the Nadia Stowers. Not everyone's going to be the overhead monsters.
Oh,
That's
my
why there's so
goodness.
many different events in Strongman. Some of these women are trying to point mitigate and make sure they're not going to lose out on it. But that's where the games comes into play.
Yeah. Nancy Johnson, the head judge today, who just went up against Nadia Stowers at the Rainier, I want to say. So anytime you're going up against one of the best pressers in the women's class is intimidating.
Oh, Ellie with a nice split jerk there. Very controlled.
Very controlled.
Like she felt stable the whole time, it looked like.
And Nancy, the head judge for all of the women today, and so she's going to be fair too, because she doesn't want any judge giving her anything. And her coach, Greg Popejoy, as well. He was judging squats yesterday, and he was very, very fair. But it's going to be tight. You're going to have to earn it every single time.
No, 100%. And I think our judging has been top notch here in the Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League. So I think it's very important to have that.
Samantha Goggins.
Keep with that 160 pounds. Samantha Goggins, I believe, is up right now.
Yep.
Interesting on that jerk.
That was kind of a squat jerk, a little bit, but interesting.
She barely pressed it. She dropped completely underneath it. I saw her warming up in the squat rack earlier on that. And I was wondering how that was going to go.
Interesting. And I'm curious to see where like Nadia and where Jessica and the other folks and Kim, where they're waiting, I like watching people when they wait because they're going to conserve some energy. Usually your more professional athletes are just going to be calm the whole time, not moving around a bunch. Honestly, I usually have to help people tell me to sit down between things, like sit down, rest, conserve your energy.
Well, the hard part of this one is a lot of our stronger athletes in the press, they will not even have their first attempt.
Yep.
So they'll have to have multiple attempts on that.
Yep.
That's the worst about this rising bar. We had this
tough.
at Pro Strongman League for the 90s. And I was opening up around 360, I believe, somewhere around 370, I think. And I had to wait through a whole crowd of people. So these athletes need to be staying warm on the outskirts as well.
I love seeing Kathy Ramirez back in the chat. The comments are open today, by the way, guys.
And decided to
Nice
push
work
press it this
there.
time on the second attempt there.
Nice work there by Kaylin Prow. And Ellie's coming up next.
All right, Ellie coming back up for her second attempt here. She got the 160 pounds. The bar's up to 180 pounds now. So now we are at their body weight they weighed in at.
Yep.
Very good rack position for this one.
There
I had
she
to press
goes.
out a little bit on that one, but it was still a really good split jerk. I think she can get her body a little bit lower.
Yeah, that's
under
the hardest part to learn with a split jerk on anything. It's not that you're pushing up; you're pushing yourself down.
Yeah.
And you have to get your head through, and that is one of the hardest things because it's kind of scary
Yeah.
once you start getting heavier. And the problem with split jerk too is if you miss it, you miss it.
All right, Samantha Goggins is up now. She was the one that did that squat jerk.
Yeah,
you calling it?
a little
Yeah.
bit different. Let's see how it goes for this time because it looks
Her
a little
her left
shaky.
knee kind of buckled the first time through, so
Yeah.
hopefully she's cleaned that up a little bit in this time frame she's had.
It's a good cleanup to her front rack.
Oh.
That's what's so scary about overhead every
Yep.
single time.
Well, she's fully committed
shaking
to it. At least. I'm glad
off.
she's
Yeah.
okay.
Shaking it off. She looks okay.
She's saying no, but she has a little bit of time. She wants to take another time. She's calling it there.
Yeah.
She got points on the board.
Yeah. That's all you got to do.
She's on the board right now.
Sue Eager is going to be our next competitor. She is the tallest of the women competing today. She's a very tall athlete. Long legs, long arms. And she's going to bump it up a little bit, too. Looks like we're going to maybe 185 or 190. I'm not sure if they're 10 or 20-pound jumps. I imagine they're 20 because we went 160
It's hard to tell, but those
180.
plates do look great, though.
They just look, they match you almost. I feel like
that's why I like them, I think. I'm telling that one. So I need to get a set of those for my gym. That's what I need to have.
20-pound jumps. Yep. So
200 pounds currently on the bar.
She was so cute yesterday. I was like, Sue, how do you pronounce your last name? She goes, thank you for asking. She's going to never correct anybody, but it's Eager. And so for everybody's been wondering, it's Sue Eager.
Sue Eager. Like a
She's
taller
double
athlete,
overhand.
more distance to travel on that clean and that press. Very good job getting it to the belt. Get your feet set. Oh, smooth
Easy
as can be.
200. Beautiful.
Very powerful on that one. Again, it looked like an opener. That's what you want to see. You want to see something like that, where it's just smooth, concise,
smooth.
everything you want for an opening weight.
And you saw when she was cleaning it, her legs went wide, brought them back in, so she has that power.
Yep. Ellie Ramirez, I believe, is up right now for her third attempt.
Oh.
She has hit 160. She's hit 180. Very good clean
There
to
it
that
is.
rack position.
This is gonna be a big max for her.
If she dives down, she gets the jump down position she wants.
Ugh.
Oh, just didn't get low enough on that one.
That's where split jerk is really hard, right? Because you could probably recover.
Yes.
Like on a push press, you could probably recover on something else. But on that split jerk, if you stop right here, you can't. There's no recovery.
You have no power.
There's no power to do anything else.
You can't
And
lean
you just
into
gotta
it.
Drop
You're-
it.
yeah.
Yeah. It's like you have to hit that perfectly.
Yes.
And you can kind of press it out sometimes if you're strong enough, but you've got to dive underneath it.
Yes.
So that's where I get stuck a lot. It's like if I miss something, it's right here. It's never like up here.
And once it's up, you're getting the whole rotation
Yeah.
up there. But the biggest thing is that initial drive needs to be perfect.
Yeah.
So Samantha Goggins back up for her third attempt. So all athletes get 3 attempts regardless.
Yes.
So even if they miss, they're allowed to, but they're not allowed to go down.
They can't go down, correct. Yeah, I would imagine they can't go down on that one.
So this is going to be a hard one.
Samantha,
Coming back from 180 miss into a 200 attempt. This clean looks more stable. She's really got to jump and dive, and oh,
man.
It was close on that one.
You know what? Well, she's
More-
still got time.
She still has time. I believe she's going to go for another one of these.
They might have given her a minute to come back and try to hit that. It is hard. It's like an Olympic lifting where you will chip and chip and chip to give yourself more time to sit. Otherwise,
Yes.
you got a 2-minute break. Oh, do you see it slip down
Yep.
her chest a little bit? That's the
And-
hardest part. Elbows up and not letting it move down. When you dip and holding it there and not letting the weight fall down with you. And no grip shirts are
No,
allowed.
I was going to bring that up. No grip shirts are allowed in this event. That's where a grip shirt would have really helped her
Absolutely.
on that. And that to get
But I
hold
gotta
in the
tell
rack
you,
position.
Andrew Haynes, I love him for saying all this. He's like, do not train with that stuff, right? Like, you need to get stronger without assistance from a grip shirt, from gloves, from any of that stuff.
Yep.
Like, try to train without that stuff as much as possible.
100%.
I think we're up to 220 now.
Yes, I believe 220 pounds is loaded.
Kim Baum's gonna take her first attempt. Do you please tell me you have red lifters too, CJ? Because I feel like those are
I
screaming
have
your
white
name.
lifters. I do not have red lifters,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
okay.
I have very, very old white lifters, and
And
I
there's
don't want to change them
emotional
yet.
attachment there.
There's emotional and physical attachment. I've had them for about 8 years. But speaking of that, lifters just work on that one, and Kim Bum just made that look easy.
That was
Again,
impressive.
looked like an opener.
I love Chelsea Held's glitter right now.
Oh,
I am
it's
digging every
impeccable on
second of
that.
it. It's like when Erin Murray says she puts on the makeup and she gets into her alter ego.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I love to see with this. Make it fun, make it glittery. Chelsea Held, our next competitor,
They're probably the best nails in the show, I'll tell you that right now.
hands down.
Just a push press by Chelsea on that.
So another thing too, when she cleans that up into her front rack, you see her move her thumbs back
Out of the
into
way,
a
yep.
false grip, right? So I love doing that. It adds a little bit of effort, but if you can get that smooth and put that into your, I like pressing like that better than with my thumbs around it, because
And
again, for women, smaller hands, like it's
Correct.
a little bit easier.
And once you're comfortable in that front rack, your hands can move.
Yes.
You can hold a front rack position for as long as you can.
Absolutely, that's not a difficult one. It's up off your chest. It's on your shoulder blade,
Yeah.
on your collarbone.
Sue Eager is up now.
Oh
And dropping this one out.
Wow.
She took the walkout. And they gave it to. Oh.
Oh, they give that one to her. I mean,
think
my
they gave it to her.
goodness.
No?
Yeah, she got 2 down commands. We're trying to make sure. Summer Johnson in the chat. We wish you could be here. Hope your recovery is going well.
So it looks like because she couldn't keep herself stable, they're not giving her that rep.
Oh, man. I mean, she got 2 down commands, and that's tough. And you know what? That's tough on Nancy, too, because it looked stable. You're trying to make a split-second decision, see if somebody has that stability, that they're calm and good. But, we'll see how that We'll see how that plays out. But that was a hell of a grind by Sue
That was a fighter.
Eager. My
she
goodness.
was pressing that one. Her triceps were probably feeling that one.
Oh, my goodness.
If she just would stop moving her feet on that, she would have definitely gotten the down command. It was just more. It's hard though when you're pressing.
It is. Oh,
just trying to get that stability. And you feel like you need to move around.
And that's especially difficult on a max effort, not as much, but the split jerk, you have to have both feet together. So for anybody who's never watched this, the reason why on a rep thing doing push press is better is because you're automatically there. You save a couple seconds, which can be crucial if it's a 60-second time limit and you're trying to get reps in. Jessica Mitchell will be our next presser. I believe we're jumping to 240 now. You see, Jessica's got a big crowd here with her
big
today.
Crowd. You can hear that from the thing going on. So she must be very excited right now.
By the way, Nancy picking her fanny pack today was a big decision. She and I are roomies on this trip.
Fanny packs are important decision making.
And if you'll see Jessica put her hands out on the weights and get herself centered, it's because she never trusts where the tape is on any axle.
Very snappy on that split jerk.
Beautiful, beautiful opener by Jess. She told me that I first met her in 2020 at Alabama Strongest, and she said to me, I was like, that's interesting that you set up like that. She goes, I don't trust where people tape their axles. Any gym you go to, she's like, I got to find my center, and they may have taped it off or something. It's never right to me. So you will always see her step up to an axle, put her hands out and touch each side and center herself before she makes that attempt. So
I love those little things that athletes do. It's so
impressive.
Important.
It's because you learn, and this is why go compete. Just go do it. You might be terrible. You might zero a bunch of stuff. Who cares? You're going to have fun and going to learn. You're going to meet good people. You're going to get better. And also, just start out. You got to start somewhere. You're going to improve. You're going to get better. You're going to compete against people like Jessica or Nancy who are already really good and can give you tips. It's great.
That's the big thing with the sport is when I first got into it, everyone gave me advice, and I took it all, ate it up. It took me almost 2.5 years to get my first win at a local show.
Absolutely.
It took me forever on that one. So everyone's journey is different.
Everybody's journey is different. Don't be scared of it, man. And also, we do this for fun.
Yeah.
You do this to get better for yourself. Winning is great, don't get me wrong, but you got to beat yourself a few times. So really excited, especially based on what Jessica just did at 240.
Yep. I can't wait to see what she's going to finish up at.
If that means Nadia's going to open, Nadia's not stepping up yet. If that means she's opening at 260, 280, 282 is her.
I think she'll open at 260 if the way it's looking. I think if 240 is loaded up right now.
She'll go for 300 today then. If she does 260, 280, 300,
that's what I think. That's what I imagine it to be. Kim Bowman's up right now. She did an amazing job on her first attempt. I think this one will just move just as smooth.
The dedication of Jacob McBride. He's already on the YouTube comments.
Jacob, you should be relaxing right now.
Kim Baum going up at 240. Moving her thumbs back.
Very good on that push jerk.
My goodness. Overhead pressing for these ladies, absolutely incredible.
All right, Chelsea Held is up now. Keeping that 240-pound going.
Again, a wide clean to the belt and clean to the front rack. And she stays wide
She's
for
still
this
wide
too.
right now. But remember, she's push pressing, so I don't think it's that bad to do at this position.
Good call by Nancy making her weight on that one. She was a little unstable at the top, so you want to see that control just for a second. Just show that control and drop it down. Yep. There are no rules like in Olympic lifting. Like, for example, in Olympic lifting, you have to keep your hands on the bar.
The whole way down.
You always want to be nice and not just throw something on the ground. They did say yesterday in the rules meeting, as is typical, if you throw something behind you, bail out. Bailing out is different than throwing the bar behind your head. So they don't want you, if you throw the bar behind your head, they're not cool with that. But if you, are they going to give Sue a second chance at this? Is this what's going on? I'm not quite sure how they're loading the bar right now.
I believe she had time to rest, so she's going to have her third attempt.
Okay. All right, yeah. Giving Sue another shot at this. Nancy's trying to explain. There's a off to the side here. She's frustrated, and Nancy's trying to give her a little explanation of what happened there. So we're going to see Sue Eager. Yeah.
That's going to be hard for the athlete
That's
as
so
well.
tough to do.
And I agree with Nancy's decision to waiting for the stability on that one, and she's trying to get to be as quick as possible. It's hard to judge these shows.
Absolutely.
That's the biggest thing. And we have such a high standard at the shows that we have here at the Cerberus Super Series.
Yeah.
So, but she does have a third attempt.
Or now they're...
All right, we're going to keep it at the 240 range.
All right, we're going to move it. I think maybe we'll let her go at the... Or did she
higher
bump
round.
it up? Did she bump it up to 240?
Yes, because she has the ability to do that as well. Even though this is where the strategery comes into play. She's seen a lot of these women hit 240. She only has one attempt left.
Right. Might as well try. Yeah.
So at this point, I think she's giving herself 1 point difference.
Yeah.
Or to gain 3 at this point, I believe.
That's a great, and Yanni just said it out loud too. This is a strategy move. Got to.
Oh, Nadia's coming out now. Nadia's opening up at 250 pounds.
Okay.
250 pounds of Nadia Stowers.
Nadia Stowers coming in. Look at Don. Look at Don following, wanting to get the video. Ever the photographer. Nadia Stowers following by Don Souza of ADL Pro.
Nadia just looks calm and confident.
This is cake to her.
Getting herself settled.
And look at her front rack too, how high she is off her shoulders. Again, most women, we sit on our collarbones, we sit on those front delts, right? But if you're sitting higher, there's less place you have to move it. You get a little bit of more momentum coming down. It's
well,
different.
She was also
Men
leaning
usually
back into her push press, so she was actually using her back to kind of keep that stability as well.
It's interesting. I love watching the different ways that people press. Always fascinated by it. You see her doing the false grip too. So
yeah. I mean, I prefer false grip when it comes to Axel. Once you get in that rack position.
Yeah. Now, you know what, guys? I know I've seen some comments, too. Yeah, I'm going to check with Nancy and Tyler afterward. We'll get some information during the break once this is over, what their final ruling was on that, because she did get the down command. So I'm not quite sure where Sue is going to fall in that one, but she had a hell of a grind on that. Can't take that away from her.
As we always see, there's always going to be those reviews after the event. We saw that with the squat yesterday, the 15 versus 16 reps for Sam Rissling on that. We saw it on the... press medley.
Yeah.
So we always review in between as well.
Jessica setting herself, getting her hands outside. 255 is what she's going up to.
It's a little gamesmanship here.
Yeah.
Very snappy on that split.
Beautiful. And I like watching this too. When you're going to go into that jerk motion, right, it's a very slow squat into that and a pop. It's slow. A friend of mine, Patrick, always said slow is fast at some portions. Like, you've got to take that slow. Make sure you're settled. Don't let the bar fall on you. Slow, and then pop it up, dive underneath it, and that's a split jerk. It's a great
and you can hear her foot sliding on that. You can hear her foot sliding on that. That's what you want. It's not much of a step. It's more of a glide as well.
It's absolutely. That was a
It's poetry in motion. That's what it is.
Beautiful.
It is poetry in motion.
It's reading Rainbow in Strongman world, right?
That's what a split jerk looks like to me.
Oh, I love it.
I get it all in theory. I cannot do it. My girlfriend does an amazing job at it. I cannot do it.
We were talking this morning. I see people split jerking circus dumbbell, and I'm like, I don't know how you. I split jerk log and axle because I'm not strong enough to push press log and axle. You can see Sue still frustrated. I know Andrew is asking if it's possible to give weights in kilograms. If we have to do math to put kilos down to something else, and I'm just joking. We'll see. I don't know it.
I will do my best to give you some kilo switches on this one.
What would be 250 in kilos?
220 is 100 kilos, so it'd be about 100.
110?
Yeah, about 110.
About 110, 112,
yeah,
something like that.
255 is 110, so there we go.
Yeah, so there you go. So we'll do what we can. We don't math good, neither CJ nor myself. So we are meant for words and colors and pictures. So we're taking a few breaks in between to give folks time to recover as we get down to these final lifters.
Yep.
260 now on the bar
so
for
again,
Kim.
we're playing this gamesmanship where Kim, if she hits this, she will be passing.
Jessica, and yeah.
So this is a big press for her. Getting high on the belt. Good clean there. She can still recover.
See how she can recover. She's got time.
She needs to just get a little bit more of her head, shoulders back and snap it through, kind of like how Nadia was doing. You got to get a little
That's
higher.
a hard thing to get used to. It's almost like you're bending back to bench the weight
Correct.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, with the height she is getting on this bar, that's kind of the only way I can see this happening, unless she can get a little bit more leg drive inside of there. Those are the two options, I believe. But I think this is within her realm of possibilities.
That's how hard it is right there. Like, her first clean on her belt was so strong and so good.
Yeah.
Trying to get that second one, it slips. And I'm gonna make a note of something. For women who have breasts, it's a lot more difficult if you have a larger chest. You have another little obstacle, and in some ladies' cases, a bigger obstacle to get that bar over and sit on top of.
You can't high pull it if you have to go around.
It's a different way to do it. It's physics, man. So men usually have a bigger gut they can clean it to. Women, we use our belt and trying to get it over our boobies is a little bit more difficult. And there's a lot of bruising.
Chelsea is up right now.
A lot of bruising that's
Very
interesting.
wide base once again, keeping that wide position. So remember, she push presses, so she's trying to get her feet set. A lot of time.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was just strength. That was just being strong.
She pressed that out and held that beautifully.
Her legs turned in, and her quad just kind of dug in there.
Oh my goodness! Look how excited she's getting. My gosh, that's outstanding.
And that was a PR for Chelsea.
I love that.
It's the best time to hit your personal best.
Oh my God!
Is in competition and to be jumping some athletes.
Just feeling good about yourself. Great way to start the day.
Yeah.
That's outstanding. And I love the trash talking going on in the comments with each other. Of course, it's Jacob and Panda. 265 is our next.
265 pounds. So Chelsea's put herself in a really good spot right now, hitting the 260 pounds.
Yep.
So I believe there's only 2 athletes left to make their attempts. And, of course, Nadia Stowers is one of them.
Yeah. So this is interesting. She's going at 265 for her second.
I think she just wants to win in the event.
That's fair.
I think she just wants the points and then go for broke.
Look how easy that is. And flipping her hand, too.
Yep. I love the flip midair. That's what I normally like to do.
Oh, okay. A little different.
Needs a little more leg there, Nadia.
Interesting. This is a different day. Now, granted, she did just compete recently.
Yes,
she jumped in last minute. Like, no excuses, but at the same time, she's such a strong presser.
Yeah.
She might just be
sometimes
tired
it's
today.
not there.
Sometimes it's not there.
She had no prep for the show whatsoever.
Exactly.
So that's the biggest thing on this one. She literally came in last minute. She just recently competed, so her body's probably not fully recovered from doing that. But kudos to her coming in here. But that's big points that Chelsea just earned.
Well, Nadia's got one more attempt too.
Yeah, so she can go for this again.
But she missed. But I think they're allowing a third attempt there.
They should allow her a final attempt.
Yeah. Look at Jess.
The way her last attempt went, I would not be surprised if she got this.
Her first 2 were so beautiful. She's very efficient right now. She's focused.
There we go. Great clean. Great spot on the belt. Perfect catch.
Wow.
She was good for more. She was good for more on that one.
My goodness, that was just... And over on this side, Coach Nadia is probably like, that's awesome, but also, son of a...
So now she has a tough call to make. They're
hugging Jessica and Nadia, hugging each other. She's got to be so proud of the girl she's coaching. Jessica, my goodness, that was beautifully executed. 265.
Yep. That split was a thing of beauty.
That's impressive. And keep in mind, Jessica was underweight coming into this, right? Like, Jessica's not a 180 competitor normally. She's about a 160, 170
Yeah, she's normally a lighter athlete, and she came in eating the whole way through. So maybe that helped her on this one.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
She's a very technique-driven athlete. Normally, pressing will help out the larger athletes, but when you add in that split jerk and how technical and how well she executes that, I think it's a benefit to her there.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, thinking about a couple of years ago, you think back 4 or 5 years in women's strongman, what was a strong press, right? What was a strong overhead press for women? If you were hitting 200 pounds, this was a big deal. And so now when you look at overhead pressing, and especially women's strength sports in general, now you're getting close to 250, you got to be in the game. You got to be 260 to be in the game. When I first started powerlifting about 8-10 years ago, 315 was an excellent deadlift for women. And then it was really quickly 405, then it was 5. And now if you're not hitting 6, you're not in the game. And that is insane to me how quickly that has condensed.
Exponential growth of strength sports in the past
Yes.
5 to 10 years has been insane for both male and females on this one. So it's been just crazy to watch what possibility of humans have.
Absolutely.
That's one of the big things. I'm a fan of all of it. So
Yeah, absolutely. Well, America's Strongest Man this last fall, I mean, it's a 1,000-pound yoke run. That's a yoke run. That's not like a max or anything. That is a yoke run into something else.
Yes.
You know, at 1,000 for those guys. So this is like, it's just crazy to me how quickly this has all changed.
And it looks like Nadia is going to be taking her third attempt. I believe she is going for the same 265 pounds. So she is going for the tie right now. And again, this is within her possibilities for sure.
Keep in mind, Sue Eager is still going to be able to press at the end of this, I believe. I think she's still prepped up to do that. Come on, Nadia. Let's see it.
There it is.
That's what we expected.
That's what Nadia Stowers does.
But one of the big things to be able to come back and do that, that's mental for the athlete.
100%. Yes, that is the biggest mental comeback. Look, I love seeing it. Jess and Nadia, they're gonna tie.
Jess and Nadia embrace right now. They're gonna tie. I believe Chelsea held to taking third place.
Oh, looks
on
like
that
we're
one.
breaking down, so I don't know if Sue's gonna get to.
Looks like she called her attempt.
Yeah,
I think it took
she
a little bit
called
out
it.
of her on that one.
That's fair.
So
Okay,
we'll
we
have updated scores going to the next event here shortly.
Absolutely, and we'll get some clarification too. We'll try to talk to Nancy, see what they decided on that one. But Nadia Stowers and her protege Jessica Mitchell in pressing, tying with 265. So we already have a tie in split points to start here. The Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League 82kg Women Event 1. We'll be back with Event 2 in just a few minutes.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
Welcome back, everybody. Jen Bates and CJ Krause inside Southside Barbell Gym in Virginia. We were on the beach, went to inside because of the weather today, and we just saw an incredible performance, a comeback from Nadia to hit that last lift to tie Jessica Mitchell in the women's max axle clean and press. 265 was the winner
265.
today.
That's why I like 3 attempts.
Yeah.
So you can come back for it. It takes a lot for an athlete to come back and reattempt a weight.
Yes.
On that, the fact that she got it the second time, that was a great to watch on that one. So
Absolutely.
both athletes completed it on their 3rd attempt. So they did split points on that one. So we had a tie between Nadia Stowers and Jessica Mitchell with 265 pounds. Chelsea Held came in at 3rd, 260 pounds,
An incredible
which was
press
a
by
PR
her.
for her
Huge
on that one.
press.
And it looked like a PR for her. She was fighting with every muscle in her body on that one to get it up
She
there.
was very excited to end
Oh,
that
100%,
one.
yeah.
And then Kim Baum came in. She hit 240 as well. And I want to point out, Sue Eager did get that 220. So what happened, CJ and I went and talked to Nancy and Sue. And so Nancy said, she apologized profusely. She's like, my hand went faster than my mouth. She didn't actually say down, but this is a great example of athlete awareness when you're focused on that judge, right? Sue was struggling to lock it out, and she looked, and she saw Nancy kind of say, no, and she realized she messed up. So she held on to the bar and continued to try to stabilize, got that second down command, and so that 220 will count for Sue Eager as it should. An incredible press. She gritted it out. Nancy, if you know Nancy, she felt terrible about that because she got ahead of herself and excited. So.
I agree with the call, though. And that's why we always review the calls. That's why I was saying don't come at us right now in the comments. We'll figure it all out. We always double-check the calls, double-check the tapes, everything that we do here at the Cerberus Super Series. So it's one to always be sure of that one. So she did get the call on that one, which got her 4 total points with that. After that, it looks like we had 180 pounds tie between Kaylin Prow and Ellie Ramirez, and then last place was Samantha Goggins, 160 pounds. It's still a great press.
Absolutely. And so we're moving on, another change of events. So if you saw what we had online, we're moving into a different event for this one. So this is how we're going to go, CJ. Squat is going to be next.
Squat is next, correct. 370-pound squat for reps on this. We saw the men do an amazing job yesterday, but I think these women might be able to beat that 16 mark. I think it's possible today.
Oh, my gosh. And
With
the
how
guys
these
had
women pressed.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. So the guys had a 600-pound squat yesterday. The women are doing a 371. But what I love about this is, okay, again, it's an axle. It's a taped axle bar. No grip shirts allowed. So it's a thicker bar. It's going to slide around a little bit more. They're squatting down to pads. Like we saw yesterday. So briefs are allowed, wraps are allowed, knee sleeves are allowed, no suits are allowed.
Nope.
But it is going to be interesting to see what kind of reps we see because these women are extremely strong. Squat is not normally in a strongman competition, but I know Jessica squats really, really well, and I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how they utilize the bounce with
It's quite the curveball, but again, with this implement, you have to be even.
Yeah.
Both of those sides need to touch those pads, and you want to touch them perfectly even, especially once you get fatigued, and if you want to utilize that bounceability of it, if you're off by even a millisecond on one side, it's going to take you.
Yeah.
Because, again, this is more than double their body weight in this squat that they have to be doing for reps in this one. So one side of it weighs what they weigh. So if you hit one side only, it's going to take them with you on that one.
the whole other side. And you'll see, again, the rule from yesterday, if you bail out from it, again, if you dump it behind you, that rep's not going to count. You have to rack it or at least control it down at some point, right?
Yes.
Like control the bar is really what we're asking for because it's a safety issue. As always.
All right, so Samantha Goggins is coming up right now, starting off with this 370-pound axle bar squat. They have to walk it out as well, so that's a big factor on this one. I do think it's better today. There's a 0 chance of moisture on that platform, wooden platform today. It's a little more stable they can work through on this. So I think the women are very happy to be indoors for this one.
Samantha getting set. A little bit of like a high bar setup.
Yeah, high bar
there.
setup on this one.
But
Trying to find that
370
sweet
is
spot
a
on that one.
heavy weight to walk back.
Yep. Looks like she's got control of it now.
Getting some breath.
Get the nut. And she needs to push through this one. She needs to get out of that
like
hole.
a bottoms-up squat eventually is what that feels like.
It's hard once you double bounce on top of that one. Again, an event we don't normally see is the squat. So it's one of those events that's challenging. And again, that axle makes it even tougher on that. There's nothing you can really dig into on that.
And Nancy, as the head judge, there's not an up command. There's just the squat command. So they come up, she'll say 1, and once she says squat again, I mean, that's how it goes. There's no like up and down command.
Nope.
It's kind of like powerlifting. You squat, you get up, you hold it for a second. That's a rep.
And that's why those pads are there to signify that both sides have touched the pads.
Yes.
That's the big key factor. So the judge is looking for both sides to touch and a full extension at the top to get into their squat command on the way down.
Yeah. You can see on those sandbags that are holding down that ER rack, still some of the sand from the beach from this morning, because again, this amazing crew of people, the same people you see spotting and loading, were the ones who carried all of those sandbags off, the wet sandbags off the beach this morning, loaded them into trucks, drove them over here, and got this all set up in just a couple of hours to get us started right around 12:45, which is incredible.
Big shout out to all the volunteers and everyone that came and helped us out today. So thank you so much for that. So this can be possible to do the show today.
Kaylin Prow is our next competitor. She's wrapping her knees right now, so she's taking a second. So again, wraps are used like a classic raw and powerlifting, those style of wraps. But of course, unlike again, a strict powerlifting federation, what I love about Strongman, just use whatever wraps you have. You have 3-meter wraps, great. Tighten them up on those knees. Whatever kind of wraps you want to use. Just you can't use a squat suit on this one. And those briefs are more warmth, like you mentioned
Again,
yesterday.
the briefs, I believe,
else.
are more important to keep the hips warm
Yeah.
on this one today.
And those wraps are definitely ones you want to get off as soon as possible.
We saw that a lot yesterday with the men. They were ready to get those off as quickly as they could.
Getting ready for Kaylin, who's our next competitor. Nancy reiterating the rules, making sure it's very clear what's expected out of these competitors.
And again, hopefully by this time in the day, her cut is not affecting her as much as it was earlier. So this is all the time in between events to eat and refeed and rehydrate.
Again, walking that out is got to be difficult.
Yep. Big brace from there. Both pads are touched. Oh, it's hard when you get bottomed up there.
That is hard.
Yep.
Well, I mean, if you don't squat regularly, which, to be honest, in most strongman training, you don't have heavy squats
No,
in your
nothing
programming.
like this.
Yeah.
A lot of it's more for mobility, keep the hips warm, the body moving, but it's usually not at your highest level. You don't see it too often. Again, I have never done a squat in competition.
Right.
And I've competed about 9 years total on this one. It just hasn't fallen the way it is. But it's one of those things, if I had it coming up, I would have to train hard for it because it's not common.
Yeah, and the Arnold had a bottoms-up squat, which was set up a little bit differently. I know the world's strongest firefighter at that had a bottoms-up squat, but that's a very different thing than we're seeing here, and it was with a regular size bar. I mean, it's just different. Everything.
It's so different.
It's like when you compete in strongman, and people are like, "Oh, how much do you deadlift?" And I'm like, "What kind of deadlift?
What am I picking up?"
Yeah, how high is it? What am I picking up? Like, where? I don't know. There's a lot of variables here, so that's kind of what's fun about it, though. Is you can make it more difficult or easy, just depending.
Yep. All right, so Ellie Ramirez is up now.
Does she have knee wraps underneath her knee sleeves?
She has knee sleeves around the knee wraps.
My goodness, that's got to be painful.
That's a lot of compression she has going on right there, and I'd be worried about getting them off.
Right? I'd be worried about blood circulation to her feet right now.
Yep, well, she needs to get one to get points on the board, which would be big points right here, just one rep. Very narrow stance on this one. She looks very controlled. And she just hip shot back.
Yeah.
Hip shot back. If she was able to keep those hips underneath her, I think she would have gotten that rep. As you see, there's 4 gentlemen picking this up right now. 4 very large gentlemen to get that re-rack to these ladies. So that shows how challenging this is.
Oh, yeah. Not an easy thing to move around at all. But I mean, I'm going to be intrigued what rep wins this. Like, if somebody's going to come out and just rock out 10 reps on this, or if we're going to, right now, one will win it.
Yeah, one will get you good points right now.
So, again, Nadia and Jessica with a huge advantage going last.
Knowing what they did. So like Sue Eager is coming up right now. Again, one of our taller athletes. We're seeing a big change in height on this one. This is one of those that's a disadvantage, I think, for her to have so much more distance to travel.
Absolutely it is. But those mats can only go so high. I think they're trying to build them up a little bit because they're trying to make it as even as possible to where she hits at least horizontal, at least parallel.
Yes. We checked everyone's depth, I would say.
Yeah, they're not letting her get away with like a quarter squat, you know,
correct,
just because she's taller.
Yep. Going at the wraps as well on this one.
Mm-hmm. And again, you think about thumb positioning on this too, CJ. On a normal barbell, you'd wrap your thumb all the way around, right?
Normally, yes.
Squat, but an axle, it's different. And if your hands don't fit all the way around, I'm curious about hand position and how you're holding it.
Yeah, I can't say for certain. I think you have to false grip it and kind of press it into your traps for this one.
Well, and normally I'm a low bar squatter if it becomes like to a heavy lift, but I don't know how I'd really efficiently low bar an axle.
Yep. All right, Sue is up right now.
Very upright.
And she gets her first rep on that one.
She has got her feet set on this. She's got one so far. She's on the board. This are big points getting that one rep.
Good. Very even.
On that one, 2 reps. Re-bracing on the top each time. Wow, a double bounce on that one.
Very controlled on that
Yep.
descent to try to make that even.
I think it's very important to be controlled in this one. We saw a lot with the guys yesterday, kind of like going down and up very quickly on this.
Yeah.
And that's one miss groove on that one. It's going flying one way or the other. But Sue is very much controlled.
She's just got to stand up and through,
And she got it on that one.
I tell you what, she is a grinder.
She is a fighter. And we saw that in the press too.
Yeah.
And that's her falling right there.
Good. Wow. That last
What a
rep.
fight for each of those.
Whew.
I thought probably twice she was not going to get back up, and she proved me wrong on that one.
I'm a Sue Eager fan. I'm a Sue Eager fan right now. That is some guts right there.
I think everyone watching is now a Sue Eager fan,
You
if they weren't
gotta be.
before.
Well, how can you not? I mean, especially like kind of a controversial, like did she get it, did she not? That can throw you off mentally from the first one, throw
Yep.
you off a little bit for the next event, comes in, grinds that one out.
But the athletes level, their mental toughness is probably the biggest thing to have. I mean, these women are very tough, they're very strong, but I think mentally they have to be a next level on top of all of that.
Well, we were talking in the car on the way over here with Nancy about Victoria Long in a podcast she did with Cerberus, talking about her attitude going into each show, and she just goes event to event, be better than I was before, try to be a little bit better, do my best that I can today, and that's how you just have to do it. Take it event by event and be mentally tough with it and be able to calm down before each one. The people who can calm down, control their breathing, control emotions are usually going to be a little bit stronger. Kim Baum is our next competitor here on the squat.
Going with just the knee sleeves on this one, so she must be very confident in her squatting ability.
Well, and I'm not so sure wraps will help you as much on this. I'm not sure how much they'll help because they are so much of a bounce out of the bottom, and if you have to be so controlled and slow moving with this, I'm not sure you get that same reaction and bounce out of it.
I could agree with that. She is timing that bounce.
Little shift to her left side sometimes. She is cruising through these squats.
Yep. She is in her element. She's found that sweet spot on those pads to get that extra bounce out of there.
She's got 30 seconds to go, and we're at 13, 14. Look at her smile when she's going down,
she's enjoying every second of this.
Now, I can't tell if that was a smile or a grimace, but...
Two things can be true. There we go. And that's it. Wow, what a performance.
19 reps.
Ooh, we thought 16 was insane yesterday, and she just busted out 19 reps on this squat.
First of all, I can't remember the last time I did 19 reps on anything.
I
wasn't happy about it, I can tell you that much.
But she had to push that with the athletes coming after her.
Oh, look, she's kind of limping off and just needs to sit down for a minute on the cement because her legs are fried.
So now if you're an athlete coming after her, your range right now is you're aiming for one to be third. You want to have 7 to be in second, or go for 19
or 20. Why not? But you know what,
or
Chelsea?
20,
Chelsea's power is pretty incredible. So I'll be intrigued to see how this goes.
This is where you got to decide who's after you, what am I aiming for, and how much fatigue am I willing to give up for future events.
Yeah.
Because they have a frame carry coming up next.
Oh yeah, I mean and honestly, squats after a while, your low back is going to get tightened up on that one, and holding it upright, holding that axle to you, the breath that you're having to take, and bracing.
Yep, Kim did a great job in bracing that. The Chelsea's up here right now. Good, she got the first one in. 2, she's in a rhythm.
Very wide stance.
She definitely is not afraid to take up space.
Oh my goodness, her speed right now, she's hitting that groove.
She is going for that 20 mark.
She's starting to get a little bouncy, though.
Yeah, she needs to get that evened out. Because again, each one of these barrels weighs almost.
It's not a
as much as
Steinborn squat.
Yeah.
Like, let's tip it over. She needs 4 more. She needs
gets
4
reset.
more. Three. Oh, she might get it.
18. She's got time. She's got time.
Oh, she's stuck. She wants this one.
She knows she needs it right here.
She's
getting
moving her
legs
feet.
set.
Oh my God! And she steps up through it.
What did we just witness? What was
What
that?
was that?
I'm
That
a
was-
Chelsea Held fan.
That was pure grit. You saw her bring her
My.
legs in. Underneath that,
I don't know what I just saw, but that, excuse me, folks, that was
Wow.
so kick-ass.
19. She knew what she had to beat, though.
Oh, wow. Guys, I don't know what I'm witnessing right now, but this
Yeah.
is,
Wow.
tell me women aren't tough. My
That was-
God.
That was
Yeah,
insane.
one of our photographers just turned around and was like, what did I just watch? Because I'm in love. He's like, my manhood is threatened right now.
As it should be with that.
I tell you what, man.
'Cause when she was out of sync, hitting multiple pads, and she just fought through it. That was just toughness.
So did we tie at 19
That's a
there?
tie at 19. As a tie at 19. That's why she worked
Jesus.
so hard for that rep.
Hey,
Because
Seuss.
she knew, she was like, I do
This
not
is fun.
want to lose by 1.
Oh, God, can you imagine just
Do
hitting
it.
18?
That's what I'm talking about. You're trying to gotta pick your battles here. Do you go for that 19 to 20? Do you try to get that 7 and call it and save it for the next event? Do you get the 1 to place yourself? 2 athletes left to go.
I don't know if you guys realize this is like the Axel clean and press, Nadia coming back and hitting that 265, Chelsea's 260, Sue grinding out that 220 and getting double down
The
commands.
women are stealing the show. They're in 2 events.
This is, my goodness. Strongman Otero, oh my God, right? The willpower there to
All right,
stand up.
Jessica Mitchell needs to make a decision. Is she
Now,
going
Jess
for
is a
broke?
good squatter.
Yes. Needs her wrap for this one. Oh, she looks comfy.
3,
Little off center.
4. But you know what? It's almost like there's a little bit of a rhythm with it. And like,
Yeah.
because Chelsea hit the same thing.
Yeah. She's going for the 20.
Yeah. She
Got the
looks
time to do it.
comfortable
She
and
looks
like she's not out of breath yet. She's
steady.
not. Yeah.
She's now going to the speed bounce on this one.
16.
18. She's going to hit 20.
8.
Wow. She's
21.
not stopping.
22.
22 reps.
And she didn't get tired till 18.
She went to a dark place right there. She took herself mentally to a dark place, stayed there, and gutted out 22 freaking reps with 370.
For those watching at home, you're seeing some amazing things right here.
You know, my goodness, Jess.
1 athlete to go. The pressure's off for Nadia right now.
A lot of pressure on Nadia, because this would be if she's got to hit 19.
Yeah,
I mean, like
that's a lot of
small
points.
with a small number of competitors in the field, and Jessica's could win this, but she might tie again. I don't know, but when 22 is the squat to beat, and then 19 is your range, and then you got to at least hit 7. Is Nadia just going to do 8? I mean,
Well,
I
7 will get her heads. If you want to stop
Yeah.
it, if you're going to stop, you stop at 7.
Yeah,
Your choices are 23 to 22,
yeah,
19 to 20,
yeah,
or 7.
yeah. There's no need to do 18 if you don't think you can
Correct.
get.
There's
19. I
no
mean,
extra points here on that line.
Oh.
But knowing Nadia, she is going for that 23 mark.
Knowing Nadia,
Knowing Nadia.
100%. But again, she's coming in with little to no prep
Yep.
on this.
I wouldn't blame her if she went for the 7.
They're strategery,
Yeah.
you know? Like, you never know what you're going to see, but,
There's still 4 events after this.
oh, yeah. It's a 6-event day, guys, so that frame carry is next.
Yep. All right, Nadia's stable now.
Yeah.
Oh, she's a little off center on the other side this time.
Yeah. A little shift in her. She's readjusting
She's
her
moving her
feet. I
feet.
think she goes for 7.
With the way her body looks like it's handling the load today, that might be the smartest
Yeah.
move.
I don't know. She's going to keep going.
Yep, so now she has to start shooting for that 20 mark.
Yeah. She's going a little slower, though. If she can hit 19, she's got 8 reps in 25 seconds, though.
Oh, after that fight.
You know what? I love it, though. See what you can do.
Yeah.
Why not?
Push it.
She's a competitor. She wants to see what she can push herself to do and get better.
If she had that pace, I think that would have been what she had to do. But
Yeah.
still got 15 reps. That's still an insane. So we had one athlete breaking 20 reps and 3
getting
athletes in
close
the
to it.
team.
Yeah.
And we thought the 16 reps and the 13 reps we saw from the men yesterday was insanity. We
Right.
saw a next level
I don't know.
on this last event.
I'm still trying to pick my jaw up off the floor from watching Chelsea, from watching Jessica, from watching these competitors, watching Kim. Like, I don't know what we just saw again, CJ. But
we
if
need a few
this-
minutes to kind of
I need
process that.
I need to think about it for a second because we're going into event 3 of 6 events on the day. Jessica Mitchell, your clear leader right now after that one, stepping out. She tied with Nadia. Then she had the 22 squat reps with 370 pounds. The frame is next, which I believe is a 420 frame.
Yep.
420 frame. So
We'll see how that goes.
see how that goes. We'll be back here in just a few minutes as we set up for our next event on the Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League 82kg women. We'll be back from Virginia Beach.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I had some salt and vinegar chips trying to wash them down real quick because we are set up so fast for this next event, which is the frame carry, which is 470 pounds, CJ.
470 of those.
Squat, yeah. So what we're going to talk about right now is the squat results that we just saw that I'm still trying to get over how amazing this was. So Jessica Mitchell won that squat with 22 reps on 370 pounds, which is just absolutely incredible to me, CJ. But even wilder is that we had three people finishing with teens in the reps. Teens in the reps there. Actually, three people.
Three athletes in the teens. We had Kim Baum and Chelsea Held tying at 19 reps, so Chelsea gave it all. She lost all momentum, had to bring her legs in and stand up through on that squat, on that. And then finished all Nadia Stowers at 15 reps. Sue Eager with a solid 6 reps there.
Yeah.
So that was important on that.
Absolutely huge. She had to go early and set the tone a little bit, at least try to make a competition there. So we got to look at the overall standings now, too, because with Nadia finishing 4th there, there is a little bit of a point shakeup. So we have Nadia and Chelsea Held tied at 12.5, Jessica at 15.5 in the lead, with Kim Baum at 11.5, Sue Eager at 8. Ellie Ramirez and Kaylin Proud tied at 2.5. Samantha Goggins with 1 point there. So after 2 events, we've already seen some incredible grit from multiple athletes. But I'm telling you, Chelsea basically did a good morning from the bottom with an axle and 370 pounds.
200 pounds on her back. That's insanity what we just saw on that one. And we still have 4 more events. four more events to watch these women just perform.
Absolutely. And a reminder that one of our events did change. So if you're looking at the events online, one of the events, because we had to move from the beach to inside the gym because of the weather this morning, we are no longer having the sled drag with the Husafell sandbags. The lighter Husafell sandbag will be carried down. There'll be a regular 180 at the end. You shoulder it 3 times. Then you grab the heavier Husafell sandbag and run back. That is the event change, because otherwise the sled on a concrete
these women are
surface.
just too strong to be pulling that sled on concrete. It would slide too easily.
Absolutely.
As we saw, these women are so strong.
Exactly. And speaking of slides, a couple things. Now, this is kind of a technicality, but Tyler had to say it. Tyler Purdue, the promoter for the show, had to say it during the break, the rules for the frame.
Yes, so what are the rules on the frame? So normally when we bring the frame down, where there's definite slide penalties on this, because it's so easy for it to slide on this. Originally, this was going to be on a rubber surface, so sliding's very minimal on this, but now we're on a concrete surface. So the athletes will be penalized every time there is a slide on this one. You can repick it, you can without the judge's discretion on this one, but if you're sliding across the line, there will be a penalty for that. So every slide that happens, they must repick for every drop. And this is a down and back, the same as we saw yesterday.
And absolutely, what you mentioned, the discretion of the judge. So Nancy Johnson, the head judge here, there is a difference between, oops, I dropped it and it slid a little bit, versus I'm going to roll with this and get a little extra on it. So Ellie Ramirez will be our first competitor, or actually Samantha Goggins, I think, will be our first.
Samantha Goggins
should be our first
coming
competitor
up right now.
as we reorder the events. And again, for folks who are just starting out in Strongman, friends or family just watching for the first time, we will reorder after each event. So if you finish last, you will go first in the next event. There's a lot of strategy involved in that. If you can go last, you want to go last. So you can see how everybody else does, so you can strategize and conserve your energy depending.
I feel like with moving events, though, it doesn't give you as much advantage as in a rep event, though. A rep and a max, you really want to go last, but moving events is kind of you can move it or you can't. And speaking of can move it, she is moving very well right now on this. The Goggins coming down there, the clean drop right there. One thing I think like that she did, she pressed the frame into the ground on that to kind of minimize that slide. She needs to get through there, and that's a clean run.
Nice run there, and it was interesting. You could see her right side turning a little bit.
We started pivoting her a little bit, yeah. This could also be fatigue from that squat.
Oh, of course.
These women tried so hard, even if they didn't get a rep on that one. They still had to hold that and go down, and their hips are feeling it. Their quads are burning on this one going to this next event. That's why we're going to see, again, a lot more grit these women have in them, and it's a lot.
I love seeing it. And what was funny during the break, Yanni, who was our MC, was talking about, you're working with professional athletes when they created a safety barrier at the one end. You can see the sandbags and the mats.
It's almost like the bowling.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just make sure that nobody falls. Because, again, in this event yesterday, we did see Vince Wilkinson fall forward and smack his chin on the corner of this frame and opened it wide up. I lost a hotel towel to that blood spurt. But this is this is an intense frame.
Today.
Yeah, don't want to ever see that happen.
All right, so Kaylin's up now.
Kaylin Prow is our next athlete.
There we go. She's moving now. She had a tough time picking it up, and now she's moving with that frame. And again, we see that slide. So she has to go a little bit farther than she really needed to on that. And then she wasn't pushing down it. If she can pick it, she can move it. So she's got to dig deep on this one. Because she was flying when she got it up.
I mean, it's tough to pick it once. You have to pick it twice on this. And again, unlimited drops here, too. Oh, I love it. A show for the crowd, too. Oh, and what's interesting, too, because it slides so much, there's a definite strategy of listening where you can stop, right? Because you don't want that to slide further, and
Correct.
You've got a couple extra feet that you've got to carry it. You don't want that to happen. So being in control, being able to drop it and make it stop versus sliding is extremely important.
Well, that's what I saw Samantha Goggins do. She pushed her hands almost into it to get it to that stopping point. That's something I like to work with my athletes on is knowing what surface you're on and knowing to press it down on that to kill that momentum. Because the worst thing that happens is it keeps going without you. And you got to chase it back a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and what footwear would you change? Because we had rubber is what we were on earlier. Now you're on a smooth cement surface. That changes my idea of what I'm going to wear on my feet.
Well, realistically, between the two, I would probably wear high-top Jordans either way for moving. That's something I should wear for ankle support. But something with a flat bottom and a good sole. That's what we're aiming for in this one.
Now,
Ellie Ramirez is up now. Little drop in the middle there, but she's still moving.
So Ellie has a tiny advantage, kind of. I mean, it's a heavier one, but she used the same frame in Baltimore in the qualifier. So she's familiar with it at least and how it operates.
She's saying tight. And again, this is where that judge's discretion. She couldn't stop that from moving slightly on that.
Yeah.
There was no intent there.
There's no
so
intent
there would not be a
there.
slide penalty for that.
20 seconds, Ellie. Keep fighting. Audience, make some noise.
And he does get the
She
finish on
finished
that.
it. Wow.
Wow. That is so hard to re-pick that multiple times.
So hard to do that. And we saw something fly off of the frame at some point, too.
Yeah.
Which
Maybe that
was
made it a
pretty
little
funny.
lighter, helped out on that one.
Oh, nice. Nice work there by Ellie Ramirez.
Sue Eager.
Interesting to see. So I like watching. So Chelsea's over there in the corner. She's standing up. She's moving back and forth, trying to warm up those hips. Jessica Mitchell just still sitting down, which I don't blame her after doing 22 reps on a squat.
I like how Sue can step into this while other ladies have to climb into it. Look at her height is so much
Yeah.
there. And I think the height is a big advantage on this event because she has so much more room for that frame to be able. Her stride is so much farther. So this is a great time. She can make it all the way through.
Great movement.
What a great mover on that. And again,
She crossed the line, so I mean, So I think it's just as that front
that would not be.
crosses. Yeah, there's no penalty there.
She got the down call. She crossed the line. The sled just said she has so much force, so much power that it just kept moving with her.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, as long as you cross the line, you can slide on that.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is you can't slide it across the line.
Exactly. I've fallen across before. It was like a wheelbarrow, and my feet got out from underneath me, and I just kind of fell, and it kept going. I was like, well, I guess that's a penalty. It happens. Nadia Stowers setting up for her run here.
Very fast on that pick. She was upright, ready to go. She is determined to make up these points. She's behind it now. Very
Quick
good,
turn
clean
by
drop.
her too.
Oh, she's got to get it balanced out there. And a good run there. That is going to be a close run between the two.
She saw her trying to fight to hold it back because it was tipping forward
took a little bit farther
too
on her.
Too far.
Yeah, and she didn't want to lean into it because it was so close to the ground. This is the thing about shorter athletes where they use that lean.
Yeah.
There's not as much room to lean into it. So it looks like that lean and that fight she had to do cost her a little bit of speed and a little bit of time. But she gets second place on that one. It's still very good points. So Sue Eaker is still your leader right now. But 3 very strong athletes to go.
And I love, Nadia's coming off the floor, hugging Sue. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're chatting about it. Like, man, you do what you can. That's it. She's looking at her hands.
It's you versus the weight. That's the thing about strongman. It's you versus the weight, not versus the other people.
Yeah.
It's you versus the weight. Came with a very fast pick just as well. Leaning the shoulders forward.
Oh, smooth steps.
Oh, she dropped it a little early because she mistimed her drop on that one. So she got some ground to make up, and she's leaning it forward. A little bit of a mispick there.
Again.
But all the power in the world.
Now, you see her adjusting her grip forward on those handles. Oh, she's losing her grip.
You got to finish it. The hands are starting to give out. You've got to get this finished. Come on, Kim.
That's so difficult on that frame. She's trying to move before standing, and it might be hurting her a little bit. Oh, that is so tough.
Come on, Kim. A little more.
Just have to keep. Look at Nancy jumping in front there to. Come on, Kim.
All right, they're
Oh,
calling
that's
it there.
tough, man.
Again, the grit these women have. They have no quit in them. Remember, she did 19 reps on that squat earlier as well, so her legs are already on fire. So every one of those was like a side handle squat.
My goodness. Great effort there. So she'll get the distance on that one.
Leaves the door open a little bit there for Chelsea.
Yeah.
Because currently,
And actually, look at what they're. So her coach there, back there with her, making sure her shoes are sticky enough, wiping if there was any like chalk or any baby powder or anything like on her shoes, taking all the dirt off of there. And again, you have to consider footwear based on the flooring that you're using.
correct.
For whatever event it is, and it's sometimes if you have an extra tacky towel, just a little get the dust off of your shoes.
Yeah.
That's a little helpful.
Never use tacky on your shoes, though.
Never use tacky on your shoes. For the love of God, no, don't do that. But any light tacky towel from like a Home Depot can help get any dust or dirt off of
Correct,
there
yeah.
to prevent you from slipping.
All right, so Chelsea's got a lot to work. She's going to get under 15 seconds, I believe, to beat Nadia's time, who she was currently tied with for second place. Very high pick again. Has a lot of leg length. She's one of the tall athletes use that lean to her advantage. She's got to turn and burn on this one, though. She is blitzing on the way back right there for a finish. That is going to be a close call on that one. Her way back was so
That was speedy.
fast. 14.1. I said she needed to get sub 15. That will be second
Still
place
saying,
on that
so
one.
Sue Eager is still the leader.
Sue
in
Eager
this
is the leader,
one.
but this means that Chelsea has broken that tie that she has with Nadia for second place right now. And this really puts the pressure on Jessica. She has a 3-point lead currently.
Okay. Oh, this is going to be fun.
So finishing this event will be big important for her, first and foremost, to keep her lead. But if she can finish it fast, she can expand on her lead. And she is set, ready to go on this one. Good pick, and she is off to the races on that.
She is speedy.
Fast speed, but again, almost too much speed. It slid a little past the line there, so she's got to get it back there. But she is making up
Look
the time
at that
right there,
focus.
leading that forward. That's going to be a close one.
Wait. 14.9, tied for third.
13.9.
Tied for first.
13.9.
13.9.
Wow.
That's a tie for first.
Even with that run that we
You know-
have. Again, we will confirm all times before
Sure.
we say this.
Absolutely.
We're not saying any who won each event. So we will confirm with everything going on. But that looks like a first or second place run for Jessica right there. So we know that between her and Sue Eager. And then we have following her was Chelsea and then Nadia for certain on that one. But we will double check all
Absolutely.
times and come back shortly. We have the Cerberus Super Series.
Wow.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
Welcome back to Virginia Beach and the Southside Barbell Gym for the Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League 82 Kilo Women's Day. We'll have the men coming up after this. The women have completed 3 events, and we want to take a look at the standings from that last event, which was the frame carry that we saw. So again, the 450 or so pound frame carry, Jessica Mitchell ends
It looks like a tie between her and Sue Eager
Yeah,
at
it looks like
13.9 seconds.
How
Another
did-
tie.
Another tie there. So then she and Sue were the fastest right there. Chelsea held just 2 milliseconds. Oh my goodness! Right after that, at
That's honestly really big
14.1.
for Chelsea because that half a point is a big difference right now because that's a little bit closer, a little bit not as far away, I mean, than she is from Jessica.
So you got some time. So Samantha Goggins will move up in the points as well. And then you have Nadia Stowers had 15.3 seconds. So she comes in 4th right there. A very disappointing run for Kim. I know she really wanted to finish. She didn't finish the course. So she got close to that. She was so close to it, but it looked like her grip. And honestly, she did so many reps on that squat. I'm amazed that these athletes did as well as they did after those
Even if she
squats.
finished it, though, she still had the farthest distance. She wouldn't have gained any points by finishing that event.
True. So there's it'll be interesting to see how those points shake up a little bit, especially how we're doing with Jessica Mitchell looking like she is just focused and in control right now. So she is the current leader, even with that tie right there. But interesting point shake up underneath her with Chelsea getting points on top of Nadia and Kim as well. So
Event number 4 of 6 that we have coming in. And again, this is a curveball these athletes had to adjust to. Originally, this was supposed to be 2 Hoostavel bags into a sled drag, but once again, we had to change the venue as we talked about a few times. Now we're on concrete, so again, these women are too powerful to be pulling a sled on concrete.
on
with that.
slick concrete.
So they have to do 3 sandbag to shoulders of a 190-pound bag is what they've decided to utilize in this. So they must carry the lighter bag the distance possible on that one, tipping it over to the side.
What's your strategy on a Husafel sandbag? We talked a lot about your strategy for a sandbag yesterday and tipping it towards you, but on a Husafel, it might be a little different.
I believe pushing it forward is correct. With a Hoostavel sandbag, you want to push it forward, and then you want to get your hands in the middle of it. I have made the mistake of trying to treat it like a real Hoostavel stone, and that has cost me. We did a max distance event with a Hoostavel sandbag, and it's set weird and started falling over. So but if you push it, you can create the divot you want and then pick it up. The key is to take your time with this bag, is what you want to have on that. And she is having trouble with the Hoostavel bag. She is trying to treat it more like a rounded, it's almost like the stone bags that we have. So, but it seems to be working so far for her. Now she's got it up. She's got to get a little bit of distance on that.
Hey, there we go.
And it looks like she completed the first distance at least. After, again, grit is the name of the game for these women.
That's impressive in and of itself, man. She struggled so hard to get that. As the buzzer's going, she gets it to that 30 feet. That is impressive. Way to go for her. But you know what? This is why, again, it's important to train around people who have that mindset. Because if your training partners just let you stop, if your training partners aren't pushing you to keep going, you're going to show up to events like this where they have been having those training partners. They do have that mentality. And that mentality will get you so much further. You can do more than your body is going to allow you to do if your head is in the right space.
100%.
And these are a little bit heavier than they expected, too, by the way. I mean, it was supposed to be a 200 and a 220. This is a 220 and a 240. So
slightly different. And that does make a key factor. Now their light bag was their previous heavy bag.
Exactly.
And we say the words light and heavy as if they're not heavy regardless.
Right. And Andrew with the comment, the pace of this competition is hot. Yeah. Tyler's wasting no time here. And again, the way he'll put it, you just squatted this much, you just carried this much, your back is warm, your legs are warm.
Right. She's treating like a classic Hoostavel stone on this one. Get her hands around it and going for that pick pace.
Well,
and now she has to do the sandbag to shoulder on this one. So this is the big challenge.
190 is light for these ladies.
Yes. But again, not light in general. So good, clean hand away.
And you're already exhausted from that carry.
Yes.
They're not giving them much time to complete this. You've got to really be fast.
You got to be quick on those cleans.
Honest to goodness, I mean, if somebody completes this whole thing.
If she can get a third one on this, she has time to finish it though. With how quick she moves, she's got to jump vertical. She does not fall back on that one. She's going to drop that and pick that bag up now. She needs to get some distance And she's like, no, I
I
don't
would
got
push it forward. You know, like
I don't think they'll count that if you
I
push it forward.
mean, hey, if he didn't say it in the rules, and I just push it forward, I feel like that's.
She will get credited for 3 shouldering, and I think that's really important right now because the tiebreaker isn't how fast you can shoulder, it's how many of the 3 you get on this one. So she is credited for distance plus 3 reps.
This is a genius way to reset this Husafel right now. Using this strap that you would have off like a mono or something, that's incredible. You know what? Got some smart folks around us. If you're gonna, don't work smarter, not harder, right? For this and resetting, and in Crocs no less. Yeah, this is a difficult event, especially it being timed. And I believe, like 60, 75 seconds?
Yes, I believe it's about 60 seconds on this one.
Yeah.
Ellie Ramirez, I believe, is up right now.
Oof. Off to the side, seeing Chelsea stretch out her hips a little bit, stretch out her legs.
So the athletes, after seeing Kim get the 3 reps, their goal should be to at least get the 3 reps and move that bag an inch.
Yes.
Just pick it up and throw it if you need to.
I mean, I will be, honestly, God, I'm probably going to be a little shocked if I see somebody complete this event in the 60 seconds.
I would not be shocked if someone completes this, but
It's a little tough.
with the way these women have moved, the top women so far.
Ellie moving really well with
Very
that
well.
first sandbag.
Yeah. Yanni, if you can hear him right now, he's complimenting her technique on that carry.
40 seconds to go, Ellie.
There we go, getting out of the shoulder. Again, these bags weigh more than they do.
Yes, they do. And these are still kind of wet and sandy from the beach.
Oh, and they're not getting credited for that one.
That's difficult.
23 seconds to go.
And to get so close and not get a rep is always
That's the hardest
so
part right there, yeah.
disheartening.
She needs to get this rep, though, because a lot of athletes will get that distance.
Yeah. She's going to call it right there. Good
Yep.
job, though, getting that Husa sandbag down.
Yep.
And by the way, those are difficult to load. So props to
Yep.
the volunteers and Abby Deal, who's here, and they're like, man, those are tough to load, but they loaded them all.
These
The
women,
beach came with us in the sandbags. Is what
in
I'm
some
saying.
ways, yes.
Again, the pace of this, the resetting. I know it's fast, but you gotta like when something's moving quickly. When we had such a late
As
start
an
due to the
athlete, I almost
weather.
prefer that. I don't have time to get cold.
I don't want to sit. I don't want to sit.
That's what I love about the Cerberus Super Series, and I love everything the Pro Strongman League does. It's always efficient, always, but never rushed.
Right. Give them enough time. But here's the thing. All these are professional ladies. All the people doing this, like, hey, we expect something from you, right?
I'm surprised Samantha, if she wanted that spun that way, she didn't have the loaders do it for her on
Yeah.
that.
So strange. She's almost, like, I like that. I mean,
Samantha's methodical.
It was
She knows
efficient for her.
one of these shoulders is more points than Aaron, so she knows that going into this.
yeah. Yeah, I think
She
she's
is
going to go
calling that
ahead,
one.
probably call that one.
And again, these athletes didn't have time to train for the same as the shoulder. This is the curveball that was thrown in last minute for them
Yep.
based upon their abilities on that.
I mean, I think that's a really big compliment to these athletes to be like, we're going to make this 190 for your shoulder.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, all right.
And we've seen athletes handle it so far. And we've seen some athletes come close, and again, it's more so if they were all fresh, I
This
would not
a
be surprised
different
with
story.
athletes.
Yeah. For this one, it's, man, finish what you can. This is a tough thing to throw into
There's,
the middle.
there's still multiple vets come after this.
And more sandbags to come after this.
Yeah, so we'll see that on the gauntlet.
Yeah.
It almost is like a preview for them to feel those bags.
All right.
Nadia going with the gloves.
You know, interesting. I'm curious how it goes for her. An experienced
Again, treating it like that
competitor.
Hustafel, like the classic style on this, getting it over the belt.
And honestly, it's room for your legs to move.
Yeah, so you can get a little more speed. I'm not sure you need it on the first one, though. I agree with the speed of the last one. At this point, very easy shoulder on that.
Oh, my goodness.
That's one. She needs
Rolling
all three.
it up. That's,
yes.
Okay, yeah.
That is my favorite technique
Okay.
on if a bag is challenging me. Is treat it like a log.
Yes.
There's the pull. This is the hot dog I'm talking about.
Hot
This-
dog. Yeah,
hot
there
dog
you
style.
go. She's got a lot of time.
And again, she is one of the best press in the world, one of the best clean in the world when it comes to the log press as well. So she is very used to that hip drive position treating it like a log would be treated. For sitting very low and able to get those hips through. And she's got time to get some distance. I think she can finish this one. Let's go, Nadia. And just short.
My goodness.
Just short on that one.
A couple feet.
But that is great
Yeah.
distance. That is great points.
Man.
She had 2 more seconds. She would have gotten that.
And it really pushed the pressure on the ladies after her.
My goodness. That was a great, great effort there.
So even though she did not complete the course, the distance she did get put so much pressure on the ladies after. Now they can't just inch it over
Absolutely.
if they want the points. And every point right now matters so much.
You've got to at least, because right now your range, right, again, is either you get moved at an inch, right? You get 3
Yes.
reps and you tie Kim. You get a little bit further than Nadia. You finish it, really. I mean, but anywhere in between, you just need to move it an inch further, 1 or 2 feet.
It is nice to see that they have these hash marks on the ground as well, so the athlete can kind of gauge where
Yeah.
they want to be on this one. So they know they want to try to reach the next hash mark, pretty much, is what I would be aiming for. Like, I wouldn't try to gamesmanship, be like, they're just over halfway between hash marks, just you see the next hash mark, make sure you get there or finish the course.
Good job by Nancy, too, the head judge, who she's listening to the time, she's following the athlete, and she made Nadia stop, because if
Just
I'm
stop right
Nadia,
there.
too,
I would have kept going.
I would have kept going.
But Nancy
unless
was
someone
right
stopped
there,
me.
ready
Yeah,
to have it come in.
Exactly.
As fair as we could possibly make it, our judging staff is the best in the field.
Absolutely.
And our reset staff is
Our reset staff, one of them, Dane, by the way, absolutely love Dane. His calendar, if you follow Dane Trains on Instagram, his calendar for charity. We also have a charity sponsor for this event as well, which is the Canines for Warriors, among the list of the sponsors that we have. So a great group of sponsors, including Zone Smelling Salts, Pioneer Fit, Serious Steel Fitness, Born Primitive, Caffeine Kilos, and Stronger Together, which has a booth set up here today. You were wearing their shirt yesterday,
Yep.
so another great group of folks who help you out with strongman training, especially if you're a newbie or if you've
Yep.
been in it for a while and want to get a different perspective. Excellent group right there.
Yep. And Chelsea is up now. Having a little trouble picking that first bag,
Chelsea,
but she's
though,
got moving.
there she moves.
So she knows the assignment right now, and she does not want to give Nadia any ground to catch her.
No.
And 2 strong athletes coming after her. She needs to get all 3 of these quickly.
Oh, that's a struggle for her right there.
She got 1. That's important right here. That's an
One
important
is
first
very
rep.
important. Again, Chelsea putting herself
Big
in a
hits
great.
on that one. All right, she needs 1 more, and she needs to at least get that inch to get those points.
She's got 10 seconds.
She needs to at
That's
least
gonna
hit
be
this third one and
difficult.
split some points. And if she has a little bit of leftover time, she can get that inch. She's got to move. She got a big hip pop.
Oh, man,
That's where the
so
19
exhausting.
reps and that 19th rep on the squat.
That last rep, that was that good morning to get it up there, thinking she could at least tie for first with that, and you end up tying for second because
It's
Jessica
still-
Mitchell comes in and is like, boom, no,
It's
sorry.
still better than getting third. 100% of the time.
That is very true.
I don't think she would take back that rep at all.
Absolutely. So Chelsea did extremely well on that. Nadia is your leader for this event. Jessica Mitchell, your overall leader right now. After tying Nadia for first, then she took first in the squat, and then she tied for first in
On
the frame
frame
carry,
carry.
which is, how often do you see 13.9, 2 of them, the
Two of them in
exact
a row.
same
Yep.
time? That's wild to me.
But don't count Sue Eager out either. After that tie on the win, she can battling for that podium as well. She had a little bit of a slower start than these other ladies, but there's a lot of good events where she comes into play here.
So Jessica Mitchell has her work cut out for her to beat Nadia. If she wants to at least take first in another, she's taken first or tied for first in all these events.
In every event so far. She wants to keep that momentum going. But again, she wants to at least get 2 of that sandbag to shoulder to keep that lead on Chelsea. Very fast on those picks.
Jessica is a really speedy athlete,
Yes.
right? She's worked really, in moving events, she's excellent. She did 22 of those squat reps.
Very powerful hips on that one. That's 1.
And she's going to take a second and pop those hips. 1
Yep.
movement.
That's 2.
So it keeps her time for Chelsea. She has
can
30
get
seconds to
this.
get this rep in, so plenty of time.
She's going to take a moment, pop it up big.
And that's 3. Now her goal is to
You
finish
hear
this one.
crowd. Do you hear this crowd? Jess is going to finish this. Come on,
You gotta get those hands
Jess.
dug in. Don't let those hands slip. And that is our first
There it
ladies
is.
and gentlemen.
Wow.
What a finish there.
This crowd is loving that right now. Jessica Mitchell, the only one to finish that impromptu medley that they just came up with today when we had
So
to
far.
move inside. My
We have
goodness.
one athlete still to go. And
Oh my goodness. Sue Eager, what are we going to see?
this is a hard position for Sue with that crowd getting so hyped previously.
Oh my goodness. Fish says it's home field advantage.
All right, Sue's now gotta get that calm space right now.
My goodness.
The hard part is she coming in a situation where the crowd was so hot right there. There's so much emotion around everything,
Yeah.
and now she has to try to replicate or beat that.
Oh, that's a tough place to be, man.
It is a tough place to be.
Tough place to be. So Sue Eager is going to be our next competitor for this.
We'll leave our final competitor for this event.
Yeah. And oh man, she's so much. I love seeing the difference in technique, especially. So Jessica is about what 5'5", 5'6", about, and then Sue is about 5'10", 5'11".
Yep.
Right, maybe taller. So she's a much taller athlete.
Well, this is
love
where
seeing
one of the times that
differences
the
in-
change in event might have helped Jessica as well,
Oh yeah.
because now instead of a drag where Sue can use her height.
Yeah, and
to her
have those
advantage.
long arms. Yeah. Interesting. But man, I love when the crowd gets hyped like that. Again, I believe this is Jessica's home gym now.
Yes.
So this is where she's moved over. So comfortable space for her.
Yes, I was training here the other day, and she was doing her squats and just keeping her body fresh for this week.
Very
that
fast.
is
One motion to fix
fast.
that.
Oh,
So again,
this will be good.
just throwing it out the way. Fastest so far. Again, she knows what she needs to do. She got to beat 52 seconds.
My goodness. This is easy for her. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
She's got to be smart with it.
She's
got-
making sure she gets that down
Yeah, she's
command.
double checking the down command here. She's got to get it up there.
And now she's got to fly. She's got to go right now.
She's got plenty of time. This is an easy pick for her. Look at that.
Get those feet moving. This is where the height advantage comes into play. She's got to make it all the way. And
She's got
the
that
win on that
win.
event.
She's
That is
got
the win.
the win, man. How
Wow.
great is that? Impressive run.
Again, that is such a tough place to be as an athlete, to watch the crowd get so hyped for someone
Yep.
else, and you have to come and match or beat that. And she stepped up to that level right there. That was amazing, amazing to watch. So,
Oh my goodness.
I feel like
Seven
ooh,
seconds
7
faster.
seconds faster.
That's impressive. Well, that's gonna
What?
again. You look at the standings for that and where we are after these events, after these 4 events. That's gonna really change things up. CJ, Jessica will still be probably your leader, right? But
Yes.
then having Sue come in tied for first with Jessica in the last one, and then come in first on this one. I'm really excited to see how the rest of this day shakes out because we have a very tight podium.
Every
finish
event
coming.
has ended exciting. Every single one of them. And we have 2 more to go for this one. We'll be back shortly with the bag toss here at the Cerberus Super Series.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
I tell you what, we are moving right along into the 5th event for the day, the sandbag toss. After 4, it has been an incredible series. The Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League 82-kilo women are showing out. CJ, you said right after the break, right after we broke that, like, I have been it has been exciting every single
My jaw has
event.
dropped every event.
And
Every time I feel like I can't be surprised again, these ladies find a way to shock me in ways that I couldn't believe. It's insane.
At first on that last one, it was Nadia finally being the first one to get down with that second Husafel, and then Jessica crushed it. But then you had Sue Eager come in and absolutely demolish that run. And so Sue Eager creating a little shakeup underneath. So we're working on getting an updated look at the standings, by the way, but it's pretty safe to say Jessica Mitchell is still number 1.
Yes,
at the
comfortable
moment,
with the lead there. We saw Chelsea take a little bit of a misstep on the previous one, and she was the closest one to her. Nadia gained some points back on this. The ladies are warming up for the next event, which is going to be the sandbag toss over a 15-foot bar, I believe is what it is. 13?
Yeah, I believe it's 15, and these bags go
Yes.
from 20 pounds to 40 pounds.
Yes.
I want to say 6 bags total.
Yeah, it's going to be 6 bags total, 20, 25. They have 2 30-pound bags, a 35, and a 40-pound bag. This one of the events, though, I believe Sue has a good advantage once again because her height.
Yeah.
That's such an advantage on this event we've come in. So she might be a dark horse to sneak away to potentially creeping into Jess's lead.
Absolutely. Well, you never know based on what's happening these first 4. Summer Johnson, who was one of the original athletes who was going to compete in this, unfortunately had an injury. She's watching, and she's like commenting on the YouTube live stream, my anxiety watching how close this is more than if I were there. OMG. And trust me, if you were here, we feel the same way watching all of this. So I'm curious too, CJ. So this is 6 bags. Men had this yesterday, but 4 bags for height and for distance as well with that. So is there any different way for 6 total bags here? Obviously it's for time.
Yes.
It's going to be a little bit of a different animal. What are you thinking as you go into a 6 bags? You have to start a little further back, run to the bag, bring them back. We saw a couple different strategies there from people yesterday.
This is where confidence is key in knowing, like, can you launch it from the line? Those early bags. Because every second counts on this one. Because if you can throw it from the line and grab the next bag that you know you can't, that just saves you time on that. Where previously it mattered to get close to it because there was distance involved as well. But this time it's just strictly time. The classic strongman style, get the bags over the bar as quick as possible. But advantage to going last on this one, Sue's going to have a huge one.
Yeah.
Besides being her height, she gets to watch how many bags she has to do, how fast she has to get those bags.
Because now that we're into event 5 of potentially 6 with another sandbag event, the gauntlet coming up after that, it is exhaustion. It is your back is not feeling great right now, and it's 2:40, so we're about 2 hours. We're only 2 hours into this, and we're on to the 5th event.
Just over 2 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes in this event so far, and they're on the 5th event right now. This is honestly, this is their break.
Yeah.
This is the closest thing they're going to get to a break is going to be tossing these bags. Where the men had to do on their second event yesterday, and I felt really bad for them because they had 3 more events the rest of the day. This being their 4th event is probably the best, the 5th event, the best spot that they could have.
Absolutely.
Right?
So
Not that this isn't a tough event, but it's a very skilled event we have coming up next, and we'll see that skill.
What's interesting, so the setup is directly in front of us, but they actually moved it back because Dante Petrella, who's running our production here, as well as Don helping out with from ADL Pro Live, they're like, can you please make it just the least possibility that those sandbags might hit our like tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment that's sitting over here. Dante's smirking about it. They're like, please don't hit us. But hey guys, if you're following along on the YouTube live stream, thank you so much. We love seeing your comments. We're following along with your comments. So thank you very much for what you're doing. We get a little overhead shot of what this setup looks like here. We're behind that green wall on the right-hand side of your screen. So you can see those
Dante
bags set
right
up.
there.
Yeah, you can see Dante's little head and Don over there. But a great day overall. Again, we moved inside because of the weather, athlete safety. Yesterday was great at the beach. This morning was wet and sandy and gross. But we're getting going with Kaylin Prue. One of those 2 ways is how you say it. Getting ready for the sandbag toss.
And she is off right now. 25-pound bag started off here.
Little hop. There we go.
Sorry, 20-pound bag started off. The 20-pound bag over the bar. This is a 25-pound bag. Yep, little hop step going in.
Oh.
And unfortunately, it hits the crossbar. Height was there, angle was off.
My girl Elenis is watching. You know Elenis is out there.
There we go. That was a good
Nice
toss.
throw there by
The
Kaylin.
25 is over. Going to be moving on to the 30-pound bag.
Again, seeing Kaylin last night at the rules meeting, I'm so proud of her getting out here because she was rough after her cut. She had a very difficult weight cut
Oh, so close on that one.
I love it. She's smiling. She knows this is a struggle for her. So Yanni's like, long arms. She's like, really?
Oh, just short on that one. But she's having a good time. That's what matters a lot of this one.
13 feet
13
high, I
feet
think
high.
is what Nancy said. There you go. Yeah, 15 would have been a little high
That's all I was
for
curious.
the women's.
It's
yeah.
hard to tell from the angle we're looking at it, too.
Yeah, and again, very thankful for Southside Barbell for allowing us to come in here because these ceilings heights are great. You're not having to worry about throwing bags at any point. So
Yeah, 40 is not common in this class. 35 is usually where it tops out. Up next.
Nancy giving Yanni some talking points for his emceeing. So there you go. Samantha Goggins is going to be our next athlete up. Again, having to start at the implement and run to the sandbags.
All right, Samantha Goggins is up now. Double checking her pacing, make sure she knows where she's at.
Good height on that one.
Oh, she's got the first
And
one.
clears it. Her positioning is really good. She is directly under the bar. She's got a good arc to it.
5 seconds to go, Samantha.
I'm telling you, I can't stand sandbags. It is just, every time I've had them, but I force myself to get better at them, right?
Yeah.
It's like the best way to continue to suck at something is to keep not doing it. So
Yeah.
I had my husband build me an implement in the backyard with some PVC pipe and a bucket, and I would stand out there in the
Yeah.
humidity and the grossness and the bugs and just force myself to figure it out.
That's the only way with sandbag. It's one of those non-taxing events, too, so you can do them almost every training session. So when an athlete's trying to learn this, I try to give it to them. You can do this multiple times in the same week, just for
Yeah.
as a warm-up even. It doesn't have to
Yeah.
be a heavy bag you're throwing. It's getting the technique, learning the arc, learning the release point. And that's the hardest part of it. It's really a skill event.
It absolutely is. I recommend if you have a Highland Games athlete in your gym, work with them. I worked in South Carolina at Strength Empire with Justin. He's a Highland Games athlete, he and his brother. And I was like, man, I need you to teach me how to do this. And he had a solo cup drill. And so to make sure you can get that bag low enough and pull up on that arc. And it's really an excellent thing to do. Find a Highland Games athlete around you to help you with this event. It I think is always a good way to go.
Athlete
Very
ready.
helpful on this one.
Judges ready. Go!
Alex Ellie Ramirez is up now.
We saw this strategy yesterday, grabbing 2 bags at a time.
Yep.
So that way you don't have to
It's
go
a
as far.
confident strategy knowing you can make those bags.
Yep.
You know, that sometimes happens. And she's doing the drag technique we saw yesterday as well.
Yeah.
She's keeping it more flat by dragging those bags near the end.
Yeah.
To really flatten those out.
40
on the ground to
seconds
flatten
go,
it out.
Ellie.
30-pound bag.
And there's
There
the
she
first of two.
goes.
Second bag here is the same 30-pound bag, so she's going to do the exact same thing she just did. A little short on that one. A little bit early release.
Yeah, and she, again, you got to shag your own bag on this one, right? So when you miss it, that's just extra effort and time. You're just,
Height
a
was
tough
there,
one.
but the angle was off.
You got 15
yeah.
seconds, Ellie.
Got time for at least one more.
Noise if you want her to hit this last
At least one more.
9,
Big, powerful hips.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Oh.
It's not good enough power. Great little run
So
there
it's
by
not
Ellie.
just about height with this bag. It's a height and angle on that.
Yeah, wake up.
Chelsea Held coming in.
Chelsea's up right now. The show she ran previously in the Southern Illinois Strength Expo I did had a bag toss for max reps. She would throw over the bag, chase the bag, throw it back, chase the bag on this one.
Oh,
Yeah.
gross.
It was definitely a different strategy that they utilized there. So she's probably comfortable with bags.
She's starting
And we
out
see
way
that with her
further.
throwing from all the way across
And
the
also
line.
not looking back to see if
Yep.
they go over.
She
Like,
knows,
she knows
where
it.
this is going. Wow. What a clean run so far. Full extension all the way through. So both 30-pound bags are done.
Oh, and she was just too far away. That's the risk you
man.
take with this.
And you see she moved a little closer for that
Yeah,
next
she moved. She
throw.
knows she has the height.
Yeah.
She seems to do it. So 35-pound bag over.
She's got to get this 40-pound bag. This will be big points. This will put a lot of pressure on the athletes after her.
Long arms.
Oh,
Oh, she knew it as soon as she
she-
released
late
it. She's
release.
like, short
Yep.
is what she said. She's like, she knew it was going to be that way.
all right, here she goes.
Look at her different
Changing the
technique too.
technique.
10 seconds.
Just short on that.
40 is pretty heavy.
But still getting through the 35-pound bag is huge.
Mm-hmm.
First athlete to do it. Now it's going to come down to how fast the other athletes can complete this.
I'm good, thank you. I'm good, thank you. Do you want anything? Fish doing the most here.
Yeah.
I tell you
Fish is
what.
running around right here.
Fish offering us drinks, seeing if we're good, checking on everybody.
And offering his gym.
And opening up. I mean, that's great.
Yeah,
Opening up the
he's a great
gym as
host.
well. And also checking with the crowd to see if anybody needed some chairs earlier, too. Fish doing the most, had his truck out with all the moving of things we did
All right,
this
Kim Bomb's
morning.
up now. Again,
hand
another athlete thrown from far away.
She is launching that. She takes out the sign in the back.
I love it.
Let's go. First 30-pound bag over. She's moving right now, going on to the 35-pound bag.
If she can get this clean,
Oh, just
No, she
underneath.
missed it.
same problem
You see
we
her
saw.
left hand taped. I bet you she tore that on that frame. That's tough.
She's got the power.
I've seen an over-under strategy.
There.
Look at, she's a reverse grip on this.
I've never seen this style of throw. It's working for her, but
I'm wondering if it's because of her left hand being taped. I don't know. It looks like she's got. Oh, man. But I tell you what, when she took out that sign, that was outstanding.
Yeah, that's.
Oh,
So Chelsea Hall's still your leader right now.
yep.
but that was a very fast through those first 4 bags.
That was an impressive run there by Kim. She launched that light bag. I mean,
Current leader at 5.
so she's got 5 bags there.
Nadia Stowers.
Nadia coming up. I know Jessica Mitchell is very good at bags. And Sue, again, you mentioned her height and just
Yep.
the length of her arms. It's
This-
such a nice lever to
this
have. But
is gonna be an
Nadia's tall.
efficient
I mean,
team.
Nadia's a longer athlete as well. So,
I never count out Nadia on anything.
oh my gosh, no. I saw her at OSG do bags a couple years ago, and it's impressive.
And Nadia's going now.
And Strongman Otero, those were shoes, not purple slippers.
So much
She
height. She almost hit the ceiling on that
Almost hit the ceiling.
one. Nearly
tried
hit the
to-
sign in the second one.
That sign is going to get. She's throwing
she
this
would
like
be good for 15. She would go for
easily.
15, 16 feet.
15, 16 feet.
30-pound bag going over. 35 coming up now. There it is, and that is easy. Going for that 40-pound sandbag.
Here we go. Big hips. She's got time to launch and play.
Easy.
Again, I would never count out Nadia Stowers.
Never. Absolutely ever. She's an experienced athlete. She's a professional. She knows to. Oh, my goodness.
30.4 seconds to get all 6 bags.
That's impressive.
Whoa.
That is impressive.
Mitchell is up, though, and she won this event at OSG.
So
She was like, huh?
we're going to see some launches now.
Is ready. Go!
And Jessica's up now.
4 seconds is the time to beat Jessica.
There's the hop.
Plenty of
Hop.
height on this one. Little double hop every single time.
Yeah.
Ceiling technique.
Short strides. She's got some time to beat.
The bunny hop technique. 45 seconds to go.
One
You gotta
more.
move. just
Oh,
puts
my
out that one.
goodness. Come on, Jess.
Oh,
man.
That 40-pound bag.
So Nadia will still be your leader, but she needs to get this one to be in second.
Yeah, she needs to put the pressure on Sue right here.
That is the worst
man.
feeling.
Oh.
So that's time.
Oh, Jess. Oh, man.
Oh, off the crossbar once again.
Still a great time. Great time
Oh,
through 5
man.
bags. And you could not get closer than it hitting the top and rolling forward. If you've ever
Tessa,
been in that
that-
moment, because I've been in that moment.
Oh, I've been in the moment where it sits up there for half a second. You're like, is it going to stay? Because if it stays, they count it, right? But
Yes.
then it fell right back over to me, and I was like, well,
is
crap. Like, it's so hard to get past that. So we have one more athlete to go, Sue Eager.
Nadia's still in the lead. Jessica is in second. And Sue.
Sue Eager, the pressure is on. If she can get all 6 bags, that'll be huge. If she can get all 6 bags in under 30 seconds, that will take first place.
Judges ready.
That's a tough bar to beat.
It's a tough
man.
bar to beat. Again, she wants to use her height to her advantage.
She's a little bit slower.
She's a little bit slower on this one.
So, but she's probably just
But
trying to.
maybe
If she gets
I
the
think she
6
wants all
bags,
6 bags.
though,
I think
yeah.
she just wants all 6 bags. She doesn't
She's
want to
gonna-
take the chance of trying to rush it. She'll take
And then-
the second place.
oh.
And this is where she needs to
That's
focus.
tough. She's She's got
At this
plenty
point, I
of
would
time.
be going for trying to get as many of the bags up as possible.
Yep.
You're not beating the 30-second time. Your goal is to get all 6 bags.
She barely even had to try on that bag.
Yep.
Her arms are so long.
So this good timing, good technique. A little slack in that bag. You saw
Yeah.
it kind of dip down. She didn't keep tension throughout that one. So you're seeing that little dip at the top when she's about to throw, and it's losing her tension point.
That's tough.
Audience, make some noise. 10,
There we go. Good tension point.
Yeah,
Add the
that
height.
slack is really difficult.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So Jessica will take second, probably on that one. I think, yeah,
So
so
Jess-
Nadia, Jessica.
That'll be Nadia, Jessica, Chelsea,
Chelsea, yeah.
and then Sue again. Those big 4 battle, it's just shuffling through, but we're seeing Jessica hold her lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
So-
And in a very difficult way, too. That surprise event, you had Sue, who's really cruising through those bags. Nadia comes through and absolutely crushes the
Yes.
sandbag event. And guess what? There's going to be another
One
sandbag
more bag
event.
to go.
But this time they get to load it over the gauntlet, so here we go. We can't see the last. We have one more event to go. It is going to be the sandbag carry load gauntlet.
I
coming
love
up
to
next.
see it. We'll see how it goes. We're coming back here in just a few moments as we get set up for that gauntlet at the Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League 82-kilo women final event. That's coming up next.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
Welcome back to the final event for the 82 kilo women of the Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League competition. And CJ, we're going to go over the overall standings here in just a second too, but this final event is the sandbag gauntlet, and it's a little difficult to explain.
Yes,
it's a little complicated.
I got the breakdown of this one, so I
got
got
the breakdown. I like it. Let's see it.
The sandbag carry and load gauntlet. So 2 athletes will be going head to head. The biggest thing on this one is every single one of these 8 athletes will go. They take times of those athletes. Those 4 athletes get to go again.
Yeah.
They take the top 2 best times of those athletes. Those athletes go again. So the better you do, the more you're going to have to do to earn your points on this one.
I tell you what,
it's
man.
It's an eliminator on this.
It is an eliminator. So again, you're looking at the setup there as it constructed. Now this was on the beach this morning, got taken apart and put back together. But again, this will be interesting on the best times.
There's one big change on this event, though, that we did not account for. They were going to dig this into the sand, so they're loading 2 inches higher than they originally planned for.
Wow. Okay, then. So that'll be interesting for sure. And what's very interesting is looking at the competition to podium, because right now, Jessica Mitchell has a 5.5-point lead, which is a very strong lead. But look at the rest of the competition, especially getting to Chelsea, Sue, and Kim. There's a really strong battle for 3rd place there.
That's the biggest thing there. Second and third can be very close to be shaken up real easily, especially this is an eliminator event on this one. So you want to finish fast enough to get into the next round of the event, but save some energy to do good on the next round of the event. So this is one of the first times I've ever seen an event like this run in a strongman show.
And then also look at your competition that's potential, because I imagine they're going to have Jessica go against Kaylin.
Yes.
Right? So you would run it in a bracket style. So I think that's how we're going to pair this up. I'm not quite sure, because I imagine Kim would go against Sue. You'd work from top to bottom if there are 8 competitors, and kind of like a bracket style.
Either way, each athlete will be going. So it's not directly where it doesn't become head-to-head to the last 2 go against each other where it matters on that. So you're not eliminating each other.
Okay,
you're eliminating the bottom 4 times on this.
Gotcha.
So the order won't really matter as much. But
there we go. That makes much more sense. I mean, now it's clicking, right? Like, okay, I get that. The order is, but again, you're going for time on this. You're trying to be fast, but like you said, the strategy is fast enough to know that you're going to win it at a good time, but not so fast that you kill yourself, because, again, these women have done 19 and 22 reps on that 370-pound squat. They did the heavy frame carry. They did the sandbag toss. They did the sandbag to shoulder with the Husafel. I would hate sandbags after, to be perfectly
There's so many
honest.
sandbags, but these Cerberus sandbags have held up great for this show.
Extremely well.
100 from the beach to the inside. We know they can handle a lot of power. We'll see them again for the men later on.
Absolutely. This is going to be fun, guys, because, again, this is the first half of the day. We still have the second half of the 105 kg men when they finished up yesterday, which was another exciting day that we had. And
so if you didn't get to watch that yesterday, go back and watch yesterday's show to get up to date in between these 2 shows.
Absolutely. A lot of grits in their side as well with the 600-pound squat was incredible. 16 reps on a 600-pound squat from multiple athletes yesterday. The grit we've seen from the women today, just how positive everybody is. I think somebody said in the chat, Kaylin is so positive to watch. You got to love it. Folks smiling, but the intensity comes in. I've seen Jessica Mitchell and Nadia look so focused today and then so happy when they 100%. Do something well. Sue Eager, she's like even posted on Instagram, someone who does not press well. She doesn't consider herself a presser. Hit a 220-pound clean and press and held that beautifully. So what an amazing day so far. And again, a huge thanks to our sponsors. So Cerberus, Pioneer Fit, Zone Smelling Salt, Serious Steel Fitness, all fantastic sponsors. And of course our volunteers here. You see, there's some power in the volunteers. You have Tommy Sharp, who's here, Greg Pope, Joy Nancy Johnson, Mary Colasanto. These are not small people. You have Andrew Clayton, Bobby Thompson yesterday. So this is a great group to have, a star power in that group, and of course Tyler Purdue, who is the one who had to make a tough decision this morning, because you wanted it to be on the beach.
We did.
Right?
We did everything we could, but for safety reasons for the athletes, and if it started lightning, we couldn't even have the show today, so we had to move it here. Thank you again, Southside Barbell, for allowing us to be here.
So we're setting up for the first 2 athletes.
It's Samantha Goggins.
What's that? Okay. We'll probably move that off of there. Trying to figure out what we're setting up here today.
Potentially going to do this 3 times, depending on how well they do. Every athlete is going to go through.
So again, every athlete is going to go through this. CJ saving the day. CJ saving the day, taking something, a rope that was sitting on top of the the gauntlet thing. You probably saw him.
I worry about the athletes. I saw that. I was
You
like, we need to
probably
make
saw
sure.
us on cam in that corner, though, by the green wall, where you're like pointing at Sarah Firm, who's taking pictures.
So, thank you, Sarah, for grabbing that.
You gotta love it. And you'll see Tyler walking around in his gray sweatshirt that says Virginia Beach on it. Because yesterday it was a lot chillier than all of us expected. I went and bought a sweatshirt. Everybody's buying. So we have a lot of touristy-looking items on us today.
I did not bring a hoodie. I didn't bring pants. I was ready to sit on the beach, and I'm still gonna rock it though. I'm gonna wear the shorts the whole weekend. So
Hey, you had the Cars Crocs yesterday.
I did.
So you did well.
Today
so,
the ice cream cone suit. Yesterday the Cars Crocs. Always trying to look my best. And why is there another rope up there?
I think that's what they're using to pull the sandbags
No.
back for
And I'm like,
everybody.
don't forget
But Dane popped that one up on there. So we're getting ready to go, and we're starting from the bottom, moving to the top with the athletes. So
Yep.
Kaylin and Sam will be the first to go, and then Ellie and Kim. And again, it's a head-to-head kind of. It's fun. I'm glad they're doing two people at once because
Yes.
it does push you more to have somebody going up against you versus just having to go by yourself. I hate going
It's more
by
exciting to
myself.
watch. It's more exciting to
More
watch.
exciting to watch. It's way more fun to race somebody, isn't it?
Yes.
So we'll have
And
Kaylin
again,
and Sam.
They are not eliminating each other head to head per se. They are
Right.
doing all 8 athletes are doing the attempt. The top 4 times will do another attempt
Yeah.
on that one. The top 2 times out of that next round will go head to head to win the event.
Absolutely. And again, reiterating, Jessica Mitchell is our leader right now with 37 points. Nadia is right there at 31.5 points. Chelsea and Sue, this 1 point between those two right now. Chelsea at 28.5 and Sue at 27.5. Kim at 23.5. And right there, those top 5 are going to be your podium finishers. Rounding out the bottom 3, we have Ellie with 10.5, Sam Goggins with 8, and Kaylin with 7.5. But we've seen such impressive performances today.
Oh, my God.
And it's going to be hard
Top
to
to
pick
bottom.
a favorite. But watching Jessica do 22 reps with 370 pounds, but Chelsea grinding out that last rep to tie at 19. Sue's clean and press was impressive. These have been so great.
Again, the women are stealing the show. The
Yeah.
men did amazing yesterday, but they're going to have a lot to live up to in the later part of today. And this is going to be a great finish. So many runs. It comes down to this for the podium. And it comes down to this, who gets paid.
Yeah, you know what? We don't talk about that quite enough because when you look at events like this, right? Why do we do this, right? For a long time, we've said, well, we do it for pride, and especially on the women's side, we do it for pride. $12,000 to be handed out in prize money for this weekend, and that is a really big deal because what these athletes pay to travel for this. If you've ever competed in a local show like this, your shoes alone, right? Your shoes, your straps, your wraps, your belts, multiple, your knee sleeves, your knee wraps, the amount of time that you dedicate to this, to get compensated for that and not just go home with a trophy is pretty great. And we've come a really long way to get to this point, too.
Yeah. And these athletes deserve it. They're putting on a show. They're working hard for every single dollar, every single rep,
Yeah.
every single bit they can get.
Yeah.
And they're showing why they're professionals, though, why we're getting to this point where these women are doing amazing jobs from top to bottom. And I'm so excited to see this last event.
And what's cool, too, is when you look at a lot of these folks, most of us have regular day jobs, too. Like, this is a fun thing on the weekends, and most of these people competing are parents. You saw it yesterday with Mike Powell, his daughter, cheering him on, which brought a tear to everybody's eye. Got misty real quick cheering him on. But, a lot of these women, they're coming and compete as moms, especially in your local competitions, too, at a higher level. A lot of these women are moms, and they got their kids running around with them, too. A lot of the guys are dads, so their parents taking time away, but including their families, too, in these competitions. So it's fun to see that and fun to see it moving forward. And Yanni, my goodness.
He's ready. He's fired up.
He's spicy today. And,
Yeah.
we're right next door to a Black Rifle Coffee Company. So
And he might have had a few
he
little
might have had
shots
a
of
few.
coffee on there.
He might have had a few. Nancy,
Over one time.
over one time. Nancy was making up rules about this gauntlet.
It's okay.
There she goes.
Oh.
Nancy's having a great day, too, as our head judge. Thanks to Nancy Johnson for coming out. She was just in Ireland trying to have a stone record. She and Sonny Bradley were doing a stone over bar and looking for world records there. There was a 350-pound stone,
It's a big stone.
which, my goodness, that's amazing.
To put that into context, that is the same stone I'll have to do at USS Nationals as competing a 220-pound man.
Yes, exactly. And Nancy can lift that,
Yeah.
which is just
Probably better than I can.
So you love to see that. Nancy Johnson coming out and being the judge. She's my roommate, too. Fantastic roomie. Abby Deal running the show as well. I'm just giving love to Nancy. She's a great person.
Yeah.
Love it. We're buying ourselves some time here, guys, if you can't tell. Trying our hardest as we get ready for the first round.
So what do you think of this event, though? What do you think of the style of this event? How would you approach this event?
Oh, so it's 2 lifts and it's higher than they expected, right? So it's
It is
just
2 inches higher than they expected. They
2 inches
expected to be
higher than
48.
expected.
This was planned to be dug into the sand.
Right.
Obviously, we can't dig into the concrete here.
You know, just take
I mean,
an extra hour or 2.
I'm pretty sure fish wouldn't enjoy that. So they have to do 50 inches of loading versus 48.
Right.
That's the biggest key change that we have here when it comes to the event itself. Again, these ladies are doing an amazing job adapting to the
And
situation.
I'm not quite sure they're carrying it too.
Yes,
so
it's
it's a
carry and load.
carry and load on this. It's not just. Yeah, I don't know what she's pointing
I
out.
don't
to
know what she's
Abby,
pointing.
I don't even know. So it's a carry and load for these 2 sandbags. Interesting. So there's a little extra cardio implement.
It's
I don't know.
3 bags on top of it to get through.
Uh,
They will get distance as well if they cannot complete it, but the idea is to try to finish all the bags.
well, yeah.
'Cause
You
you
want
wanna-
that time. You want to. Oh my! But you know what? That's so tough. And you're going first. And
I would
you'll
just go
get a
all in.
little
I
bit
don't.
of time.
I can't not go all in.
The last event. I
Yeah.
mean, you got to just show out the whole time. It's.
So
This is where the mental toughness, the mental grit and fortitude of like, I just got to do one more thing. I've just got to do one more thing.
I'm a big athlete on strategy and knowing when to conserve my energy. This is what I conserve my energy for. Is I'm planning for 3 runs.
Yeah.
I'm going to run this thing 3 times, and each time it's going to feel better because I'm going to be a little more warm. Is how I would approach it in my brain.
And,
on this
and
one.
also, I think it's great to have it as a head-to-head for the last one because that adds to the adrenaline, that adds to the energy that you have. Because I love having someone next to me that I want to beat.
Or in front of you, you're running towards each other.
Oh, it's like the. Oh, we're fine, Dante. We're not cutting. We're staying right here. No,
We are
but it's like
discussing
power
this event
stairs
right now, Dante.
It's like power stairs. If you're running head to head with somebody, we had that at nationals
Yeah, you
last
see them
year,
at the
which
top.
was fantastic. And you run head to head, and you're like, oh my god, I'm beating them, and then I lost. But it was fine. That last one is what got me, and Jessica was my judge, which was too fun. But that's the fun part about head to head, and that's the fun part about Strongman is like you love these people that you compete with. And then you really want to kick their butts when you're on the floor.
Well, and that's the kind of respect you want to give the other athletes. You want to give them the respect that I have to beat you. I have to work to beat you.
Right.
Because no one wants to get a free win.
Absolutely
no-
not.
no
What's
one wants
fun in
that.
that?
That's the biggest thing in this one. So like each one of the athletes have seen what each one of them are capable of. They've been training either together or talking the whole time and everything. And these are your peers.
Yep.
They're also your competitors. And the respect is to go with your best effort on every event. That's what you want to
Absolutely.
give them. And I assume they want to give that back to you.
Yeah, what I always
That's the
say
biggest
too,
thing.
especially with like an event change and something that comes in, like we're all eating the same poop sandwich, you know, like we're all eating the same thing, but we came here, we're gonna finish this together. We all went through this training, we all hurt, we're all sore, we're all tired, we're all hungry. So it's worth it just to give it your all. You came here for a reason, and like Tyler says, go out and beat somebody. Don't tie. Don't
Yep.
try and tie. Go out there to beat somebody, and
And
then
I
you
don't
can
think
be
we're seeing
friends.
any ties on this event.
Yeah, you can be friends with them afterward, but for right now, you just want to beat the crap out of them,
Yep.
and that always feels.
My
the
coach
best.
calls it a battlefield. You're going to war in the
Yeah.
brains on that one. And so you're going head to head with somebody. It's good to stare them down.
Oh, intimidation makes me think of the movie Little Giants when he has like the foam coming out of his mouth. So I'm not, to be honest, quite sure what we're waiting on as we figure this out. Interesting. Somebody has chalked up a sandbag.
Looks like Caitlin has
there's
chalked up her
no
sandbags.
tomorrow.
So
Maybe there's
one key factor of this one that they also threw in this is they can choose any bag order they want.
Oh, okay.
They do not have to go lightest to heaviest. So that is a small detail that we can talk about right now, just
Yeah.
because I still think lightest to heaviest is a good way to go about it.
I
You
wouldn't
don't
want to.
get bonus points by doing the heaviest early.
I wouldn't want to freak myself out. I don't know. What if you miss? What if you're struggling with that first heavy one and it's about time? So I mean, I don't know if I would go heaviest first.
I'm a big fan of lightest. I just think that's the standard, safest way to do it. Is
It
the
makes
lightest way
sense
to
to
do
me. I mean, unless the heaviest one is really light for you,
But even then, are you really saving that much time?
right?
And it leaves that room for error. It's like if you were doing a sandbag toss, you started with that
With-
with Jessica, who's really confident in that 40-pound
Yeah.
bag, but she just mistimed it slightly. If she started
Yeah.
there, what would it look like?
With this one being taller too, when they get to that load, it's gonna, however they pick it, will make a difference, right? So if you can get the light one to your shoulder, I'd
Yes.
almost say get that. Absolutely, if you can get it to your shoulder easily, get it to your freaking shoulder and dump
this
it
is
over.
one of those events I think Sue has an advantage once again.
Yes.
The
Oh
height.
yeah.
Add in that 2 inches to height, but those athlete Nadia who has so much power, she's definitely someone I'd be looking forward to shouldering 2, if not 3 of these bags.
Just how quickly Jessica, and Sue were able to shoulder the bags on the previous event. But again, it's always a strategy to work through. This happened at the qualifier. We had a sandbag, like a yoke carry, run back at a sandbag for the men, and then load it over the yoke. And so there's a definite strategy there of if the guys were shouldering it, they were fine, but they could put the yoke height wherever they wanted. But for guys who couldn't shoulder that sandbag, you want that yoke height a little bit lower, so you're squatting a little higher, like squatting a little more of that yoke, but then it's lower for you to load the sandbag over, depending on how you pick it. So there's a definite consideration for how you're picking these sandbags, with this being 1 or 2 inches higher.
And
than
we got
they
a little
expected
preview
it.
of this earlier when that sandbag shoulder was added, and we saw which athletes we think we're going to be aiming for that shouldering on this one. And I think that is a good strategy for a taller height on this. Like similar to what we've seen recently with the yoke to sandbag carries.
Yeah.
I am a huge fan of getting that bag to my shoulder to get it over there because I can pick any yoke height I want.
Exactly. That's exactly what you're supposed to do,
And
because
50
that way
inches
it's
is pretty
easier.
high for these women.
Okay, so 44 is probably normally what women load a stone to. 48 maybe. But you think about most of these women's heights, 50 inches.
Yes.
That's really, really tall. Like, I almost want to go stand up there because I'm 5'4" and I got my flip-flops on.
Yeah. See
and
how much taller you are than that. So.
Yeah, exactly, because I'm not a big person, so I would have to shoulder. And then you think about women like a Kira Rickson, for example, who's 4'10" on a good day. And she would be just incredibly at a
In her
disadvantage here. She has to be strong enough.
So with that, would you use
shoulder.
lifters on this if you were a shorter athlete?
That's an interesting one because you do have to carry it, and I don't know. I mean, I've run with lifters on doing a stone carry to load before. It's such a short distance.
Yes.
I don't imagine it would be an issue. I think people can move pretty well in lifters. Normally, I wouldn't use lifters on a moving event.
This is such a unique event. It's so
a little extra
different.
height, or if you've got, I know Kira usually wears like work boots or like Timberland style boots with a bigger lug sole heel. So it's still flat, but she's got some extra height to it.
Yeah,
so a little almost like a platform.
Yeah, anything that gives you a little extra height to be is very beneficial, especially with the added height that we had to have because we can't dig into concrete.
Yeah. Now I got to ask you one question, CJ. You said that this is a tight suit today. Are we still feeling a little bit tight? Like how are we? Or how's our mobility?
A little bit, but
how's our mobility here?
I'm not reaching overhead. We'll tell you that right now. We're not getting that.
You're not going to do some like side bends. Just
I don't
really
think people
try
need to see that. I don't think that's important.
Oh, they may not want to see that. All right, we'll
maybe
see.
if by the end I might rip out of it for the end of the show. That's
I like
I'll
just hulk
consider
out
that.
of it right there.
But
Oh yeah.
Looks like they have the sandbags all set up right now.
This is the last event.
There we go.
They're tired. I know you're a little tired.
No.
The last event of the first show. We are not tired
I know.
here.
This is the first half of the day. So, but I will say it's 3:30 right now. We'll be done with this.
6 events in 3 hours. Though.
6 events in 3 hours, man.
That's
wild.
A
Great
crazy
job.
fast show.
I need you to be louder.
And props to the folks who came out to support their friends too.
Samantha Goggins,
The crowd that we have.
athletes ready.
Hold on. Yanni's getting ahead of us again.
All right, athletes are getting set up right now. The biggest thing, now again, it's not just about winning your heat in this first round. It is about making sure you're in the top 4 fastest time. So you really need to make sure, 1, you win your heat.
Yeah.
And 2, it's fast.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have 3
It's
more
not
heats
just the
after
person
this.
you're up against. It's everybody in this field.
All right, and we are off now.
Looks like we got Billy Goggins having a little challenge with that bag. Both athletes are getting their bags to the lap. They will get a distance if they cannot complete all 3 bags. So they will get bag plus distance on this.
190, 210, and 230 are your
Wow.
bags.
So
So
the bag is-
Kaylin, I'm curious.
And that extra 2 inches that is coming to play on Samantha Goggins right now.
Oh my gosh.
She's got to lean back. She's fighting for this one. She's got it up top there, and we got 1 bag over. Samantha got the first bag.
The hard part is I see a lot of smashed fingers in our future.
Yes,
That is just,
I can see that happening right here.
my goodness, that is so heavy. That's so tough.
This is a family establishment. 10 seconds.
All right, Kaylin's having a little
She's
trouble getting
trying.
that low.
Kaylin's putting in the effort.
And again, it's that extra height I think is the biggest challenge here.
Oh my goodness, yes.
2, 1, time.
All right, so we got
That-
1 bag completed by Samantha Goggins. That's so far your leader currently.
First of all, this method for moving the sandbags back is absolute genius, and I love every second of it. So promoters take note, volunteers take note, get you some straps from a mono, like you would have in a squat rack, and use those to pull the sandbags back across this cement floor. But, man, already you can see the exhaustion on a 6th event. These ladies are tired. they can move those sandbags fresh. Not a problem. 190, 210, 230.
No, they were shouldering that 190 earlier for multiple reps.
Exactly. So, I mean, this is going to be just, like we said before, I think there's going to be a really exciting finish based on how today has gone.
There's going to be some grit in the last event.
Yeah, there you go. Normally 44 to 46.
Now they have to lift it to the full 50 inches.
50 inches.
Athletes are
I'm just giggling at that because that's close to my height. I mean, I'm just like, oh my goodness.
That's where shouldering comes into play, though.
You have to shoulder it.
they have to travel 15 feet with each bag.
And, you know, when you're loading something too, CJ, if you're carrying and loading it, very different than if you're standing in front of it and loading it. You obviously want to shoulder, but if you can't shoulder it, like, would you squat back down and get yourself some
I would
momentum?
reset. Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
These are bags. If you can't shoulder it, most likely you can't get it high enough over the belt at 50 inches. That's the thing. These ones are high. Kim Baum to come in fast and have it high there. She just proved me wrong with that one, but she picked it high. Other athletes are picking it sideways.
You see, Ellie, though, did a squat back down and got that hip drive and that power to push over him.
Kim, I think, might have figured this out.
Yeah.
Being high under her belt, carrying a vertical hamburger style, as we call
There
it
you
over here.
go. Ellie's
with
on
that
back,
hot dog and that
too.
power.
Nice move by
2
Ellie.
bags done.
Kim is struggling with that last
Kim is
bag.
showing the bag. But every inch matters on this.
Yes, distance counts on this as well.
Yes. Yep. Getting it to
Oh,
the
Ellie's
would
got
call
the
it causes
distance
to be a
too.
tie currently. And she is turning the bag in her lap, trying to get more extension on this one.
Wow.
Ooh, so we now had 2 athletes complete 2 bags and bring it to the distance.
I think everybody's got to remind everybody about the distance and our rules on this one. They got to measure the final 2 bags.
Oh, so it looks like Kim maybe not walking all the way to the implement itself.
I
might
don't
cost
know.
her a couple
Ellie
inches.
trying. Ellie's looks like it's a tiny bit closer.
Ellie's does look a little bit closer on this one. Remember, they take the top 4,
Right.
and your reward is to do it again.
It's not the best reward, I don't think. I don't think that's very, very fun.
Well, that's how you get to battle for more points. In the eliminated athletes, they're going by completed and distance. So they're treating it like a normal event if you are eliminated. So there will still be a 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th based upon their completed bags and distance.
Yeah.
So it does pay you either way to get as far as you can with that. But for the continued athletes, they take the top 4, and then it's a clean slate for the next round.
This is intriguing. There's a lot of discussion going on with Abby Deal, Andrew Clayton, Mary Colasanto, the rest of the staff, trying to make sure we are scoring this accurately and consistently because this is new for everybody.
Yes.
Right.
This is the brainchild of Tyler. He is always thinking of these new, unique ways. I really enjoy watching this.
This is fun. I love a good head-to-head. Why not?
And you get multiple rounds of it, too.
Oof. So it's really not 6 events for the day. It's about 8 events for the day that these ladies are going
It can become
through.
up to 8 events. If you're doing well,
Yes.
your reward is more events.
Oh, man. And you know what? Good. Give me more events.
Just
Love it.
what we needed. So that means the men later on will be doing up to, 12, 13 events this weekend?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
But that sounds like their future problem.
Hey, when you're giving out money, you let them earn it, right?
Yeah,
And
they
that's
are
what we
earning
gotta go
it.
through. But a great day, though, so far. Kaylin and Sam and Ellie and Kim were our first 4. Now we're moving on to
All right,
Sue
it's gonna
and
come down
Chelsea.
to Sue and Chelsea. So if these athletes complete all 3, they will eliminate every previous athlete before them.
Chelsea, interesting. She's turning and trying to get the momentum,
Yes.
throwing it over.
So the goal for these athletes is actually just to complete all 3 bags in no set time. Because you know if you get all 3, you've eliminated the other 4.
Sue's height is a huge
Yes.
advantage. Where she holds it naturally, it just goes right over the platform.
And Sue, we know Sue is moving on. For certain, we know Sue is moving on. Chelsea needs to get this one to go on to reattempt this. There, I think she can get it over.
There she goes.
Both of these athletes are moving on to the next round.
Absolutely. And, man, that last one was tough for Chelsea. And sometimes there are rules. So you saw her put both her hands
Yep.
on there to support herself. And
That is
then
allowed
put her
on
hands
this.
and put her hands back under. So she's trying to hold the bag up there.
And this is why both the pillars are pushed into each other.
Yep.
So you can actually use it as a helping tool
Yeah.
to get it over as well.
And
That is
again,
allowed.
When you're 50 inches, when it's 2 inches higher than what it's supposed to be, and approximately 4 inches higher than normal it would
Yes.
be, let them use it for a little bit of help.
So we know we're going to see these two athletes go again here shortly.
For very,
By shortly,
yeah.
I mean in a few minutes
Yeah, exactly.
on the exact same event.
It's like, do it
So
again.
again, the perk of going later right now, both these athletes know to get to the next round, they need to complete all three.
Right. Yes, in the time, but they can take their little bit of time. They don't have to necessarily
Correct. All
rush
they have
it.
to do is complete all three. So the smartest things athletes do is to slow down right now and just find a rhythm to save it for the next round.
Yeah.
'Cause they,
Coach against students.
there we go. Good pacing.
Nice little pop right there by Jess and
Yep.
good move by Nadia.
I think Nadia understands the assignment right now. She doesn't need to go fast.
Yeah.
She needs to get three.
Interesting. They're carrying in
They're-
two different ways.
And they're connecting right in the middle here.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
All right, so we know the four athletes moving on.
Wow.
And it is the current top four.
That's great. I
Jess,
love every second.
Nadia,
Yep.
Chelsea, and Sue are all moving on to repeat again.
Wow. So that was, we're going to take probably a short little moment to let everything reset, maybe give them a breath. But yeah, so Sue, Chelsea, Nadia, and Jess
Yep.
going to go at it again. And
Yep.
then whoever has the fastest time
The
out
fastest
of those
two
fastest two, yeah,
move on.
to do it again.
So and this is the battle for the podium right now because there's only 1 point separating Chelsea and Sue currently. So potentially, depending on times,
Yeah.
the winner of this heat guarantees himself podium.
Right. And Summer, you did some math, but if Jessica loads 3, that locks in first place overall for her no matter what in other rounds. Yeah, I imagine. So. I feel like Jessica's got a really firm grip on first, especially after this point, because it would have been, 8, 7, 6,
But
5.
the way she was moving on that one, she wants to beat Nadia.
Yeah.
She doesn't want to leave anything up to question.
Doesn't no doubt on that one is what she wants to leave.
Yeah, she wants to be like, this is my day.
Yes.
You know?
And Jessica's not a competitor to just be like, yeah, I can stop now. No, it's not in her mindset. But you're right. You're absolutely right. It looks like Jess is probably going to
Lock it in.
that first place on the podium.
But this is the one to watch.
This battle for second and third right now, my goodness, for really third,
If
the rest of
both-
the podium.
Yes.
Athletes ready. Judges
Yeah, fascinating.
And here we go. This is a guarantee for third place, whoever wins this heat. Sue just looks comfortable right now.
Sue is so fast on this. My goodness.
Sue wants to make it all the way to the finals here.
Oh, there it is.
And Chelsea is fighting for every inch. She just might be burnt out.
Yeah, that's so
She has
hard.
been a fighter every single
I
event.
imagine that just locked up our top 3, depending on how Nadia and Jess go, I imagine.
So, the
Yeah.
biggest thing on this next one, if it
Nadia
ends up
doesn't
being,
get 3.
if Nadia does not get 3, and if Nadia doesn't finish in a faster time to make the finals, Sue has a chance to jump into second.
Yeah. I love when it finishes like this. I love when there's like a little bit of tension and you just never know.
Yep.
So that was such a strong run by Sue. So I'm curious. And if she does it, she did it faster than Nadia. There's a lot of factors here.
A lot of variables here.
A lot of variables. But if Nadia finishes it, she'll probably lock up that second place. You never know. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't math. I don't math good. So Summer, if you're out there doing the maths, ask my family. I don't play Yahtzee because it's embarrassing because I don't math good. Got to have somebody else add it up for me. But this is such an exciting day, and I love that it's a head-to-head type of thing to finish because we've had so much fun on this Women's Day. Even with the weather drowning us out on the beach, I really think this has just been outstanding.
Oh.
The crowd has been great today. Obviously, a hometown crowd for Jessica
See,
Mitchell.
honestly, this might be a blessing in disguise. They do have to load a little higher, but not doing this in sand
Oh yeah.
sounds so much better.
So much better. Can you imagine doing this in sand?
Athletes ready.
Here we go.
Judges ready. Go! This is going to help decide the top
Man, they look faster than they were previous round.
That's what I mean. You get a little warm after the first round. Jess wants this win. She already has it locked up, but she wants to guarantee it. Leave nothing to doubt.
There you go. I think Nadia getting that second bag.
That was big here.
Yeah.
So it looks like we know who the top two are going to be, but it looks like we're going to have
Sue and Jessica.
It's going to end up being Sue and Jessica the final event win.
Yep.
But it looks like we already have a finished up podium with this run. Come on, cheering on your other athletes here. And there we go. All three are loaded, but that still will eliminate Nadia from this for this final event.
For the final for this will be Sue versus Jessica. Wow.
Oh, 0.07 seconds separated the two of them. So we already know the podium right now. We know what's first, second, and third are locked in by points wise. But this is for the event win. This is for a little bit of pride.
Absolutely.
On this, both these women want to end on the highest note possible, which is winning the final event.
And I love that they tied on frame, too. So they tied at 13.9 seconds each on that frame carry, and 0.07 seconds separated their runs just now in the second. I'm telling you, it was faster than that first one.
It was much faster.
So I am so intrigued. We're probably going to give them a minute to breathe, probably just a second, get everything reset, let the guys chalk up the sandbags for them.
Take your time setting these bags, please.
Yeah, please, take as long as you need. Please do not be efficient.
But this is the final run.
Sarah McLean rooting for Chelsea. Chelsea has had a fantastic day. I still can't get over that squat.
Her head should be hung high.
And her press at 260, it was an absolutely gorgeous
She had a PR
press.
today. She battled through a heavy squat. The sandbags kind of caught up with her today, though.
A little bit. Those sandbags are so tough.
Yeah.
And we threw in a really tough mixture of a sandbag carry and load versus the sled. 1 minute rest is what they're going to give them. So again, we know who the top three are going to be. And we know what order they're going to go in as well, right? So it's going to finish Jess, Nadia, and Sue. And Sue has had an incredible day as well. She is so fun to watch. But what we want to figure out here, this last little bit, it's so exciting. I hate when it's like you know what the things are going to be, but that Sue jumping over Chelsea is
this is the first time we've seen the gauntlet. They can say they're the first winner of the Cerberus Super Series sandbag load and carry gauntlet.
I just can't wait to hear them tell me how much it sucked. Yeah. You know, because everybody's going to be honest. Either this is a great event, this sucks, this is brutal. But hey,
it's definitely brutal. But the fact that they got better, I think it shows how well this event is designed and the way it's set up.
I'm curious to see if we start seeing this at some local events too, because it's not a terribly difficult setup. You could do this with yokes, you could do this with a couple different ways. But I'm curious if promoters are watching this. If you're following on the live chat too, tell me, are you seeing this and thinking you want to put something like this into one of your shows?
Yeah. And remember, the reward for doing well is doing more.
Doing well, doing more.
And I feel like that's a metaphor for training as well.
Yeah.
The better you get at training, the more weight you got to put on the bar to get this done, the more reps you get to do. So I think it's really nice to see the athletes who performed the best today get to do a little more on top of it.
Hey, congratulations. You get to compete more. Here we go. All right.
Here we go. The final round here. Both athletes want to win. Sue is coming out so hot.
Look at this.
Oh, they're going head-to-head. Sue is sliding around that bag. Fast pick on this one. She has the lead currently.
Sue is looking so strong.
Oh, a slight misstep on getting that bag over the bar.
No. Oh, she rushed that one. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
Jessica Mitchell.
Smooth as can be.
Onto the last bag. Oh, Jessica.
This is just short.
Okay.
Leading against that. She has time.
There it is.
Jessica Mitchell.
Almost
take the win there.
Such a beautiful day by Jessica. Come on, Sue. Come on, Sue. Let's go.
There we go. Get it over there. Finish it.
Come on, Sue. Come on, Sue. Finish that out.
There it is. The heart of a champion.
Unbelievable. My goodness. Jessica Mitchell, emotional on the floor after finishing that. What an impressive day from Jessica Mitchell. My goodness. Start to finish.
Didn't slow down one bit that whole show. She started out hot and kept her foot on the gas the whole time. That's
outstanding.
What an insane showing. One of the best showings we'll see.
This Sue Eager coming back with that. I mean, she's an impressive athlete, but everybody today has showed at some point how much grit, how much determination, how much they love the sport, how much they care about it. And if this is just the beginning, like the women, I think are incredibly exciting to watch right now. But we have the second half, the 105 kg men coming up
Yes.
too.
This is only the first half of our day.
This is only
We
half
have
of our
5
day.
more events to go through.
Yeah, and a reminder as well, Yanni just announced this here, but we're going to do the awards after the men's stuff happens because we want to get to the men's side of the competition. So we are going to take a short break. An incredible start to this day with the Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League with the 82-kg women. Jessica Mitchell coming in first, followed by Nadia Stowers and Sue Eager. I'm excited to see the second half of the day, but we probably need a little bit of coffee.
Yeah.
Been a long day already.
Oh, I'm pretty hyped up right now, but I could use a little jolt for the second half.
A little pick-me-up. So we'll be back here in a little while. Keep it here. Press subscribe. Follow along. Get that notification, the alert when we come back for the u105kg men Day 2 events, well, 5 through 10.
5 through
6
10.
through 10. There we go. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Southside Barbell Gym here in Virginia Beach, Virginia, for the Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League 105kg men's second day. We just wrapped up about 45 minutes ago the 82-kilo women's class, and what a day it was for the women, CJ.
What a show.
Look at the points that we had there. Jessica Mitchell with such a commanding victory.
She tied for the first event win and never let go.
Never let go, man. Jessica Mitchell, 45 points. She hit 265 on that axle, tying Nadia Stowers, her coach, who comes in second with 37.5 points. And the real battle in that final gauntlet, which was so fun to watch, we'll get to see it again with the men, Sue Eager. Those last three events, Sue just really showed out.
Yes. She started off a little slow, but she knew she wasn't the best presser, but that's what Strongman is about, is more consistency on that one. And don't take anything away from Chelsea. She performed top to bottom. Speaking of bottoms, that bottoms-up squat that she had to do to tie those 19 reps. Like, those four women, and every woman that competed today, on top of everything, just insane show. But this is the final standings that we have from the 82 women pro finals on that one. So.
Absolutely. And we'll do the awards after the men are finished here. But again, congrats to Jessica Mitchell, Nadia Stowers, Sue Eager, and Chelsea Held, Kim Baum, Ellie Ramirez, Samantha Goggins, and Kaylin Prow, all showing up and showing out. And really, nobody gave up today. There was such great effort, such incredible grit and determination. And this is interesting. I've been going around, CJ, asking, because we talked about this. On that last run on the gauntlet, it didn't mean anything except pride, right?
Yes, 100%.
So Sue couldn't move up or down. Jessica had already sealed first place. So our question was, would you still do it? Right? And I've asked men and women the same question. So I'm interested, and I'd love to see your comments on the live stream. Set up like that. Final event of the day, last run of the day. You've already done this twice. You're doing it a third time, but it doesn't mean anything with placing. Would you still do it? And it's an interesting question, because I think it depends on a lot of factors.
Yes.
Depends on what you got coming up, how you're feeling for that moment. But for the most part, the women have said yes.
Yes.
The men have said no.
And I agree with the men personally. But
I just
if I had nothing to gain, I would just pull it off. I'd probably do like one little run for the crowd.
Yes.
But I would just probably call it and go to my next competition on that.
Right. Some women said, you know what, it was clearly like, in this example, Sue is great at it. It was probably a pride thing for her. So let her run one or two, and then we'll go for it.
Right.
I don't know.
So let's recap the men, though.
Yeah, let's go to this, because we'll see their gauntlet, too. So let's look at where they're
about to
standing.
start right here. So let's recap the men from top to bottom, go with the place, and I'll let you start this one off.
Sure. So, again, Isaac Mays is going to be your leader. He had an incredible day yesterday. Matt McQuiston. And then Rissling coming in third. Now where Sam Rissling really just did incredible was that sandbag throw, the squats. He
came on hot.
He came out great.
He was not happy with his first two events, he told me. And then he just came out the gate. And now he's going to try to ride that wave all the way into day two.
Absolutely. We're going to start with a deadlift ladder. I really want to point out, though, Vince Wilkinson, who's sitting there somewhere in the middle, he's the one, you follow him on Instagram. Look at his chin. Dude face planted into that frame on the first part of the run, smashed his chin open, and finished it out.
Well, they just say fighters have iron chins. He has an iron works chin now. That's the biggest thing there.
Yeah, Richie Mochigemba, and then Chris Schwant, and Vince Wilkinson. Matt Powell, you got to love to see that. He's still in the running there.
Well, we're seeing a good battle for that 10th place. Remember, only top 10 get to do that gauntlet.
Right.
At the end. We will see athletes do 4 events. Only the top 10 do the gauntlet. Between Damon Curtis and Aiden Howell is only a 1.5 point difference to be that 10th place, to have the ability to show their stuff on the gauntlet.
Absolutely. And we're starting off, again, switching up the original order of events, right? So I think initially we were going to, what we were going to start with is not happening first. We're starting with this deadlift ladder. So this is a pretty intense deadlift ladder, I believe, going up to 720 pounds.
750 pounds,
750 pounds? My goodness, I don't math good. But again, whatever you saw on Instagram, originally it was the Husafel carry to sled drag. We changed that for the women. So if you're watching the women's side, what we did was make it a Husafel sandbag down, shoulder a bag 3 times, and then Husafel sandbag back. So I imagine we'll do the same thing for the men in this situation. The deadlift ladder was originally third. We're starting with that. So it goes 660, 690, 720, 750. Now, CJ, this one, that is killer. Such a killer way to start the day.
100%.
Such a heavy deadlift.
Yeah, so these athletes have been trying to get warm for a while now. Luckily, I don't mind this being the first event today because they've had so much warm-up time going into it. So it's kind of nice on that one. And I love a good deadlift ladder. Those who know me, I love that. I'm the 80-kilo American record holder for the deadlift itself. So any deadlift ladder is something great to see for me. So we'll see some athletes take different responses. I was looking at these bars, though, and I was kind of talking to a few athletes. They are loaded uniquely on this, and I think we're going to see as they travel down, there's actually less whip in these bars. These are brand new.
They were in bags when we got here.
Yes, brand new Cerberus deadlift bars, which come out a little stiff when you first get them. You got to break them in a little bit on this one. And a lot of these early bars are loaded with 45-pound plates, which you'll get more whip out of the bar that way. As you go down, there are 100-pound plates in the middle, so that it'll get stiffer as the weight goes up. And I was talking with Jacob McBride, who's actually really excited about this. He's like, I am terrible at pulling the slack out of the bar. The stiffer the bar, the better it works for me.
That's fair.
So Jacob McBride's a little excited about the way it was constructed here. Again, it's all constructed the same way, so each athlete has the same advantage and disadvantage of this one. But I thought that was unique how the way it was chosen to be set up on this one for convenience on this, but it will get less whippy as you go down.
Interesting. I like it. And, of course, we're setting up with the platform events first, so I imagine we will go with a circus dumbbell ladder next because the platforms are out. And then they'll move the platforms away for the final 3 events just out of concern for time, because again, we started about 12:40 today. We were supposed to start at 10. We cruised through the women's events very quickly. You had 6 events in less than 4 hours, which was just absolutely incredible.
So for international, it starts with about 300 kilos.
There you go.
Goes about 315 kilos. Then it goes 330 and then 345s, roughly across that. So just keep that in the back of your mind on that. But starting off with 300 kilos is the main starting point there for all this out there. And about 15 kilo jumps, plus or minus a kilo or 2. But that's how you want for our international viewers. That's something you can keep in mind as we're going down. Heavy is the key word on this one.
Heavy is the key. And also there's strategy, too. If you want to use straps, if you're going to use, obviously, figure 8s, I would recommend, unless it's the last one, if you're comfortable without straps for the first couple of them. And also, one of the competitors told me today his low back yesterday was just feeling it, but woke up this morning feeling great. So
that's good.
That extra couple hours for them to rest, eat, sleep, recover. It
probably benefited them a lot, yeah.
Really,
and now they're inside. You're warmer than you were outside yesterday, so it's a very key factor on this one.
Oh, man.
Mike Legakis versus Blake Ditas in this one. I know Blake was a little worried about this event when I was talking to him previously. Deadlift's not his favorite event. As you see him taking his time on that first bar.
And I hate wrapping straps. I'm a figure 8 person, and for something when you have to factor in speed.
Yes.
If you're going to have to use straps, because strapping up takes so much time. And Blake's going to call it on that first one.
Blake's having trouble. I know he wasn't excited about this event. Deadlift is not his favorite. And these are heavy, no matter what you want to call it. These are heavy barbells.
Deadlift it's either you love it or you hate it. I love deadlift. That's one of my favorite events. But again, we talked about it on the women's side. The weights are so heavy to just even play in the game, right?
They competed yesterday, so they are feeling all of yesterday. Where they had 5 grueling events. This is their 6th event over 2 days, and they're starting off with heavy deadlifts on it. So it's quite the challenge to come into this. So Mike did his best there.
Again, we have
he still got the first bar. He still got that 300 kilos, 660 pounds.
Got some points. Got on the board for that one.
And that is not a light first bar.
No. We have Greg Popejoy, judge on one side. Bobby Thompson back as our head judge for the men's side, too.
Jacob McBride comes on. Again, another redemption round for him. At Pro Strongman League 90s, he was the only athlete to 0 a max deadlift. He overshot his opener on that. So this is, again, a redemption round for him on this. That's the story of Jacob McBride this weekend, is redeeming some past failures, and that's sometimes half the battle, is trying to be able to beat yourself.
Yeah. Eric Olmstead also going now.
There we go. Great job there, Jacob.
Olmstead made up a lot of points yesterday on that frame.
Jacob is calling it at 690. He got 2 bars, which is very good.
Olmstead got 2.
Moving on to that 3rd bar.
They are running splits on this, but the split goes when the down command is given, not when the bar hits the ground. So keep in mind, that's where the split time is, when that down command is called.
At this point, Olmstead needs to hit this to pass Jacob.
Yeah.
720 pounds, roughly 330 kilos, and just not there today.
Got it off the ground. More power to him on that one. He won the frame, so, I mean, he has a win in an event. He was very speedy with the frame yesterday. He was one of the first ones to go for it, too. So he really set the tone. Sky Olsen, Aiden Howell.
Sky Olsen, how did you mess up that mullet, man?
I know. How do you miss who that is? There's no mistaking
Howell.
Mountain Dew Code Red over there. He just wants to go fast.
I have to be very nice to Aiden. Apparently, he told me his mother was not happy with how I was speaking to him at times yesterday. But Aiden's a good friend of mine. It's all good fun.
He's such a sweet kid. He just turned 21.
I mean, is not his favorite event. I know his max is around 700 pounds.
Yeah, he's going with the figure 8s as well.
Yes. So getting these first bars will be big for him.
Got the first one. And again, this is so fun to go head-to-head, too. When you look up and kind of see where the other person is, it pushes you a little bit more.
This is close to his max right now. And this is the best I've seen him pull. Very clean on the 690 pounds.
Excellent pull there.
720 pounds is next.
Sky Olsen onto the third.
Sky Olsen doing the rolling technique.
Aiden's taking a minute.
Great
He's going to take a
timing
breath.
on that roll. Able to get a little extra advantage on that. Come on, Aiden. Dig deep there, brother.
But you know what? That strategy right there, too, he knows this is going to be a big PR
Yes.
for him, big lift for him. Take a moment. You know you're not going to get the fourth. Put it all into this third
Come
one.
on, Scott.
Not going to happen for Aiden today. That's
And
okay.
Sky's got some, he broke it then. Looks like he's a little off center.
Yeah. It's
And
easy to do with the figure eights to get yourself a little
It's also
off-center.
downside of this rolling technique. I enjoy it. If you time it perfect, you get an extra jump. But if you're a little bit off, it becomes twice as heavy.
Absolutely. And, with the figure eights, too, like a lot of people want to just – what I try to do is put them through and then move the straps off to the side a little bit and
You want
create –
the angle
you want that angle.
Yes, you want an angle to the
Learning
outside.
that was huge. A friend of mine, Justin Weaver, actually said, you have a great grip. Get your hands around on that and loosen up your figure eights a tiny bit.
All right, Damon Curtis, a very intense athlete coming up here.
This is where his own smelling salts come in handy,
Oh,
big
100%.
time.
This is
a perfect
I
opportunity.
might put it in my pocket for the last bar itself. I might
I'd set it up in the front.
Right in
Yep.
front. Yep. Have it ready for that one. I 100% agree.
You see Abby Deal coming in and helping Greg reset these
But so far,
bars for the
Sky's the only
competitors.
person to hit the third bar.
Right.
720 pounds.
So taking a second to make sure to reset everything, make sure it
I
all
just
looks
said-
good.
That was the cleanest deadlift I've seen Aiden do.
Yeah.
Especially without a suit on today.
Oh, yeah,
That's
no
very
suits
big.
allowed.
No
right.
suits allowed on this one. Figure eight straps allowed, belts allowed, but no suits allowed on this. That's a big difference.
And again, Abby, who's helping running this too, she's a top-level competitor. She's an OSG competitor, so she's going to set this up well for the athletes.
All right, Damon Curtis with Jack Haria is up now.
It's taking a minute. Already threw one over there.
All right, Damon's going moving very fast here. They both know they're trying to get that third bar. That's an important bar right now. So they're taking their time. Damon Curtis. Very good hitch from Damon there.
No penalty for dropping them. You can feel free to drop them.
And a ladder, a lot of times, dropping the bar is actually very advantageous if you're trying to go quick. If you want
Exactly.
to get a foot over the bar. This ladder is not as quick, but it's still a heavy ladder, so they want to go through it. Don't want to have that bar in your hands longer than they have to.
Setting up,
This is
Damon.
big for Damon. He's got to get the shoulders back. Good strong hitch. Great lift there from Damon.
The relief on his face when he got to
And
drop
he's calling
that.
at 720. He's happy with
Hey,
that.
but that was a beautiful example of a good hitch too. Like
Yes.
get it just past your knees, squat back down, really lean
He
back
did an
into
amazing
it.
job on that. Yes.
Utilize the hitch. Again, as a reminder for people who are just watching this for the first time, maybe you're watching a deadlift like, oh, there's nobody doing sumo. You can't do that in this sport unless it's specifically allowed and called for
Yes.
on an event.
Which I don't think I've ever seen that too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's possible, right? But I'm just saying,
Yep.
no sumo's allowed. You can use straps. You can hitch as much as you want to.
the bar
mo-
up.
Yeah.
Vince Wilkinson. And we have. Looks like we have Matt Powell from the Mac Attack.
Oh, my goodness. Yesterday was a beautiful moment. His daughter got on the mic to cheer for him.
All right. Vince, I know, is a very good puller. So he's going to be aggressive on these bars, going no straps at the first bar.
No
The first
straps in
athlete
the
to get
first one.
straps. So he's going for time on this. Very powerful. I think on this bar he will go for the straps. Yep, that is correct on that. Great lift there for Matt. Taking his time. They
Great lift for
both know
Matt
his third bar
Powell.
is very important here. And now they're trying to get split time here.
Oh, he's already, shaking a little bit.
And Matt was very smooth through the 720. I think he's got a good shot at the 750. Let's go, Mac Attack.
It's our second athlete to get there.
He's going to have to dig.
Vince going for another attempt on the 720.
Let's go, Matt.
Not there today for Vince.
And it's not there today.
Ooh.
Got a little dizzy there. It's okay.
You're seeing some stars. Your vision starts to get a little black.
Yeah, it's
and
a lot
it
of
just
brace.
happens.
750 is a heavy weight.
Bracing
and,
is,
and him hugging his daughter right now is just.
I can't
It's
handle it.
heartwarming. It's heartwarming.
It makes me tear up every time watching. A dad and kids is great. A dad and a daughter in that moment is one of the makes me tear up. I know Greg Popejoy, he doesn't want to admit it. He got a little misty-eyed yesterday watching that happen with a good old Mac Attack. Love to see it. If you're in the Georgia area too, Georgia Strongest coming up in a couple of weeks. Matt Powell, part of that.
Well, I think he could currently be the leader by how fast he was moving through those bars.
He moved through those first three
Yes.
real quickly.
So
that was
we'll get
very
the official
nice.
times later on, but hit first or second for him right now. We know
Absolutely. So we're moving into the top half of this.
that. Yep.
Mochi Gimba and Chris Schwant.
So right now, Matt Powell is your lead.
Yep, Matt Powell is in the lead.
Just confirmed it. Great first pulls from both
Chris is
competitors
moving very
here.
efficient, very fast
Mochi
through these
Gimba.
bars. You see that fatigue from yesterday's squats, though. His legs are shaking a little bit. His quads and hamstrings are battling, but he knows he's a good puller. Will we see our first
I like his
750-pound
straps,
deadlift?
too. They're more like Bursa grips.
Oh, just not there right now.
He's got time to take that,
He does
step
have time.
back. Look at him zen out for a moment.
best thing you can do
Schwant
right
going
now.
for that third deadlift.
Yep. That's a heavy bar.
Oh, my goodness, that's heavy. Mochi Gimba going for another attempt at that fourth bar. Again,
he's not
this
there.
heavy of a deadlift ladder on day 2 to start it out
Yes.
is tough.
And 750 is not there for him today.
Okay. So the top 4 is where we're moving.
The second person at 720 at 17.8 seconds.
17.8 seconds to 3 bars.
Wow.
Chris was moving on that. Nick Hine versus Sam Risling. Now, Nick Hine, we saw him go down with an injury yesterday. Apparently, the frame hit his leg, the Achilles on the back of his leg. So we thought it could have been a more serious injury, but it seems to be, I call it, 'tis a flesh wound.
That frame has claimed some victims, I'll tell you that much.
From the chin to the Achilles. It's a little battle with the top to bottom. But now he's back at the Sam Risling. I know wants to get through these bars quickly. He
Sam
says deadlift
Risling.
is not his best pull. He says his max is around 735, is what he told me previously. So this third bar will be close to what his max has been. Nick Hine recently broke 800 pounds this past year on the deadlift. I know that for a fact. Because when he hit it, I invited him to the 800-pound club, so it's nice.
Sam Risling very efficient with how he's wrapping his straps.
Yes.
And we have Hine using the figure eights that you see there.
Sam knows this is right at his top end. Yep. and he's calling it
Yeah.
good.
That's smart, though.
But Nick Hine knows he is good for 800 on his best day. I have seen him do it myself. So he's efficient through this one. He wasn't the fastest in 3 bars, but if he hits this, he is the leader.
He's got it. He's got it.
He's got to get his shoulders
man.
back. And that is a good rep there from Nick Hine.
He is absolutely pumped. Risling came back to try to get that third bar. Couldn't get it.
He wants the points. He can't.
Incredible lift, though, by Nick Hine. A beautiful example, again, of using that hitch, getting it just above your knees, starting to move back. Almost looks like he's going to fall backward.
It's one of those athletes, he understood the assignment. The perk of going later, he saw me athletes went through 4 bars. He was methodical for those 3 bars. That's
52.8 seconds. 52.8 to get those 4. So that's the time to beat now.
Ozzie Mays, Mac McQuiston, our top 2 competitors so far. We are flying through this ladder.
Oh, my goodness. I love a good timed event.
And here we go.
No straps at all.
Isaac going no straps. Matt is locked in. Matt's got the first one. Isaac going no strap for the second bar.
Oh,
looks like he's pulled back on
that's
a little
so
bit.
scary. I hate seeing that. Both taking their time.
Isaac is feeling yesterday.
Ooh. See Sam Risling cheering him on.
Here we go, Isaac. He goes hits through, and Isaac is good.
Ooh. McQuiston really taking his time on this second bar.
I think McQuiston was seeing what Isaac was going to do.
Yeah, safe set. Nick Hine's going to be our winner, the only one to get 4.
Yes. Which again, 750 pounds.
McQuiston's going to call it after just getting 1.
bar.
That's going to be a shakeup in the points right now.
We will see a big shakeup of points. And Nick Hine,
yeah.
I believe Nick Hine for certain just jumped himself in the top 3.
Absolutely. I think the absolute. And
we'll double check all scores and have everything to you shortly, but that was a great run.
And I want to point this out. It is 4:57 p.m. where we are. We started about 10 minutes ago.
And we are through the deadlift ladder.
Through the deadlift ladder. So I'm assuming what's coming up next will likely be the circus dumbbell. So going into an overhead press event, keep these platforms out. But again, we are in day 2 now, past one event. We're in the men's, the 105 kg class. One athlete getting all 4 bars in this very heavy deadlift ladder. We're coming back with event 2 here in just a few minutes from Virginia Beach.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
a speedy first event back here on day 2 for the 105 kg men in the Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League. And CJ, that shook up this scoreboard in a very big way.
Completely. That shook everything up. Isaac Mays finishing 12th in that event. We had a commanding lead on there. And we saw Nick Hine, who I believe was in 4th place, going into the event, getting a win on that. So 16 points he gains on that one event. So everything has changed on this one. It's almost a brand new show at this point.
Absolutely. Almost, he was the only one to get that 4th bar, and the celebration video already, I've watched it, so look for it on AF Visuals on Instagram because it was impressive. And again, you look at this, Nick Hine on the top, Chris Schwant coming in second, Matt Powell, and Sky Olsen, who was remember the top 10 at the end of this 4th event today are the ones who are going to do the gauntlet.
Correct.
So we're fighting for these top 10 spots, and this first event has already really thrown this scoreboard into a crazy hot mess. And you see them setting up for the second event, which will be the circus dumbbell ladder, so another ladder event directly
so for example,
after.
to talk about what I brought up with Isaac Mays and Nick Hine earlier, Isaac Mays had a 10.5-point lead on Nick Hine for 1st to 4th on that one.
Wow.
Nick Hine just closed that gap.
That's impressive.
So we're going to see a whole shakeup to this top 10 that we have going on here. So that's going to be, and we still have a few more events to go on this. We have 4 more total events, 3 more events till we cut the top 10.
Right.
And now we have another ladder. As much as, again, loving ladders today. You know,
Loving
we're
ladders.
climbing up. That's what we're doing right here.
We like a good ladder. Now, so our next one is the circus dumbbell. I tried to do some quick math to help out for our European friends for the kilos, or basically anybody outside the United States who doesn't use who uses metric system. So the ladder goes like this for our American metric imperial system friends: 170, 185, 200, and 215. So that's about 77, 84, 91, and 97 and a half or so
roughly
kilos.
on that
so
one.
it's rough math there for what this circus dumbbell ladder looks like. Now, there are multiple kinds of circus dumbbells within this. They're not all the same. On either side, they're as equal as they can be, but they're 2 sear dumbbells, so they're fixed ones.
Yes.
And then the plate-loaded ones that have caps on the end,
Now-
so these are very different.
Now let's go in before we start talking about the implements themselves, what a circus dumbbell press is.
Sure.
So it's an old-timey strongman.
Love it.
Everyone's seen those pictures of that strongman holding the bell above their head. These athletes can clean the bell any way to their shoulder using both hands.
Yep.
But to press the dumbbell, they must use one arm on that. And that's a key factor, and stabilize it with that one arm as you go. So if you've never seen a circus dumbbell before, you're in for a treat coming up, because you'll see multiple kinds as we go through. As we talked about that sear bell, the rounded ends, a very fixed dumbbell, all the way until the, what do you call it? Some country call it a monster bell, where it's more of a thick end on there. Go through.
And again, you might have one at your gym. If you go to a gym that has some strongman equipment, they are all so very different, depending on the diameter of the handle itself.
Yes.
So if you're going to sit a lot wider, it's much more difficult than if you can get tighter and get more of your forearm grip into that. It's going to be a little different. These are a diamond pattern on the outside and have a lip on the outside for those caps.
Yep.
So it's going to be different where you hold it. Everybody places it different. A lot of women will start here with it. I think men do it too. A lot of people prefer it out here. James Deffenbaugh puts on a wrestling helmet and puts his head all the way to the side and just pops it like this.
Yep.
And some people split jerk it. I've never seen this in competition. It would only be for a max one, probably. It would not be efficient for a ladder, but a bench press, where you just kind of push
lean
yourself
forward.
slowly. You don't even pop it up. You just push yourself slowly up underneath it. Again,
Yes.
strongman, just use the one hand.
Yes, you have to use the one
That's the
hand on
rule.
that one. I was talking with Matt Powell before this event. He is very excited about the early dumbbells. Those
I've never
fixed
been
dumbbells.
excited about any part of circus dumbbell before in my entire life.
He says because of my smaller frame, I would actually like this more sear style dumbbell. It's more fixed. It sits deeper on the shoulder, so you have it on that one instead of the larger bells that I feel like clips your ear on that. So it's so we'll see probably a couple different styles of press, because each bell, like I said, they're the same on both sides, but as you go up, the shape of the bell changes as well.
So one of the best things I ever did for improving my circus dumbbell, A, doing it more, but B,
That will help.
taking away my grip shirt, really concentrating and focusing on pulling the dumbbell into me more, and the technique involved versus trying to utilize equipment to help the press.
I talk about getting a bicep flex in that loaded position. So especially the bigger bell with the larger handle, larger diameter, you want to make sure you're flexing that bicep, get in that dip, leg drive, up and catch, because it's not really about a press. They call it a circus dumbbell press, but it's more of a circus dumbbell catch.
Sure,
On that one. So it's that jerk technique we talked about with the axle earlier today. We're going to utilize similar qualities of that today to do it ideally. It's more of a trick. I call it a parlor trick more than an event for strength.
And it looks cool.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, it always looks cool, absolutely. Now, if you don't have a circus dumbbell at your gym, It's difficult to train this exactly like one-for-one apples to apples, but you can get a dumbbell, get one of the fat grips to put onto the dumbbell because that will help simulate what's going on with the width of that grip, because the diameter of that handle absolutely changes your grip and your ability to press.
Yes. And again, once again, these handles are like the end of a barbell, not the thin part that we touch. It's about the diameter of the end of a barbell. So again, if you don't have the ability to fat grip either, just kind of feel the end of a barbell. That's what they're trying to clean and press with those heavy weights. Again, these weights are not light. These are humans. 170 pounds is a human.
It's a human weight.
185 pounds is a human weight. 200 pounds is what I compete at. 215 is what I am right now.
Well, and I think what's wonderful, too, if you looked at, oh my goodness, Sam Beliveau, who is the female record holder in Circus Dumbbell, my goodness, what she can do. It is so beautiful with those big Rogue Monster bells, and it's at 185 easily for double is what I think she did at that last competition. So she got that for 2. So this is not an easy thing by any means. But
no piece of this is easy.
No piece of it is easy. And it hurts. By the way, my shoulders have
I have a scratch still on them from my training. I can only train once every other week.
Yeah.
Because they get so dug into. So.
And you'll see I put stuff on my forearms, too, to make sure that my forearms don't get crazy bruised up.
But Strongman's great. It's a ton of fun.
You're going to have bruises. I swear it's fun, but you're going to have some interesting bruises. Now, another thing, they have crash pads in front of them, the Cerberus crash pads. They're going to roll around, but the nice thing, the courteous thing is try to make sure you just put it down as gently as possible. Don't mess with the volunteers here.
Yeah, so with a ladder like this, the danger is that the dumbbell rolling behind you.
Now, this is interesting. We're going sear to the diamond with the plate, and then another sear, and then another diamond.
So they have to go back and forth different shapes as well.
That's interesting. So
that's a lot of mental game.
A lot. And that's a very tight, small handle on the last dumbbell,
All right, so it looks like Blake Dietis and Jake Hari are going. And again, another fun head-to-head here. Blake Dietis and Jake Hari are up now. And Blake looks like he got through the first bell, so is Jake. Going to that diamond-studded.
Struggling to get that one set on his shoulder.
Oh, great dip and drive there by Jake. In control of it all the way down.
Again, it's kind of similar to the axle on that dip and drive, a slow dip and a pop up with it. Like you said, it's a catch.
And here we go. Looks like we're at 200 pound. Oh, very dense 200 pounds of the sitting on your shoulder.
He's going to call it that one,
Both athletes look like they're calling the 200 pound. Sear style bell, we'll call this one.
Yeah, exactly. So again, named after Louis Sear, who is a classic strongman.
And I'm sure he's the image you've seen. CYR.
CYR, yeah, that's how you spell that one. So if you want to look that up, check it out at home. That'd be great. And honestly, what was cool out at the beach, we didn't mention this yesterday, there's a statue of this guy. We're like, who is this guy? John Waring. And he is famous fitness guy out of Virginia Beach, starting gyms out here. So there's a statue of him right where we were earlier at the beach today and yesterday.
Matt McQuiston, Mike Lagikas is going to be up now. Man, Matt's really going to want to make up ground here. He was sitting in second place, I believe, before the last event, and he finished third to last on this last event. So we really need to make up points on this press.
Lagikas struggling.
And it looks like he is moving through these bells nice and quick on this. He's already on the third bell. Very high with that sear bell. I like his mindset on this one. Sit right in between. And very controlled. First athlete to press the 200-pound bell. And now we're on the 215-pound bell.
Again, about a 97.5 kilo on the top end for these.
And Mike looks like he's having trouble with that 170-pound bell.
Going for the final.
That little hip shift, dip, drive. Oh.
And that you'll see athletes do that a lot. As soon as it starts going, they put that second hand up, and that's when the lift is bad.
The second hand touches the bell, no matter what, it will be as not a rep. He's got a dip and drive on this one. He's going to put that hip out to the side. Oh, just couldn't control it. If he just a little more control. If he did that the first rep, I think he would have gotten it.
Yeah.
Either way, a very fast time. The first athlete to get 3 of them.
Exactly.
That
first
is important.
Athlete to get 3. And
as we saw on the deadlift ladder, only one athlete completed all the bars.
Mm-hmm.
So that 3 might still be very good.
Yeah, and again, we'll shake up the leaderboard even more again because this is going to be a fun
and speaking
day.
of that, our Isaac Mays will be coming up next along with Eric Olmstead. Isaac is not happy with his deadlift.
No, he can't be.
He can't be. After he went in with no straps on the second bar and just wasn't there today. So Isaac is a great presser.
Eric going with his left hand first. 77 kgs went out pretty well.
Isaac coming out hot, already on that second bell. press that one out a little bit, so you need to utilize leg drive a little bit more as we get to that 200-pound sear-style bell.
Ooh, that's tough. His arm got outside of him. He pressed it
Wow,
out.
Isaac is using all triceps to finish that bell. So he's through 3 bells already. Now he's got to really get that dip and catch here. Can we get first athlete to 4 bells? And it's just not enough there right now.
Oh, he's gonna
calling
call
it right there. Again, seasoned athlete, knowing there's more events to go, knowing 3 is good.
Ohm said the southpaw on this event. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's like, I got 10 seconds, but I'm not trying that one again. So
Basically a
bells
dwarf
for Eric.
star you're trying to press over your head and how dense that dumbbell is.
it's really like getting a jerk underneath that, squatting as far, diving underneath and extending your arm. It's a coordination effort. Again, the people who can split jerk this and aren't terrified of it, like
It's tough with
more
so much
power
space
to
they
you. I
have
think
in
Aaron
between
Wilkie
the ladder,
split
though.
jerked this.
Yes. All right, looks like we have Jacob McBride coming up and Richie.
Mochigimba.
There we go. Thank you.
I love it.
All right, Jacob wants to redeem himself for that press medley he did yesterday. He's not happy with how that went, so this is a good time to do it. Look, there's a second press event for him. And great job getting that dip underneath it to get that sear-style bell. Richie is going through this one nice and steady. Jacob is on the second bell right now. He's got to get that settled. Get it settled, get it nice and high, elbow high, dip drive. Oh, just didn't get enough underneath with the legs.
Setting it a little bit back of his neck, right? So,
Yes.
I mean, you can get it a little bit set into that shoulder and that trap.
Well, I think it's also because the different shapes of the implements. You're going back and forth from the cylinder to the diamond to the back. So it's like once you get one set, you have to change the way you do it, and then you have to change it back mentally. And you're trying to go quickly.
Tough.
Come on, Jacob.
Oh, Jacob's trying for it.
That's a tough bell.
Good effort. By the way, I want to point out, Kaylin Prow, who was in the 82-kilo class earlier, has now put on a red staff shirt and is helping everybody set up and clean up and volunteering for this event to get these set up. And I love every second of it. Good job, Kaylin, on you.
Aiden is one to watch on this event.
Interesting.
He
Okay.
loves him a circus dumbbell. I would not be surprised if he gets all 4 of these dumbbells. Be the first athlete to get all 4.
I need to get some tips on him on hair care in these events because I would pull my hair out and actually slip down my back. I'm like, I need to get some tips from him on how to do this. I love it.
I know Sam Wrestling wants to get back on the board with this one. Not happy with his deadlift, but best he could on that one. This is time to make up points. He's very good at making up points, as we saw yesterday. And Aiden making that first bell look easy, look weightless.
Easy for both of them on that first bell.
But Sam is a little bit quicker that second bell.
Oh, Sam is cruising through this right now.
Both athletes onto that third bell so far. Sam a little bit ahead. Sam onto that fourth bell. Aiden's got 3 bells. It's a race to this 215-pound belt. Sam has a slight lead over Aiden. And first athlete to get all the dumbbells is Sam Rising.
Aiden looking for that fourth.
Aiden's got to get this fourth bell and just got to get underneath it. Oh, and just loses control of that one.
My goodness, that's scary, but he almost had that. He was trying so hard.
He was trying
to
so hard,
balance
just
for
was dancing with it a little bit.
And at some point, you got to learn to drop it when you're dancing
And he
that
did.
much.
Holds up falling off the platform. Come on, Aiden. You got it. Big hips. Big drive. Oh, it just isn't there today.
Ooh,
He was as close as you could be without having it, though.
absolutely. But then Sam Wrestling coming through, the first athlete to finish all 4 of those dumbbells and did it beautifully,
Yes.
too.
Seamless.
Oh, that
Seamless
was
by
pretty.
Sam. That might be the best run we're going to see, but I say that, and there's so many great athletes to come.
Yeah.
So
Again, and
I
Sam
could-
Wrestling starting to shake up the leaderboard again. He's
well,
the first
that's
to
what
finish.
Sam does.
My
He starts
goodness.
off slow, and then he picks up pace on this one.
I love it.
He was sitting in 3rd overall, I believe, going into day 2.
Yeah. Well, he had such an impressive performance on the squats and his sandbags were great,
Yes.
so you love to see it. And I love when there's a big field. 16 competitors allows for so much fun
So
and
much
play
shake-up,
and
so many
points.
changes on this. Vince Wilkinson, Damon Curtis. Vince needs to watch that chin on this one. I'd be worried
my
about.
goodness. Please let's not even talk about it. 'Cause if that thing opens up, again, if you missed it yesterday, there's photos online of Vince's chin, which split
Damon
wide
Curtis is a
open.
very intense athlete, very good presser as well, so I can't wait to see this one go through. Again, we had one athlete complete all 4 bells so far.
What's fun is, too, there's an even number, so going head-to-head, it's
Well,
all
it will
a head-to-head.
always be head-to-head as we go
Nobody's
through.
going.
All right. Vince having a little bit of trouble with that first bell. Can he get it locked out? And he got the first bell. He's on the board. Damon's very consistent on that second bell. All right, on to that 200-pound bell, flexing back and forth with his friend.
Flexing on him.
All right, he knows this is his top end. He knows this is what the challenge is. So he's got to dig deep on them. Damon's going to sit on his lap, pop it up.
Okay, okay.
That's so dense. It's so just sitting on you. You feel every single pound of that one. Damon's got to sit. He's got elbow high. Can he get it through? Oh, just misses that.
That was his one shot. He knew he had one shot at that, too.
He was smart enough to take the time, though. That's again, a seasoned, smart athlete.
See what you can do. Flex on him for a minute, maybe see what you got.
I told you, if the bicep flex once it's in position. He was practicing the bicep flex.
He heard
before
you.
Get it.
He knew it. He was like, CJ's got the right attitude there.
All right, we're coming into our top 4 from the previous event. Up next will be Matt Powell and Sky Olsen. Like I said, Matt Powell was very excited about these sear-style bells.
Ooh.
So I'm excited to see his technique on these.
I've never gotten to press a sear-style
Neither have I. I told him
Ah.
I would be so excited to do this one. All right, Matt is up. Sky Olsen is up. First bell. Matt nice and clean through the first bell. Sky just needs to control that one.
Great control and popping it up right there on Matt.
Staring the bell down. I love that he looks at the bell. Like
Yep.
Keeps control of it.
Look up at the sky, pop that thing up.
Gets that dip and drive. Oh, needs a little more leg in there. Needs a little more leg.
Yeah.
He's got the movement. He's got the idea of it. It's very fast through 2 bells.
You hear people saying plenty of time on that?
This is one of
He's
those ones
going
where
to
you
try
need
one
to
more
take.
at the third bell.
Yes, he needs to take 20 seconds, shake his arm out. He's got one more shot at this. He's got a dip. He's got a catch. Oh,
No.
he knew right when he put it up there. He put his
Yeah.
other hand up. He knew he didn't
Yeah.
have it.
And it's tough, man. Like, you...
And our judges need to watch their feet. They're trying to catch the bar with their feet.
Greg Popejoy and Andrew Clayton are trying very hard to get out of the way because...
Well, it's a habit thing. You want to stop it, and you're like, wait, that's really heavy.
Yeah, and really, you're right. You can feel it right away if you have it solid on your shoulder, and if you've lifted it correctly. You know really quickly
Yes.
with circus dumbbell if you've messed up.
All right, our final round here. We have
All right,
Nick
so
Hine
Nick
versus
Hine.
Chris Schwant. And Nick Hine was the only athlete to finish the previous ladder. Can we get another finish from Nick Hine? And we are off.
Schwant,
Nick very fast to that first bell.
Quick on
Nice
that
and clean,
77.
moving on to the second bell here. Chris just behind him here. This is a fast and furious race right here. Nick's got it up high into that lockout.
oh, that was an early call there.
That was a very quick lockout there. He needs to control this last one. 3 bells down. He's on to the 4th bell already.
Pretty quick calls.
Can Nick get that 4th bell? Doesn't set up very well for him. Up high. Big points on the line, Nick. And wow. The second athlete to finish the ladder, Nick Hine.
Nick Hine will come in second probably on that
Most
one. We'll
likely
check
second.
the
We will
times.
check the times, but we know that
Schwant
Sam
is still
Rissling
going.
and Nick Hine have both completed this ladder.
I think Chris Schwant's still going over here.
200-pound sear-style bell.
He's going to call it there. Wow.
He's calling it there. Again, that's going to shake it up because he was not able to complete 3 of the bells.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple athletes were on that one.
Ooh, I tell you what. So likely we'll check the times and double check and make sure. But it looks like Nick Hine will come in second on that one. But what an impressive performance. For
Either
the
way, coming in second there. First and second coming into day 2 when he was sitting in 4th place before.
Yeah.
And we saw a little hiccup. Our first misstep from Isaac Mays on that first event. Opening the door for Nick to have a chance here.
And then Sam Rissling just absolutely cruising through that circus dumbbell ladder. So we had 2 athletes get all 4 bells. We'll double check the times on this one again just to make sure. But Rissling and Nick Hine, the ones to complete it. And I think Hine's 215 dumbbell, the 97.5 kilo, was even better than his 200-pound with the one previously.
Oh, 100%.
That was such a clean. He took his time. Really excellent. We are 2 events in on day 2 of the 105kg Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League event. $12,000 in cash money prizes on the line between the men and the women, and this is going to be a fun next 2 events to figure out our top 10 that will go into that gauntlet, CJ.
All right.
So
I'm excited.
Going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes for event 3.
our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
Athletes ready.
I tell you what, CJ, fireworks on day 1, day 2, the women were absolutely electric. But what we have right now is just fun to watch because after the first 2 events, there has been a massive shakeup. Those 2 ladders have really changed what this leaderboard looks like as we look to the top 10 to go into that final event for today.
From top to bottom of the shakeup. So going to the second ladder here is what we want to look at right now. So circus dumbbell ladder going on right here. Looks like we have Nick Hine getting first place on that one. Second place is going to be Chris Schwant. Matt Powell taking third. Sky Olsen, Damon Curtis.
Sam Rissling probably would have been. I'm trying to figure out.
I feel
right
like
now.
I think this might be the wrong correct Matt. So I believe this is actually the round from the deadlift ladder, not the circus dumbbell ladder. Because Sam Rissling was the winner of the circus dumbbell ladder.
Right. Yeah. So Sam Rissling was the winner of that one. So we'll
we
look
apologize
at this.
about that one.
No, that's okay. I mean, this stuff happens. Trying to work through some stuff. Let's look at the overall standings if we can right now after these first 2 events because those ladders. We only saw a couple of athletes actually get to the 4th on the deadlift itself. 1 athlete get it, and then only 2 guys finished. So you see where Sam Rissling has moved up there, and this is a very tight top
these
4.
overalls are correct on this one. Nick Hine is currently in first place with 88.5 total points. He finished second on that dumbbell ladder there, rising him up there above our previous leader, Isaac Mays, who came into today with a great lead. Had a little hiccup on that deadlift ladder, as now at 86 points. Bounced back very well on that second event to finish 4th on our circus dumbbell ladder. So I'm getting this update for you guys on this. Sam Rissling winning the circus dumbbell ladder, jumps into 3rd place, only half a point away from 2nd and 3 points away from 1st on that.
Unbelievable.
Mac McQuinson at 79.5 points at 4th. Chris Swant is going to be sitting there at 74 points in 5th. 6th place, we are looking at Richie.
Mochi Gimba.
Thank you for that one.
Love it.
71.5 points. Matt Powell in 7th place. Vince Wilkinson, 63 points. And this is where it gets really heated down here at the bottom. Aiden Howell, our youngest competitor, at 57.5 points. Damon Curtis is sitting there at 55 points. Jake Hari just behind in 11th place, 51.5 points. So he's not far behind. And remember, we only take top 10 into that gauntlet.
Yeah. And remember, too, with 16 competitors in this class, there is still a lot up for grabs, and point swings can be very big. We saw yesterday, at the end of yesterday, when Eric Olmstead came through, and he won that event and pushed a lot of other people down in that frame carry. We saw frame carry upset a lot of people. So there's still, with 2 more events to go, there is a lot of fluidity still in this. Now, because, again, you saw this in the women's events earlier, if you were watching earlier, we could not do the sled drag because, again, we've moved from the rubber surface that was planned and weighted out to a concrete smooth surface. So we're not going to be doing that sled drag. Okay, so but the way we switched it up for the women was we did Husafell sandbag and shouldering a sandbag. The men shouldered a sandbag yesterday. Not going to make them do that again. So, CJ, the sled drag has been replaced with a different sandbag event.
Well, they've only expanded upon that first bag.
Okay.
So the biggest change we have going on here, the lighter bag, and we use the word lighter bag of the 2 bags. They have to carry it down and back in one fluid motion, ideally, on that one. And then they get the ability to carry the heavier bag that we have going forward. So instead of just being a trip down, load it in the sled, run it back, grab the second bag, load the sled, and drag, that lighter bag, they're going to carry down, turn, and come back before they get the ability to carry that heavier sandbag. And I believe that's a great change.
I think that's an excellent change. I mean, you got to think on your feet. And again, every time you come into a competition, because of what we do and the variables involved, stuff is always subject to change. Weights are subject to change. You just never know. So this is a really solid change. Everybody talked about it beforehand. Not going to make these guys shoulder that sandbag. Time limit remains the same. So again, taking that lighter Husafell sandbag down, right?
Yes, it's a Husafell sandbag. So it's a Cerberus Husafell style sandbag. Once again, shout out to Cerberus Strength for supplying all of the equipment that we have going on here. So it's a great thing. I mean, it is the Cerberus Super Series.
It is the Cerberus Super Series, the Silly Goose Cerberus Super Series. We've decided that's our warm-up for today. So again,
yes, but these athletes will be going head-to-head.
Ooh, even better. Now
and I
that
love this.
makes it fun. Okay, I didn't know that part.
There's your surprise for today.
That's the surprise. I love a head-to-head. Because if, as an athlete, the head-to-head is so much more fun than going by yourself. Because you do this, you get to see the competition. It pushes you a little faster. It makes it a little bit more intense.
So to note the weight of these sandbags, the lighter sandbag is 300 pounds. That is the lighter of the 2 sandbags. Again, you have to carry it down and then back into that one to get the ability to carry the 325-pound sandbag. And these sandbags might have gotten a little wet, too. We tried to dry them out the best we can. So we'll say 300-ish.
Yeah, approximately 300. And there's still some sand on them, too. I mean, that probably won't make too much of a factor, but these are packed really tightly. as well. We struggled to get all the weight into these sandbags with sand from the beach, of course. But anyway, so you look at them bulging, how they're sitting. They sit a little differently. CJ, how would you, again, explaining for people, we did this with the women, but how are you picking this Husa-style sandbag versus a standard sandbag?
I prefer to get them tilted over and try to make sure you get that middle point on these. We saw a lot of the women do a quick pick and get in their fingertips on that. I believe because it's a down and back, and that's the key factor, is going to be the back on that one. If that starts to slide, you're going to have to repick that. So I think taking your time on that initial pick, and you see the staff chalking up the bags on these ones. If you've never picked up a Husafel style sandbag, it is very different than the metal Husafel. You can sit that metal one nice and deep, and these ones will shift, they'll shimmy, they'll move around, and you want to make sure you get that nice and tight. So I treat it a little bit more like a sandbag where I want to tilt it over and then get it high on there, ideally over my belt, but with a bag this heavy, it's hard to get over your belt.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a little bit more, the regular sandbag, you could probably shoulder that, and the guys could run down and back with it. This one's going to be an odd one.
There's no shouldering allowed on this one either.
No shoulders allowed on this
one.
No,
not on this one.
Okay, so there you go. That changes the game, too. A lot of times you want to get it up above your hips enough so your legs can move quickly. And again, if for a slower pick on that one, you're taking your time on that to go down and back. You want those legs to move free. On the second one, maybe not as big of a deal.
That's the biggest thing on that one, yeah, because you can kind of push your fingers in and kind of grit through it, but you always want the bag above your hips so you can really get that stride of your legs going the whole time. Or you'll be doing the duck waddle, is what I call it. And
just as slow as you can. Now, for a max distance, that's one thing.
Yes.
You're starting that way. But, again, they're chalking up those sandbags, guys, starting to look around, get set, play around with those bags a little bit. But I can tell you, the crew, when they were filling these up yesterday and this morning and then transporting them this morning, lots of sand, filling these as tightly as possible. They're difficult to fill, but beautiful sandbags as well.
Yep.
So I'm excited to see how this looks because, again, this is your, at this point, 8th event after yesterday. The guys got a couple of hours extra because of the time delay on today, so they had a little bit more time.
And I talked to the guys, they are very happy about those couple of hours. I talked to some of these guys yesterday, like, I don't think I'm going to be able to move another inch of anything if I had to do more events yesterday. These guys are feeling pretty good today for the most part. Came out mostly unscathed due to injuries on this and that, so like, knock on wood with that, let's keep that going as we go through. And these athletes look ready to go and finish the last couple events. We will, again, we apologize for the graphic earlier. We'll be going in reverse order of previous events. You will see who the order was. Our first run is going to be between Mike Lagikas and Sky Olsen. These athletes finished the lowest on the previous event, and we're going in the order of previous event.
Right. So we're going to get going here in just a moment. Mike Lagikas is going to be one of our first competitors. Sky Olsen.
So the judges are looking for them to make sure their foot crosses the line. That's the key factor of this one. They want to have one foot across the line, then they're allowed to turn.
And one of the more heartbreaking things here is if your foot doesn't just go across and you start running back, that judge is going to yell at you, yell at you. You've got to get your toe across that line.
Both athletes are going, they're ready, and we're seeing that challenge of that bag. It likes to sit and settle, but look, Sky not even taking a chance on this one, pushing it through. High over the hips, get that nice turn a little bit far past the line, but that's the challenge is you can't really see well over those bags. And onto that second bag here. There we go, Sky.
For these guys.
Leaning back on that one. He did apologize to me today. His pants aren't as fancy as yesterday. But I think they're pretty nice today, and they worked really well for him.
So, speed.
Yes, this is going to be, I think it's going to be a hot, heavy, fast event. This one today, as we saw those first rounds, everyone's going to be running with these bags across the line. I think it's going to come down to that turn.
Absolutely.
Who is going to go too far across the line?
Who's going to transition the best? Who's going to have on the lighter bag the quickest pick, the best pick? Somebody's going to mess up if they rush this and drop it and have to repick. That will be a nightmare.
The entire goal is to make sure it gets over that belt. Those hips can run.
Sky Olsen really set the tone though, right there.
That
was a really speedy run right there.
Speedy, consistent run on that. And again, this is where the challenge of those bags, we start seeing shifts and moves around because it's sand. It's not a solid object on this.
It's not going to, of course, cut into you like a Husafel might, which is nice.
But the athletes are allowed to manipulate them as long as it's in reason of this one, if they want to face it one way or the other. They want that curvature, as we're seeing with Jacob McBride, is having one bag facing one way, one bag curved the other way. So, I personally want them both facing in like a U shape towards me, the middle towards me on that one, like his first bag is set up for. Jacob doing the zone smelling salt to start this event.
Absolutely.
Vince Wilkins coming hot out the gate, high up on that chest. Make sure that foot crosses the line.
Just avoid your chin, son. Avoid your chin. He's got that bandage. He's got a bandage around that chin where he opened it up yesterday. Yeah, if these were metal and they bounced up and hit his face, my goodness.
And he just pops that right up very fast right there.
Excellent run.
Beautiful run there by Vince. And we see Jacob having a little hole down there, but he's still able to finish on that.
You know what? Good for Jacob right there. That's an impressive grip strength. Yes.
Yes. Very good grip strength on that one to dig through that. He realized his pick was bad, but he realized he didn't have time to re-pick it on that. So I think he saved him a lot of time. It was a risky move, but it was a short distance, and then it paid off this time.
It's a bold strategy, but it paid off for him, Cotton. Gotta love it.
Blake Didas, Eric Olmstead is going to be coming up next.
By the way, Jamie Rissling in the comments, I did not know Sam was from Regina, Saskatchewan. And I know saying that on the air is like one of the funniest things ever because a lot of hockey players come from the University of Regina, and you say that too fast and people get confused. So there you go, Regina, Saskatchewan, representing with Sam Rissling.
All right, Blake Didas and Eric Olmstead coming through here. Eric, great mover. We saw him, he won the frame yesterday. So we know he can run, we know he can move.
Didas is doing really well.
Great dump there by Eric. That's what you want to do. You want to bump it off those hips and turn and burn.
I do love a good dump.
Dump, turn, and burn is what we're looking at right here. Blake, a little bit of a low pick, but great finish across that
one. Oh, there you go, Blake.
Maximum effort there.
Eric Olmstead.
He can move. That man can move.
He is so quick. Yanni's just talking about that too. He absolutely crushed that one. It sounds like he's the leader in the clubhouse right now with how quickly he moved that.
Yes.
Which again is going to shift the scoreboard up some.
This is an important run here. We have Damon Curtis and Jake Hari coming up. They're currently 10th and 11th place overall right now. There's a 3.5 point separation between 10th and 11th place. Remember, we only take top 10 into that final event.
Yeah.
Currently, Damon Curtis has the lead on Jake, but this is where Jake can eat into that lead right now.
Again, we switched this up from the sled, the Husafell, to the sled drag because of this surface. So now it's the lighter bag down and back, and then the heavier bag just down for time. But these guys handling these bags really easily. Everybody doing really well on this so far. Damon is messing with his bag, make sure it's set the way he wants. And Damon coming in hot. Like I said, Damon is a very intense athlete, so I think this benefits him, making it a quick little sprint here. Get that foot down, turn and burn. Looked like he slipped a little bit across that line.
Slipped a little bit, but not slowing him down. He knows his spot right now. Both athletes seem to know where they're at right there, battling for this top 10. And then there's a drag race all the way to the end. It looks like a dive from the final finish here, ladies and gentlemen. We will check the times on that one.
That's such a tough one to judge. And they're going to be, because he did jump across the line there, I wonder how they're going to score this one. So Bobby conferring with Andrew Clayton. Bobby Thompson, Andrew Clayton, your judges right there. Nancy keeping time. Abby keeping time. That's tough.
I couldn't tell what happened to my angle. Right? It's hard to watch.
It's tough where we're sitting because we're not right on that line. So Andrew, it looks like Andrew's saying he left his feet before that line. So when he's diving across, we're having a conflab right now.
They're having a discussion of the bag crossing the line. It looks like it was going short right here.
Yeah.
So they're double checking the exact rules on this one. It looks like they're trying to figure out if the bag crossed the line when he dove.
Right,
on
exactly.
that, if it slid across.
Exactly.
Which would be.
And we did check something earlier on timing, by the way, because this live stream, you can circle back on that. We can get a very accurate look at these things. So depending on the angles that we have, and if people are taking videos, again, they've been encouraging, if you have friends and family who are taking videos at these comps, like, show the video. Take a very clear video, show Tyler the video, and let's make a call based on what we see. Because, again, our judges are only human on this one. And these things come up, they do happen. But in such a tightly contested race like this, everything matters. Sounds like Andrew's going to call Tyler over to make sure. But we all know that's difficult to judge,
yes.
Right? What are you going to do? Because the effort that Curtis put in there was incredible, trying to beat him.
And it's a tough call. It's a really tough call on this one.
And you want to make sure you do right by the athlete, but you also got to make sure, you're following, making this consistent for everybody. And they're going to review it, it looks like, a little bit later. So
it looks like a decision was made. We'll go over that later on.
Yeah.
So we'll know exactly whether the time, a slide penalty, distance was in. We couldn't see the direct finish right here. We saw both that. We have a monitor blocking us. So they're going to double check everything. I'm sure they're going to make it the right call, as they've done all weekend.
Absolutely.
Made some tough, correct calls, I believe. So we'll go over that later on. But what a race.
What a race.
What a race right
Look
there.
at, I mean, the effort and the dedication to dive across the
Again,
line
they
on
are-
top of the Husafel.
They are battling for 10th and 11th place. They are battling for that top 10, the right to do that gauntlet.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, I tell you what, nothing but excitement this weekend. We've had some incredible performances so far, and we still have, I believe it was the yoke to wheelbarrow events, which would be the fourth one. So I'm curious if we're going to adjust that at all based on moving inside.
I see some wheelbarrows set up, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
All right, Chris
Chris
Swan,
Swan.
and it looks like Matt Powell is up right now. Nope, sorry about that. That is Chris Swan and
Mochigimba.
Mochigimba. Sorry about that, everybody.
Yeah, that's okay.
Mochigimba is moving great right now, getting a little lead on Chris. He talked to me about his points right before this. He knows he needs to hold his spot. He needs to be consistent. the
Nice
rest of the
run
day
by
to make time
Mochigimba.
happen. And that might be a winning time. That was a great
That's
time.
pretty darn
by Richie.
close.
No slouch there for Chris either, though. That was a
So I
great time
believe-
for finish. Yep, new leader.
Nice, okay. Interesting. I think that one would be close, though. I want to check the times on that because I feel like Olmsted might have been, maybe it was 16.8. I thought it was 15.8, but that'll be close either way. So
It'll be the first or
Mochigimba
second place between those two currently. Again,
and Olmsted are your top two right now. So
everything
we'll make
is
sure.
double checked across the board.
Yeah, you got to double check everything. Because again, Yanni's running on his time, and he's looking at Nancy to double check on what those times are.
And when we get official times, we'll announce them to you guys. We definitely expect
McQuiston and Powell.
McQuiston fell off a little bit, coming into second place in this day. He has dropped to fourth place. He is about 9 points behind the leader currently. on this one.
McQuiston struggled on deadlifts. On
And
that
the press, he
second
had a little bit of trouble with that too.
Yeah.
But this is where he can make up ground. He needs to focus. He still has a couple more events to do damage. We've seen the points shake up every single event.
McQuiston,
This
I
one
think,
of
did
them.
great on sandbags. Oh, going barefoot is Powell on this
I don't
surface.
hate the idea on this floor. Oh,
Oh,
and Powell
man.
drops it. That's what the high pick is very important on that. Powell's got to move. McQuiston's got consistent. He's got the gloves on for that one.
Very fast,
And
leaning
great
back
finish
there.
there for Matt.
Nice run by McQuiston. Man, that's tough for Powell, man. He had that second pick on the light one.
Powell's
He's
got to move.
struggling.
He's got to lean back. He's not done, but make sure he finishes this.
He'll finish. That's great. But man,
He's not happy. He's not happy with that one.
Matt got second and has second place right now by only 1 point.
My goodness. So you have Olmsted, you have McQuiston, and I just forgot who actually won that last. That's
Mochigimba.
Mochigimba. Yeah, there you go. Hey, you said it.
I did. I've been working really hard.
I am
trying.
so proud of you, CJ. Look at you.
I'm
Look
learning.
at how far we've come.
It's
You're
only taken
doing
2
great.
days.
You're doing great, sweetie. You're doing great, sweetie.
Thanks, Mom.
Speaking of moms, Aiden Howell's coming up next.
Oh, shout out to Mama Howell. And he's a great mover, too. We saw him do very well at the Arnold this past year. That's how he got his invite here. In second place at the Arnold. He originally qualified as a 90-kilo athlete and decided to go up a class to compete against 105 to take second place in the 105
You know
kilo.
what? Good for him. I love watching athletes who are crushing at one weight class and decide, you know what, I want more competition. I'm going to move up and see how I really do. Because
did
every time you see
amazing.
that happen, I love seeing that. Andrew Hanus has done that.
Yes.
You jump up a weight class.
And
Let's do
Isaac
it.
Mays as well. So this is a big test for Aiden right now.
Oh,
One of the best in the world, Isaac Mays.
Moving.
Isaac Mays knows what's going on right now.
Oh, look
He
at that
lost his
transition, though, by
Isaac
Aiden.
lost his lead. He is 1.5 points behind Nick Hine, who's your current leader. Oh,
Oh.
and Aiden Howell coming out the gate ready to finish faster than Isaac Mays right there.
Oh, there it is.
what a
We
nice
saw
move on that one.
it. There it is.
What a... How did you not cheer for this kid?
How do you not love him?
You cannot...
That
beat
was
that
built for
transition.
comfort and for speed, ladies and gentlemen. That mullet right there.
Oh,
Aiden's
Wow.
a new leader. the
the
screeching
screeching
eagle.
eagle, Aiden Howell. I don't hate it.
16 flat for Aiden. And
He-
Isaac was right on his
Isaac
tail,
was ahead
though.
of him. Isaac was ahead of him going on that second pick. He just dip and drove. That's
Oh,
all
my
he did.
goodness. Aiden is here to shake things up. Shake
he
and
is.
bake, baby. Shake and bake. And you look at McQuiston over there, he's like, man.
How
he's
did that?
Like, my
what
goodness.
just happened on that?
He just dropped for second to third and then potentially fourth after what Isaac did.
So Sam is up here. Again, speaking of shaking up the leaderboard, Sam is shaking up the leaderboard. He's not excited about this event, he told me, though.
Really.
Yes. Him and Sandbags have not been friends all weekend. But now's the chance to do some damage here. Nick Hine, who's come out hot, coming first and second place in the first 2 events out the gate here. He's got some work to do. These athletes are already moving. Nick Hine moving fast right here. Can he get that transition and turn? Nick Hines got a slight lead on Sam. Can he get that jump? He's going to pick it up. They're both going quick here. They got to pick fast, get it high. Nick is moving. Sam is moving. Looks like we're going to have Nick taking the lead there. Sam finishing just behind him. We're going to have to go to the photo finish on this one on where everyone completed overall.
Sam Rissling snapping off that belt.
Wow.
Wow. Guys, first of all, we got a flip in there. Sam Rissling and Isaac Mays shaking hands after that one. That was an incredible.
I'm out of breath.
But I tell you what, again, we're going to see another big shakeup in this scoreboard with
100%.
Aiden Howell likely winning that one. Again, we'll double check all the scores and times and everything for you. But this is getting so interesting.
I believe Nick Hine did very well holding on to his lead over Sam. We know that. But how close was he to Isaac is the question.
Oh, my gosh.
Because
You
going,
gotta love all that.
into this event, he had a 2.5 point lead on Isaac Mays going into this event. So did he beat Isaac is the question. We know he beat Sam.
Yeah.
But did he beat Isaac? We'll find out shortly, though.
We'll find out here in just a few minutes. So taking another quick break, we're moving on to event 4, and this will be the deciding event as we pick out our top 10 who will go into that sandbag gauntlet at the end. Thousands of dollars of prize money on the line. This is going to be electric, this next event. We'll be back in just a few moments from Southside Barbell in Virginia Beach, Virginia, the Cerberus Super Series, the Pro Strongman League.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
Welcome back, everybody, to Southside Barbell here in Virginia Beach, Virginia. We started today on the beach, had a great day yesterday on the beach. Weather did not cooperate. We moved inside, but I tell you what, it has been nothing short of exciting, especially with that last event, CJ.
It has been electric all day. From the start with the women's show, now
Yes.
to the men's finish right here. And we are one event away from knowing who are your finalists who get to do that gauntlet that we saw earlier.
And the switch up in the events, that Husafel sandbag carry versus what we had previously with the sled drag, changed the game too, because when you look at this overall point spread right there, I want to point out how far Aiden Howell just launched himself into 7th place, putting himself in that top 10 with a 2nd place finish.
Yes, he started today in 11th place, been climbing that ladder each and every event, doing that front handspring after that run.
Oh my goodness, he's like, did you get that on camera?
Oh,
You're
we
damn
got
right
all
we
of it on
did.
camera there, Aiden. Don't worry. Your mom is proud of you, I promise.
Absolutely. Well, as we go into this 4th event, the final event before we break to that top 10, right? There is still an intensely tight race. We have a tie for 8th place at 70 points. Jake Harry's in there, and Harry and Curtis have about a 7-point separation or 6-point separation about. And Hein has a very big lead with like
he has
5
come guns
points.
blazing. A first, a second, and a first place finish on this day 2. I know he finished yesterday not his favorite 'cause after that scare, I would say, on the
Sure.
frame where his leg got caught under the frame for a
Oof.
second. Luckily, it was, again, just a little flesh wound. He was able to ice it, get ready for today, and has come out and has not slowed him down at all.
So we started with 2 ladders. Now we're into 2 subsequent moving events with a 3rd for the final one. But this is the yoke to wheelbarrow event. So
800-pound yoke on
Ugh,
this after all they've done so far.
again, this is a head-to-head event, which I love having things go head-to-head. So they'll run the yoke down, sprint back, grab that wheelbarrow, and do the wheelbarrow down.
And the weight of the wheelbarrow, I was just told, is heavy. They've been testing it through. They didn't give us an exact weight on it, but they are weighed with using the sandbags, a keg, another sandbag, all the same weight, obviously, on that.
Sure.
But they just told me heavy. But Matt Powell is a little upset with his previous event. He is starting off now. He had a little blunder with that bag. He is still sitting in 8th place, I believe.
Yeah, we
With
got
a-
Powell and Wilkinson tied at 8th place with 70 points.
So he's trying to hold on right now to that. So he's got to do well. He's got a 10.5-point lead on 11th, which is an important line because they take top 10 in that final event. And Matt knows the assignment right now. He is moving. He is sprinting through this one. He's got to set that bar. He needs to hold his spot right now. Running back to that wheelbarrow. Leaning forward on that. Pushing, driving everything through. Fast feet on that one. Don't get your hips ahead of you right there, bud. What a finish right in down the middle of it. He's out of the way. Don't worry.
You know, that's what can happen with these wheelbarrows. You get a little bit out of control, and they're going to slide quite a bit on this floor.
Wow. And again, what would you say? Matt understood the assignment.
100% he understood the assignment. And some things to note here, at different events you go to, when you have a yoke for this,
Yes.
sometimes they let you start underneath it, which they're allowing athletes to do. Sometimes they make you get underneath it on your own time, which can change things up a little bit. But I like your breathing is really important, and your bracing and listening for that go command. So athletes ready, you get up underneath it. They say judges ready, you get your breath, and you got to be ready
get that
to go.
brace and ready to move on that one. One thing I love that Matt did, he was stepping as he was picking.
Yes.
Very important that you get that first jump. Not a big stride,
Yeah.
but again, that slight step as he goes through on
But
that.
know your ability too, because if this yoke is going to be extremely heavy for you, and you maybe not start staggered. If this is something you can take a step forward to start with a stagger step, and your first
800
motion is
pounds.
forward.
I'm not sure if I would want a staggered start, honestly. It's such a
Yeah.
heavy yoke
Yeah.
on that. Get your brace and get your feet under you and get moving on that. Because this really comes down to your transition.
Yes,
More than
absolutely it does.
Every one of these athletes is fully capable of moving that yoke and moving it well. It's not a very far distance.
No.
So it's more about how well you can save that energy for that last ride, that last sprint as we come through here.
And if you've ever done a wheelbarrow in competition, again, we talked about this with the frame yesterday, is you don't let your feet get too out of control. You
Correct.
want just enough forward motion. It's almost like you're controlling that forward fall with it. And if you saw where Powell had his hands, they were on the very back of
That's
those
what you want to
handles.
have, is that
Exactly.
far back on those hands. So if you're ever in a wheelbarrow, you want to be farther back. That's less weight in your hands on that one. You
Yeah.
don't want to be near the front end of that. So keep that in mind if you're ever doing a wheelbarrow. As far back as you can reach as far back as you can with control of that one.
It does look like John Templeman in here in the comments noting that it's an interesting wheelbarrow setup using a car deadlift frame.
Yes, it's a car deadlift frame they're utilizing for this wheelbarrow setup. So,
You got to get a little creative when you do these things.
I mean, make sure it's heavy enough for these athletes. That's the biggest thing. These athletes are so strong, as we've seen this weekend. This is their 9th event of the weekend so far.
Yeah, and you saw, but in the break, it took a little bit of time because guys had to come in and get their yoke heights for this too.
As you saw, we had to set up a car deadlift frame and make it set it up for a wheelbarrow. All right, up next we have Sky Olsen and Jacob McBride. Jacob McBride sitting under that yoke, moving steady on this.
Sky Olsen's cruising through this.
Sky Olsen cruising through.
Sky, the first one to move
Sky wants to show what he can do right now, making up ground on there. Jacob's right behind him, though. Again, it's all about that transition. Jacob picked up near the middle. I think that might slow him down a little bit as we're seeing that pace be a little heavy as it comes through, but he is able to finish as we go through on that.
It's going to test out the grip, but it's also going to test out the concrete floor and how well it's done.
Yeah, it's weird.
So, thanks to Fish for letting us use Southside Barbell here.
So thank you, Southside Barbell. I think PSL might owe you a spit shine of the room.
Refinishing on this one. I cringe every time events like these happen on a concrete floor because I'm just thinking about.
But I mean, Fish is a competitor himself. He knows this is going to happen. If his athletes here are training hard enough for their shows, it's going to get some scratches, some dings on there.
It's going to get a few scratches. So. Props to our volunteers too. Again, Kaylin Prowl, who competed earlier today, helping push back that yoke, that 800-pound yoke coming back there. So, wow. Great starts to today. Always people moving the yoke pretty easily. 800 pounds, so you talk about what's gotten heavy. Yokes have gotten heavy. Women hit 500 and 600 regularly on yokes.
Well, a big
now.
test today for Jacob McBride. We have a show coming up. The Chaos Classic is going to be having 900-pound yoke for 90-kilo men. So this is a preparation for him. We're not going to have a secondary part. It's just going to be carrying 900 pounds down. But this is a good way. He moved it very well to 800 pounds. So I'm excited to see what he does next month, or in July, when I compete against him.
So I love yoke. It's one of my favorite events.
Love it.
And some people absolutely cannot stand it because it does make you feel about 2 inches shorter every time you do it.
Chris Swan, Blake did this. These athletes tied on the previous event.
Oh, Swan
coming out a little tight on this one, which is, he kind of faltered on that squat yesterday as well. Mm-hmm. So it's more of a stability, not a strength issue, it looks like. Blake Ditas is coming down there. He's got something to prove after this, not his favorite weekend, but he is finishing strong. Very good grip at the end there. And
he might get a penalty for sliding all the way into that.
I know there was 2 penalties they were talking about. There was an accidental slide penalty and an intentional slide penalty they talked about. Accidental was 2 seconds. Intentional, they said, was 5 seconds.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I do not think that was intentional. If he does get a slide penalty, that would definitely be an accidental.
I think it was an accidental. He probably fell.
None of these athletes would ever attempt that, in my opinion.
Right.
They all have honor. They all have utmost respect for each other and the Cerberus Super Series on this. So very important on that. So if he does get a slide penalty, we can't see right from our angle where that line was. But if he did slide across the line, that will be a 2-second slide penalty for that.
And you see the crew coming through to try to clean up the middle of this. There's some tape that's getting pushed back into here, right? So you got the leaf blower, you've got the sweepers trying to clean out these lanes. And if I'm an athlete, I'm looking down my lane at this too because you're running through it. I would walk this typically, or at least look out and see if there's anything big in my
I'd be making sure my shoes are sticky enough to have everything go through because you never know with concrete.
You absolutely never know, but I know that the staff is doing a wonderful job of making sure these lanes are clear anyway.
100%.
So, but again, if you're just starting out in Strongman, you have the right to, before we start, hey, I'm not ready yet, I want to walk this lane. I want to look at my lane and make sure there's nothing impeding me.
And we have the leaf blowers going already, so we have the leaf blower moving through there to make sure there's no excess dirt.
You gotta love it.
All right, so up next, looks like Vince Wilkinson and Jake Hari coming up.
So Hari has 59.5 points. He's in 11th place currently. He's right on that edge.
He's 5.5 back. So if he can blitz this, and he can get there, and he knows he is just behind this one. So if he can get a win or a top finish on it, he has a chance to make that top 10. And I think he's gunning for that right now because he's got to catch up. He's just behind Damon Curtis. So this is going to really put the pressure on Damon Curtis with how fast this run was.
All the way forward on the handles, too, is what he had there.
That means he has a strong grip.
Yeah. That was a great run. I think he did everything he could on that one to try to make sure that he finishes in a place where he can make an advancement and get into that top 10.
Set himself up to have a chance right now.
Absolutely.
And that's all you need in this sport is a chance.
That's all you can do, right?
Yes.
I mean, I love this being a head-to-head because it absolutely pushes you to do better. Eric Olmsted is coming up next, and we've already seen him be excellent at moving events.
Correct.
Olmsted is very speedy.
He's a wild card just to shake things up. He knows he can't make it to the finals at this point. He's very far out, but again, he is a wild card to shake them. And sometimes that's more fun.
Yeah.
You know.
Gotta love it.
This is a big pressure on Damon Curtis.
So Hari's the leader right now.
Yes.
What he just did was pretty speedy.
Well, Damon Curtis is in 10th place. He has 65 points, 5.5 points ahead of
Jake Hari. So he needs to make sure he has a good run here. He cannot make a mistake.
I love the pressure
on
right
this one.
now. Oh my
So
goodness.
Jake having that fast of a run puts the pressure on Damon because that is the only person he can really catch right now. Because
Absolutely.
in 8th and 9th place are tied at 70 points. There's a very slim odds you're making up 10.5 points. But in an event like this, making up 5.5 points is for sure possible. But Damon's already screaming. He knows what he has to do right now.
I love it.
This is
Get
one of those
mad.
times he's
Let's
got to have controlled chaos though.
He's punching himself in the face, in the head.
He's got to move steady.
He's got to. I love the adrenaline.
He's
But at the same
informed.
time, adrenaline sometimes can make you make a mistake.
Yes, that's what we have to. Let's see if he can hone this in, because he doesn't need to beat Jake. He needs to be close enough to hold his spot. So let's see what he has here. This is big for Damon. Coming out strong.
Olmsted is cruising
He
again.
is cruising. Olmsted likes to move. He loves this. He said the wheelbarrow's
Wow.
benefiting him. Damon
Excellent.
is cutting the gap right there. He's got to
Excellent
get this through.
sprint.
He's got to keep steady. Oh, that's going to be close.
Eric Olmsted
So,
was absolutely
Olmsted might
on
have got
fire.
the win for that event. Now, that actually helps Damon Curtis. That is important right now because now there's not something between him and Jake. That's one less person.
14.3. Yeah, exactly.
So at this point, Damon is watching how many people finish between him and Jake.
Yes.
That's the important factor here for that 10th place. Remember, we only take top 10, and they're battling for 10th and 11th currently. Now,
And
he's
you
got a
know
good
what?
gap. He had a great run.
Yeah, sometimes that's what happens too. Some people can help you out like that. And Olmsted, and I would have loved to. That was great for Damon because he had to run against Olmsted, who
Yes.
he knew was going to be
And I'm
fast.
sure it helped him get that speed
Absolutely
he needed on that.
helps you out.
And the fact that he beat Jake is important. There's not someone between them. That's
Yeah.
the key factor of that one for Damon's game. Now, we're coming to two athletes that are fighting for 3rd and 4th place currently, I believe. We have Sam Rissling and Matt McQuiston on this.
McQuiston, yeah.
Yep.
Sam
Matt McQuiston.
Rissling, getting some love from his fam out there, from his little nephew Blake. Blake says, "Go Uncle Sammy."
Go Uncle Sammy on this one. He's currently in 3rd place right now with 96.5 points on that. Only 3 points behind the 2nd place Isaac Mays on this.
And then 8 points behind the leader.
And that can shake up all on this one, so he's got to move on this. He says he likes Yoke, but 4th place in the hunt is Matt McQuiston on this, so he knows he can jump up a little bit right here. So this is a big race for a podium fight on this. Matt is a great mover using that height to his advantage. Sam not far behind. Sam with a great transition, catching him right
Wow.
here. This is a
Look
drag
at
race to
the
the finish, ladies and
speed.
gentlemen. And we're like, look, we have a slight
this is
lead
gonna be
for Sam.
close.
Matt's picking up the pace. This is a photo finish across this one. And it looks like Matt just barely got him, but we have to go to the tape for that.
I don't know if we should call this wheelbarrow or yoke bowling, because I really am I'm honestly cringing every single time.
I'm glad that yoke is 800 pounds
Oh
to be able
my
to stop that
goodness.
wheelbarrow.
Oh my goodness, I'm watching this just.
We always say run through the line. These guys are running through the yoke.
Absolutely they are. My goodness gracious, that was the speed of the transition for both of those guys was
Sam was
lightning.
behind, and they caught up on that. I think Sam might have had this better drop. He
Yes.
saw
Yeah.
the line, dropped and
Dropped
turned,
it, turned,
where
yeah.
Matt almost took a quarter of a second
Yeah.
to push off. Wow.
Unbelievable, guys.
We still got 2 more races. We still got 2 more.
We still got 2 more. I'm very excited. And then this is when we're whittling down, guys. We're figuring out where the top 10 are. And when I tell you, this is a tight race. This
Isaac
is so
Mays
exciting to see.
Versus Richie Muchigimba on this one. They had an exact tie.
I love this. Damon Curtis just came back up to tell the staff, hey, man, I wasn't yelling at you. I was just getting intense. They're like, no, totally get it, and I appreciate you coming back out. He's laughing about it now.
Damon's an intense athlete, but he's a respectful athlete.
Yeah, because he was telling them he wanted the pin in the same spot, in the middle on each
Yes,
of those things.
he asked
they
for
had
that.
them separated out.
Which again,
so.
it's good to know that, and these judges and these volunteers know that. And it's an intense moment too. These are fighting for real money right now.
Got
Richie jumped into 5th place, I believe, after the previous event on this one.
he's got 85 points right
Isaac
now.
is sitting right now in 2nd place. They tied to an exact single decimal on the previous, 16.4 seconds each of them on the previous event. This is big right here.
We had 2 ties on the last event,
Yes.
which was unbelievable. How does that even happen?
Because these guys are so good. They're so the competition is so tight. And here we go. Richie coming out fast. Isaac coming out consistent. It's always going to come down to
They're
that
not-
transition.
Those are
There we
both
go,
going to be
turn and burn.
slower, though.
Richie slightly ahead on this one. Isaac made that transition, that turn a little bit quicker. Richie faster with that pickup, and he is slowing down. Isaac looked like he went down.
Isaac might. Oh my goodness. I hope that there's nothing wrong there.
Oh, you hate to see this. All right, well, Isaac Mays is getting checked out by the medical staff right now.
I don't know what happened just then. I feel like something popped because he fell forward.
Fell forward right away. I just hope he's okay. I hope it. Yeah.
Trying to get around him a little bit. We'll double check on what happened there. We still have a couple competitors left to go, so.
I think we'll take a quick commercial here in a second, though.
And I want to tell you, too, what we're seeing, and honestly, guys, yoke bowling, this has caught on in the comments, by the way. So yoke bowling has caught on in the comments, so we'll see. We're going to give him a few minutes, but what we've seen so far, again, CJ, you're looking at these standings, and you're seeing, again, Powell did really well. Curtis is doing the best he can, and Harry in there, but unfortunately, what we're seeing happen with Isaac Mays right now, it looks like his left leg is the issue. Mm-hmm. He's not putting any weight on it. He's being carried out over there. So I hate when it happens like this, right? You never want to see this. Isaac is such an incredible competitor, sitting in a commanding second place. But this will change things, obviously, in a very big way. And I just, my heart aches for people like this. Because when you train so hard, you train for so long, and this is so heavy, and you're sprinting back like this. This is the 9th event you're on. My goodness,
you give everything you can.
He'll be all right. He'll be fine. But this is that did not look good because that was a very quick transition from him picking up that wheelbarrow after the sprint and dropping it right back down and laying down and realizing something was
not right.
Something was not feeling good. So. Oh man, you hate to see that one happen, and we still have. Here's the hardest part: you're a competitor going after them. What are you thinking? You have Howell and Hine. Howell and Hine still to go.
Yep.
And that is just a difficult.
It's tough. It's tough to follow that. It's really tough to follow that. But I mean, realistically, if you were Isaac, you want them to do their best. That's the thing. He's an athlete himself. So I think our staff is resetting right now, trying to keep the show going.
And that's so hard because you don't want to take away from what we just saw too with the other athletes that have gone today. Richie went. Thank you for that. Mochi Gimbo just went for a second ago.
He had a great run.
Excellent run.
Yeah.
And that is just.
That's just two athletes pushing each other across the end. That's all we try to do on this.
Yeah.
So.
That's tough to do. So, again, we're going to go on. We'll check on Isaac during the break. But, again, this is really going to change things up again as we move into finding that top 10. But I just hate to see it happen that way.
Yeah,
but guys,
especially in the last event. But
let's stay positive, though. We'll come back to that in a minute. We still have 15 other competitors that we want to focus on and really give them the highlights they need. We have our final 2 competitors coming up for this yoke to wheelbarrow, and that will be our leader, Nick Hine, along with Aiden Howell, who finished second place in that last event.
But first place in our hearts after that front somersault.
That front somersault was pretty sweet.
That was great.
My goodness, that guy. He's just a fun competitor to watch. There's some people who are amazing athletes, but some people are born entertainers, and you can tell that
he was definitely born to entertain. He does it very well across this one. So kind of double checking all these scores that we have going on here. They're putting them in as we speak across this. It looks like Eric Homestead is in first place by the unofficial scores I'm looking at right now. Currently in second place, it looks like there is a tie between Sam and Matt. It looks like that photo finish was an exact photo finish at 15 flat across that one. Again, we will double check everything as we go through here.
I'm not surprised that there would be any ties in this.
But again, Jake Hari with 15.89 seconds across that. Sky Olsen, 16.2.
Eric Olmstead's time.
Yeah, 14.3 across that. He is in first place currently on that. Matt Powell at 16.5 with that. Vince Workland, 17.4 as we come through all this one. Again, these will all be double checked as we come through. But Damon Kurtz with 17.22 compared to 15.89.
Staggered start for Hine.
Staggered start for Hine.
It's a confidence right there.
Here we go through. Big pick there. Nick Hine is so explosive. He just comes out the gate. He picked it up slower than that.
See him screaming when he's coming back.
I can't tell if they gave Aiden a slide penalty for that yoke or not. That was going to be close.
Aiden
looks like he won that one.
Aiden's going to get a penalty, I think, on that one, an accidental.
I'm also not sure if Aiden got a slide penalty for the yoke either.
Oh, yeah.
I know they were looking at that.
Well, great last run for those two, Howell and Hine.
Yes. It looks like he is talking with Aiden about the potential penalty right now. We're not certain at this point.
Look at Bobby grabbing Grabbing
her
Aiden
by the
belt
belt.
on the back, like a listen, son
Listen,
moment
yeah,
when
it is.
Bobby's only like 10 years older than him. You gotta love it. But
he's got some training age on him. I'll tell you that right now.
definitely some training age. All right, guys. So we are going to take another break. We're going to go check and make sure Isaac's all right. Check on him, but then also see how these points shake up to figure out the final 10 competitors who are going into this sandbag gauntlet. CJ, it's anybody's guess right now. We're going to do some math.
We'll shake it up a little bit. I think Hein did very well on that to hold his lead. But it looks like Sam Rissling did also great so far. So we'll see what all shakes out to be. We'll be back shortly here at the Cerberus Super Series.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody, to Southside Barbell here in Virginia Beach, Virginia. We are into the final event for the men's 105 kg class. I want to go over where we are in the standings really quickly, though, because the final 10 that have made it here, there you go. Nick Hine, your leader, with 117 points, followed by Sam Rissling and Matt McQuiston. Isaac Mays finished with 100.5. He did pull out due to injury on the last event. We wish him well. Hope he gets better here soon. Because of that, you'll see 11 names listed on here. So Rich Mochigimba coming in and technically fourth place. There's Chris Schwant, Aiden Howell, who has really come through on day 2 here, CJ.
Today.
Matt Powell, Vince Wilkinson, Damon Curtis, and Jake Hari, who squeaks into the top 10. Again, Isaac pulling out due to his injury.
Next man up mentality. He said he is going to be ready to go across this one for the next person.
Absolutely.
So one of the biggest things here, I want to go over the final event a little more in depth. We saw this earlier with the women. We had only 8 women going earlier. So that it was, again, an elimination style. So for those of you who missed it earlier, these athletes were going head-to-head in a 3-loading race of these sandbags.
Okay.
Ideally getting all of them in time across this one. So all 10 athletes will do this event that are still in this one. The top 5 will move on to face it and do it again across that one. That is an odd number. How do we go head-to-head with 5 athletes on that one? Whoever finishes the fastest
gets a break.
Gets a break.
Gets a bye.
So there's a bye status. So it goes from 10 to 5. The 4 slower athletes of that 5 go again. This athlete gets a bye. It goes down to 3 athletes on that one. Another bye happens when they all go together on that one. So we have 2 left and 1 final winner for this event.
My goodness.
So it pays to be fast this time because you get a break on that round. So that's the key difference between we saw from the women to the men. So all 10 go this first round, but the fastest athlete gets a bye in the next round.
I got to tell you, that's especially huge for the men because, again, this is the 10th event, but it's the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. I mean,
potentially for these athletes going through.
Potentially for those athletes. So this is going to be, man, another killer event for these guys. But the gauntlet was really cool when we saw it with the women's side.
And the podium shake-up. Again, 117 points started with Nick Hine, 111 for Sam Rissling, and I believe it's 106 for Matt McQuiston. Dark horse candidate right here. If Matt somehow messes up, we could see Richie Muchigimba jumping into 3rd place potentially. If he wins this whole thing and Matt makes mistakes. So the top 3 are in, don't mess up and battle each other, but we could see a giant shakeup in that top 4.
And that would be par for the course for this event.
For this, how everything's going.
This entire event for the 105 kg men has just been back and forth. And you can see the gauntlet setup. If you weren't with us for the women earlier, this was constructed and originally meant to be buried in the sand a little bit for the women.
These ones were supposed to be higher.
But these ones were supposed to be, so exactly. So we talk about the women's side. These were a couple inches higher than what it was supposed to be for the women, but this is lower technically for the guys.
Slightly, yes. They were supposed to get about 54 inches. They're getting 50 inches.
Ooh, so this will be a little bit easier for
It's going to be more of a drag race with athletes. They can get it high on their belt. They might not need to shoulder it like some of the women had to do earlier. Because where women normally are lifting in that 42 to 46 range, men are typically in that 48 to 52 range. And we were going to do 54 for this show on this one. But this is right in their wheelhouse. So they should feel comfortable. But again, these taller athletes, you can abandon. Speaking of that next man up, Jake Hari is going to work hard because he does not take the spot lightly.
No, absolutely not. He knows what happened to get him to this spot. He worked his butt off, no question. But
all right,
Curtis, Jake Carr, here we go.
And here we go. We got Damon Curtis. This is Jack Hari. Jake is already moving there. First bag over. Damon going for the high pick on this one. Very high over the top.
300 pounds for that first bag for them. They can start on whatever bag they want, by the way.
Yes, but I think it just benefits you. Just go with the lighter bag
Same.
and work your way up across that one. And we have a finish
Hari,
from Jake.
My goodness, he steamrolled through those bags.
It doesn't mean he is safe, though.
No, it does not.
So we will see what the final finish on all these. But that would look like a great run there from Jake. It doesn't mean Damon's out either. We'll see how the other athletes finish. It's all about the top 5 times
move on to the next round.
I wish you guys would have seen it during the break while they were setting this up, because Andrew Clayton, I heard a banging noise, and I was like, what is going on? He was trying to bang some extra weights into the sandbags, because these bags are so tightly packed right now, and they're just trying to shove as much as they can into there. We didn't have any like lead pellets or anything. Typically, you can put some of those in to save space and add weights, make it a little bit easier. But yeah, starting out with that 300-pound bag.
Definitely a big challenge across this one. So
Yeah, what are we up to on bags on here? I didn't double check that quite yet.
I believe the
CJ.
heaviest bag is, I believe it's 300 and a 320-pound bag.
Okay, there
so
you go.
all very tightly packed on this one, but we can double check that here shortly. Either way, over 300 pounds per bag. They have to carry each of them, and most athletes will have to do this multiple times.
Yes. Yeah, most of them will. I know if Jake Curry wants to finish,
Yeah.
my goodness.
He's not taking the second life lightly, I promise you that. He worked hard to get that win. Let's hope that's a good enough time for him to move on. And Damon Kerr is still alive as well.
Getting ready for our second group here. Vince Wilkinson is one of them.
Vince Wilkinson is on the other side. Oh, Matt Powell on the other side over here. So Mac Attack is hitting that right now. Vince with a slight lead going into this one.
He's that reset, getting it over. Nice work right there.
Big powerful pop at the hips on the top here.
Wow,
And we have
Vince,
a win from Vince right here.
nice
But
move
Matt
there.
not far behind him. So again, we'll see what the times end up being, but it's a very, very close race.
Great times from both of them. Really doing strong on that.
The
Aiden
Screaming
Howell.
Eagle.
The
Aiden
Screaming
Howell.
Eagle. I'm going to call him the Freedom Eagle. I really just want him to buy a T-top sports car of some kind. If he had an IROC, for anybody who's a car person out there, can you imagine Aiden Howell showing up to your girl's house in an IROC T-top? No, you don't want that happening. You don't want that happening at all. He's got a
So-
2-liter Mountain Dew Code Red.
This is an interesting juxtapose we have right here. It is our youngest athlete versus our oldest athlete in this one, head-to-head.
You
across
gotta
this one.
love that.
So something to keep in mind on that is it looks like we have Aiden Howell and it looks like Chris Schwant over here. So
Outstanding. Again, Aiden just turning 21.
Yeah.
Not so long ago. So I'm so excited to see where he goes.
his
in
future
this
is so
sport.
bright. He is going to be fun to watch for the next 2 decades.
I mean, here's the fun part. You got to be an entertainer sometimes too. Being a great athlete is one thing, but for Strongman, being an entertainer, yeah, give me that all day long.
And he is all business right now. That party's in the back. He is focused all the way through.
Put that party in the back, son.
And he has already got that lead on because
He almost took out Schwant's feet with how far
so
he tossed
much
that
power
sandbag.
across that one.
It's all about that transition.
And here we go, that third and final bag here. Aiden with a great time, and so is Chris.
Announcing their presence with authority.
Coming
You gotta
right
love
at
it.
each other.
That was outstanding. Andrew Clayton looks like he's out of breath. I got to
It
tell
was
you
almost
that much.
irresistible force versus a movable object, the way those bags came together across that.
I tell you, Aiden was violent in his approach
Yes.
with that. I mean, just tossing it over there.
And this is where youth can come into play here. 'Cause again, we have to do multiple rounds, and he seems ready to go again.
We're rounding up on these. It was a 19.29. He goes, I'm sorry, we're rounding up. 19.3. We're not doing the double digits.
We are
which
not doing double digits.
I'm a fan of the double decimal.
I like the
there.
double decimal,
Yeah,
personally.
especially when you're this tight with
This-
all these events.
This is a big race right here because Matt
There we
has
go.
to be consistent and make it the next round across this. Basically, Matt has to not get last. That's
Yeah.
the whole goal in this one. And if Richie can somehow pull out a win, he can jump into podium. So we have one athlete just trying to hold his ground. We have another athlete chomping at the bits to climb that ladder.
Effing A, CJ. Effing A.
This is a big one right here. 'Cause I know I was talking to Richie. He's like, I got fourth last time. I don't want to do it again.
No. I love seeing the different ways athletes prepare for this too. When they have to wear the competition shirt and there's no grip shirts allowed on things. Some people wearing some elbow sleeves. You see Sam Rissling over there waiting, and he's got his arms completely chalked up. These bags are chalked up. Some people taping their gloves on.
Athletes ready. Judges ready. Go!
And here we go. This is going to be a fast time again. Richie coming out hot and fast. Matt not far behind him.
He's got to speed up, though. We had a bunch of competitors be so fast
Again,
with this.
And he is going.
Mochi Gemba is speeding through this.
Matt's a little bit behind right now.
Mochi Gemba.
Oh, Mochi Gemba's got the win on that
crushed
one.
That.
And now it's going to come down to how fast this time holds up.
Wow.
because the door is cracked right now for Richie. Remember, these times don't actually fully matter yet.
Correct.
The top
Matters
five.
For this round.
The
for
top
this.
5 move to the next round across this one. The winner of this one gets a bye, though, but that will not matter in the final scoring on this one. If you do not make the next round, it does go in reverse order for points across them. So the eliminated athlete will go in reverse order. That's why it happened. If Matt were to get last place on this one, the door is cracked for Richie to come in. So we'll see what that final time is. Honestly, Matt's time wasn't the quickest there.
It wasn't. He was fairly slow on that, and maybe it just looks so because Richie was so dang fast.
That's potential too. That's
also
potential
that,
too.
but yeah, Tyler Gustafson. I'm Team Purple Cobras here. So yeah, that was a dodgeball reference. You got to know that was there. Looking into our final 2, we have Sam Rissling.
Sam Rissling, again, he's about 6 points behind the winner right now. Again, he is battling up there, and he's trying to hold off Matt on this one. So again, another athlete, Nick Hines, trying to hold his ground. Sam is hot and ready.
Oh no!
Oh,
my goodness!
There was a slip across that one. This leaves that door open.
This is a huge change.
He's got to get these next 2 bags fast across them to stay alive. Because remember, the top 5 get eliminated, and those points can shake up so fast across this one.
Oh, he's so mad at him. Oh no!
Oh!
Oh my goodness! Wow. You know what? We've seen excitement all day, CJ, and this is going to be a big change right here.
This is going to shake up
He's
so much right here.
so unhappy with himself after that run.
This, again, we talked about the crack for the 3rd place. This leaves a crack for 1st place.
Because we have the 10 athletes remaining. How do the points shake out on this? Because I want to make sure.
No, 100%. So of the eliminated athletes, it goes by your time in that round.
Okay.
So if you are last place, you will get the 1 point. If you were second to last, you will get to 2 points.
So they're
Third
the
to
10
last,
points
get 3
up
points.
for grabs.
There's
on
still
this.
10 points up for grabs across this one.
Gotcha. That's oh my goodness. That is extremely important because he had a 6-point lead.
Yeah, he had a 6-point lead going to this one. So now it's going to come down to where Sam finishes.
Wow.
And Sam has been the comeback kid this whole weekend.
He has, but I got to tell you what, Nick Hine has been in command
Today.
Until that moment.
He had one mistake yesterday when implement falls on you.
Implement falls on you, that's tough.
Cost him some points there.
But this, he was. I think he put too much pressure on himself.
He did.
And he got out a little ahead of himself, and that was tough to drop that first one, have to come back and push the second one over. Thankfully, the second one stayed.
Yes, it didn't fall back on the other side, but he
just
didn't get it through.
See, Tyler, Mary, Abby, Greg.
So most likely, Nick Hine will be eliminated from this round.
That's huge.
Now, the question is, did he beat Matt's time?
I think he just called over our next 5. Trying to look at who made that top.
I believe Aiden Howell was the top spot, if I remember the timing-wise, but we'll see who gets the bye in this next round.
Richie Mochigemba might have beaten Aiden on
That's
that
potential.
one.
He was coming hot.
Those seem like the top 2.
Correct.
Yeah. Schwan and Howell pointing back and forth at each other with the hair.
Yeah.
You got to love every second. So, again, we had 10. We're whittling this down to 5, and someone gets a bye. Whoever did that the fastest gets a break, which will be huge.
Huge going into this next round.
So Aiden did not win that one.
So Aiden
he
looks
was
like he has to go
probably
again.
second fastest.
That's a tough spot to be, but again, he's got youth on his side.
He's going right away.
It's a rematch, it looks like.
Yeah.
Chris versus Aiden.
They're trying to work out we're staring right across at the folks making the decisions.
So we're seeing how they're all talking to each other right now. We're trying to
You
figure
see
out.
that group of people? Look directly across from that. You can see CJ and I right here. Yeah, so we've got a pretty good bird's eye view over here.
Very short bird, but a bird's eye view.
Reading lips, I think he's saying, actually I can hear exactly what he's saying. We're not that far apart. All right. Here we're figuring it out. So it looks like our finalists are Rissling, Aiden Howell, Chris Schwant, Mike McQuiston, and Richie Mochigemba. So Nick Hine was eliminated.
That is big points here. That
Vince
means there's
Wilkinson, Nick Hine eliminated. My goodness, guys. This gauntlet.
Richie gets the bye this round. Richie got the win on that last round. He was very fast putting that pressure on there.
Man.
And again, he understood the assignment. And this is a big bye for him.
I'm, again, going to be really interested to see how many people start putting a gauntlet like this into their shows, because this is This will eat you alive, this one. This is interesting.
And here we go. Aiden Howell is back up. This is Jake Hari is going to be up right now. Oh, and Jake Hari's got a little bit of a lead again. Second life for Jake Hari in this one. And he wants to make every bit of this count.
They are on point. They are neck and neck right
And
now,
here
CJ.
we
This
go.
is so fun to
As
watch.
it's coming out, looks like it's coming down to the last little bit. It looks like Jake Hari edged that one out slightly.
I think Jake barely had him there.
I think Jake got through on that one. A 0.1 second difference on that one.
And that doesn't mean either of them, that doesn't necessarily mean Aiden lost,
No,
right?
that means they're
that was
eliminated.
fast, boy. That was insane.
Now the pressure is on the final athletes that we have left.
Oh. My goodness. This is just impressive because Aiden just went. Jake Hari had a little bit more,
A little more of a break, yeah.
And that youth is on his side on that one with Aiden Howell.
But I like how Aiden is now taking his time and sitting down. He's not being as erratic as he was yesterday. He learned a lot from yesterday. I was talking with
Ross
him.
standing behind him, just sit down, sit down, sit down.
Chris Swan, and this is a big one. Big one for Sam. He can potentially, if he can get through this round, be battling for first place because Nick Hine can't defend himself right now.
That's so hard, isn't it? My goodness.
It's on Sam to perform now to get the points he needs.
Wrestling out to a quick lead.
Oh, moving the whole implement.
Man.
He's still got to beat the 17-second time frame to get to the next round.
That's crazy. They're neck and neck right now, pushing each other. I don't know that they're going to beat that 17
Sam's a little bit ahead
second.
right now. We got to get a big pop and load, and we got to win.
Schwann is not going to make that one. He's going to be behind that 17 seconds. Wrestling might have a shot, but I don't know that he beat Howell there. I'm starting to see, I think, like on one of these, it's leaning forward a little bit.
I think that he just bumped into it and it pushed it backwards a little bit on this one.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting...
So, I think we need to kind of get a quick reset of those implements. So,
Aiden Howell won that one.
So Aiden is moving to the finals.
So Richie Muchigamba, Aiden Howell, and Jake Hari. CJ's going to walk over just for a second. The Aiden Howell, again, is your winner for that last portion. We're going to go check out the implement a little bit because it does seem that it looks like one of the bars might need to be adjusted a tiny bit. So again, Aiden Howell gets the bye. We have Jake Hari and Richie Muchigamba doing this for a third time now. Doing this for a third time.
All right, this is with a fresh round on this one.
My goodness.
And it looks like I just notified them. It looks like they see that it's not even anymore. That's what I was trying to inform them.
They're trying to make it lined
Correct.
up. Yeah.
And that's why I left for a second here. Thank you for covering for that for me. I wanted to make sure that the athletes had even playing field because these athletes are coming at each other so fast with so much force that it moved the whole implement one way or the other. And I wanted to make sure that both athletes had a fair shot at this. And again, thank you to the staff for stepping up and noticing that as well.
The creator of all this in the green Crocs and the black hat, he's the one who made this implement, put it together on the beach yesterday, took it apart on the beach this morning, and moved it and put it back together.
And here we go on this one.
Oh, Muchigamba.
Oh, Muchigamba's a little bit behind on this one.
He's mad. You can see his face.
He wanted that so bad. He can still make up ground on this.
Jake Hari is just good. It looks like it's going to be Hari and Howell again.
Second life, Jake Hari coming in originally 11th place. Second life coming in this one. Going to the final round.
Here we go. Now, this is interesting because Wrestling, Muchigamba, those guys were at the top. Now you got Aiden Howell, who was in 6th, 7th, right? After Isaac Mays had to bow out due to injury. And then you had Jake Hari, who made it as number 11 because of that injury, got into the final 10. So with Nick Hine, this is really hurting him.
Everything is shaken up right now. So we will get final stands later on how those all points will break down. But at this point, neither athlete can make the podium, but each athlete can climb the ladder. And again, this is the first male winner of the Cerberus Super Series Sandbag Gauntlet.
Yeah, that's wild. This thing is cool. I'm not gonna lie. I know it sucks. Like this, you
but
look at this
it's
thing,
so quick though too. I think the athletes
so fast.
And you're seeing like an advantage almost of staying warm. We saw that with.
That's true. Yeah, that's true actually. You just keep going, and at this point, it's you know Aiden's going to show on this one. Jake Hari has looked calm. He has looked smooth on every single run. He hasn't changed anything. He hasn't sped himself up.
Yes.
And you see, I think Richie sped himself up much like Nick
Yep.
Hine did and got a little ahead of his skis, right?
He showed why he has earned his spot here regardless of
100%.
how he got in this one. Again, every athlete earned their spot to get here in the first place. This is the finals of a whole year of practice in this one, and qualifiers. So every athlete had the right to make this one. And again,
guys,
sometimes you just need a second life.
Here we go. Aiden Howell, Jake Hari.
Here we go. And here we go on this one. Aiden with a fast pick on this, a little bit high on that one as he goes through. He's got a slight lead on Jake.
I love it.
Can the young gun get this one? He's got another lead.
Aiden Howell. Here we go.
Aiden's got it up. Aiden's moving. And
Aiden
takes
Howell.
the win.
My
That
goodness.
young man has a bright future in this sport.
Aiden Howell. My goodness,
Cool.
son.
Oh, what? They're going
What
to
did we
finalize
just
scores.
watch today?
We do not know the winner
No.
currently. We need to see all the point shakeout. How does one do? I cannot give you a top 10.
No.
Where the women were clear and defined.
Yeah, you
This-
knew who was winning there.
This one, we have approximation what the podium is.
Right.
It should be the same three in
Yes.
the main top three. But what order, I cannot tell you that whatsoever. You'll have to come back and find out on that one.
Unbelievable. So I think we probably should take a quick break. Let's get the points
Yes.
going. So Dante and Don, let's take a quick break
Yep.
and let's get the points and come back. So guys, we'll be back in just a moment. We're doing the awards after this. We're going to figure out some points because that
All right, keep
was
that
a
drum
hell
roll going in the
of a
comments.
finish.
We're going to see where everything shook out here at the Cerberus Super Series.
We'll be back in just a
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
Oh my God, I'm tired. I don't know, but okay. Not for the men yet. Not yet.
So we're going to talk about the women first. Well, they've done the women announcement first.
Yeah. What a day it has been, CJ, for the entirety of this competition. So 2 days for the men, 1 day for the women, and nothing short of pure excitement. And I loved every second of this. We could not have asked for a more tense, action-packed competition than what we've got in the last 2 days.
So literally every second of this was just high intensity. The entire day today, the ups, the downs, the highs, the lows. I still can't fathom, I can't comprehend what we just watched.
It's hard to look back and pick a favorite moment because there were so many incredible ones, especially starting yesterday when we saw the squat reps, but then again continuing today with the women's event and the squats, and Chelsea held actually just...
that was might be my number one of the weekend.
Yeah, a bottoms-up good morning with 370 pounds to grit it out to get that 19th rep to tie for first at the time.
Yes.
And
then
just
even talking about gritting out reps, Chris Schwant yesterday, missing his first groove, do a bottoms-up. These bottoms-up squats were crazy to watch across that one. And then you see so many athletes did so many amazing things today. And then Aiden Howell's run on that one.
Aiden Howell's second day was nothing short of amazing. I guess with the flip too. We got a backflip in there. So just a reminder, we had the women's scores earlier. We're going to do the women's podium shortly. I want to remind everybody again. We talk about the cash prizes being handed out today. So $12,000 total plus a little something. So the winner will get $3,000. First place
$3,000.
and then $1,500 for second place, $500 for third. But there's an added little bonus.
There is an added bonus this year. So the big thing about this one, every time an athlete wins an event, they make $150. So for every event and win you got throughout your competitions, $150 more in your pocket on that one. So it gives you incentive, no matter what the event is, to try to win that event.
Like the women's gauntlet at the end. It was already decided pretty much. It was Jessica was going to win, Sue was going to come in third, but Jessica won that event.
That's not nothing.
That's not nothing.
$150 is nice
Especially when $150 can go a long way for strongman equipment and also paying for your food, your flight, your hotel, and all the things that go along with it. So we're about to start the awards portion, and I want to point out, sitting kind of across from us, he was a minute ago. He's still sitting right there. Isaac Mays, again, out due to injury, but he's sitting there with his leg propped up. He fell out on that wheelbarrow yoke event. So he's still sitting there. He's still here wanting to support everybody.
He still finished top 5, though.
He still despite that injury, he still finished top 5. That reminds me, honestly, of Nancy at OSG a year and a half ago when she broke her leg and still finished in that top 6 or so. She had such a commanding lead and missed out on 2 or 3 events and still finished pretty high up.
We don't want to give away the men's finals because it is a photo finish. I'll give you a little preview. It was separated by a single point between first and second place on that one. So I do not want to give that away yet. We'll see that when the awards are announced.
Unbelievable. And it was tight because on that last event, that gauntlet, Nick Hine had he struggled so much on that run. He got a little ahead of himself, a little excited. And
we saw a few athletes get that way. And it's hard when it's head-to-head and you just got to hold on to that. And with an eliminator like that,
so much pressure.
So much pressure.
But Aiden Howell did not buckle under that pressure. My goodness, he was impressive. He ended up winning that event. But Jake Hari, like you mentioned, he got in because Isaac pulled out due to that injury. So Jake Hari was your 10th man there. And
11th man. But he jumped in to become 10th man.
Yeah, he ended up coming in 10th place because of the 10th person to do this with Isaac jumping out. So, it for him to get in there and just absolutely look so calm and cool. But Aiden had that bye, so Jake had to do 4 runs with those sandbags.
Yes, he never got the bye. He was a constant, bridesmaid. Every time on those events, so he had to keep doing it. So he realistically did about 13 events today.
That's absolutely terrible.
Shout out to him again for stepping up and doing the best he could on that one and getting almost the max points on his last chance on that. And that's the kind of athlete that Jake Hari is. So big shout out to him on that for stepping up and doing it proud.
And I want to point out, too, it's just now 8 o'clock where we are, 8 p.m. where we are. We started here about 12:45 today.
We ran 2 shows.
And ran
2 shows in less than 7 hours and 15 minutes.
That's crazy.
With awards starting right now. And they are going down the women's right now.
Going through the women's, Kaylin Prow and Samantha Goggins.
in 8th, 7th place. Ellie Ramirez is going to be 6th place across this one. Kim Baum getting 5th place right there. Chelsea held in 4th place, narrowly off that podium by one singular point.
Oh, my goodness.
Again, it's a game of inches. Yes.
Yeah, 1 point there was the 30.5 points for Sue, 33.5 points for Chelsea. 1
Sue Eager
point.
getting 3rd place, only 3 points behind Nadia Stowers, who stepped in last minute to do this show on barely any prep. I don't think she even tested one of these events.
Probably not, but she's such a strong competitor.
But Jessica Mitchell came to fight. She came with a fire every event on that. And Nadia's like, I'm her coach. She's so proud of her athletes. And that's the best thing about being a coach sometimes is when they win, you win.
Yep.
You have multiple opportunities to get a win right now.
Well, I love that they tied on the press. 265 on that axle. And Chelsea told me, by the way, she hit 260. She has hit 250 once before that. And her coach was like, let's try for 260. And she got it. She got 260 on that press. Chelsea did.
Chelsea
and then
did. That was a step up from Chelsea.
Yeah, fantastic. Actually, her nutrition coach, too, Mimi Harris, who is located in Wichita, Kansas. Random small world. We happen to know each other. So my hello back to you. Chelsea gave me a hello from you, too. So love to see what everybody's doing at Top Crop Barbell in Wichita, Kansas as well. Yep. So there you go. Jessica, the hometown hero for today, taking home that $3,000 prize. Sue Eager getting $1,500. And then Sue Eager getting the $500, Nadia getting the $1,500, and Jessica getting some extra bonuses with $150 for each of those wins. She's probably splitting a couple with Sue, because
I'm sure those just be a couple drinks tonight. That's what's going to be celebratory.
They might do a couple things. You're easy to find here in Virginia Beach on the areas where we're staying.
On that one.
So I'm so excited to reveal the men's finals.
It's coming down here on the top 10.
Oh, again, 1 point. 1 point of separation between first and second.
1 point of separation between first and second. You'll see that final standing right here. And like we said, we talked about how it came down to that final event 100% in this one. And that gauntlet, I don't think it's going away. I believe it's in my show coming up, the Pro Strongman League, the Cerberus Super Series for the 90-kilogram class. And I'm taking some notes for this one. I'm excited for that. I'm looking at how do I play this game. I'm
telling you, somebody's going to figure this out and put it into a local comp somehow, because that was too much fun. It was fast.
That was great.
It was taxing. It was tough. And it was just fun to watch. Again, promoters, anytime you can have a head-to-head, that's fun to watch for everybody involved. So they're talking about a $250 award for sportsmanship. Matt Powell.
Matt Powell wins the Sportsmanship Award for this weekend, and he has been a gem every step of the way. And I cannot say that is the perfect pick.
And you guys, by the way, you still have time to sign up for Georgia's Strongest in Columbus, Georgia. Matt Powell helping run that event. So you know he's a great promoter. And honestly, his daughter getting to be right there with him.
That makes the weekend.
Stole the moment.
If you missed yesterday, go watch Matt Powell's squat, but make sure you have some tissues ready.
Yeah. He's probably like, thank you, sweetheart, but now I am just wrecked after doing an extra
My
4
quads
squats.
are burning right now. So that was great. And I couldn't ask for a better guy to get that one.
Going with the top 8 for the men.
Matt Powell sneaking in 8th place. Let's shout out the athletes behind that made the finals. Damon Curtis finishes in 11th place across one. Jake Hari was 10th place across that one. Vince Wilkinson was only 1 point behind it in 9th place. But we have 8th place Matt Powell, Chris Schwant in 7th place, 6th place Aiden Howell coming up right now, climbing that board. And of course, Isaac Mays in that 5th place. So shout out to him. Our warrior coming out there with the crutch.
Look at that.
He is
on
jumping
the
and dancing.
I tell you what, those Canucks.
They
Canucks
know.
from
They're
Saskatchewan,
tough.
man.
They're tough.
Like one of my favorite provinces.
And here comes the big 3.
Richie Moochie Gemba.
So we got 4th place for Richie. So Richie taking 4th place. Matt McQuiston in 3rd place. Matt getting that bronze medal, holding it off.
And guys, I want to point out, Nick Hine took 10th place last in that last event.
Sam Rissling with 117 points comes in 2nd place. It came down to him and Chris in that race, and Chris beat him by a second.
It's unreal.
Nick Line holding it down, and I'm sure he was biting his nails the whole time during that event.
He was looking at that and just kicking himself
He
for his mistakes.
He probably feels
on
fortunate.
that
I mean,
gauntlet.
Sam's probably kicking himself too for how his day one went. But both these athletes need to have their heads held high for their whole performance. It's not about one specific moment. It's about the whole show.
About the whole show. And what a show it was. Nick Hine taking home first place.
Sam Rissling.
And then
taking
followed by
second.
Sam Rissling
Uncle Sammy.
and Matt McQuiston. Just an incredible weekend that we've seen. They're getting a picture of all these guys. You cannot have a better competition than we saw this weekend. This was intense. It was fun. Great sportsmanship all around.
100%. From top to bottom, I have no words.
It's fantastic.
A perfect show.
It doesn't happen without all the volunteers that we have. And again, I want to point out Tyler Purdue, who puts this show together. Cerberus Strength, the title sponsor, along with all our other fantastic sponsors, Pioneer Fit, Serious Steel Fitness, Born Primitive, always a big fan of what they're doing every single time.
Zone Smelling Salts on top of that one.
Zone Smelling Salts. Absolutely incredible weekend that we've had here.
One last shout out to Southside Barbell for letting us come in last minute to come through here. For everything that we were able to perform, and thank you guys for opening your doors to us today.
Absolutely. Again, the weather was a factor. We had it outside yesterday, very lucky to have that. Made the right call, started a little later today, but the speed that we move through these events, the beauty of the live streams, thanks to Dante Petrella, as well as Don Souza helping out from ADL Pro. An incredible weekend with some fantastic people, and if I want every competition to be like this, but man, CJ, we were lucky to get to see what we saw today.
We got the best seat in the house. We were so fortunate, and thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Absolutely. Hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to follow, and we'll see you next time on the Cerberus Super Series Pro Strongman League.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are Pioneer.